very, very different and unique ideas and plans and perspectives. And I kind of wanted to give people the chance to just say, hey, when I've thought about what we could do as a people, this is what I came up with. Um, and because when I talk to different people, whether on Twitter or in private phone calls or DMs or whatever, I've come to understand that everybody has a really different thing, method, strategy, whatever you want to call it, that they have. And so I think the best of all worlds would be to try to come up with a consensus where you can implement different portions of different plans together and sort of bring them all together. Knowing that we live in this country, 50 states, 48 continental states. And so we don't live in all of these states necessarily in large numbers. We tend to live in about 10 states, or maybe a little bit more, maybe 12, where we have significant numbers, and then all the rest were kind of in the low hundred thousands, or maybe even a little bit less than that. So we actually are concentrated in terms of our large numbers of population, but it's not working for the benefit of the strategy that we talk about, that we present a lot of times. And so there's always going to be pockets, enclaves, I think is the word people use, of Black American population outside of the states that Black State of America has on our map and Black American Homeland has on his map. Essentially, the southeastern United States. There's always going to be, thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of us living in all these other states. So they're going to probably have to come up with their own very unique strategies without the protection that we would naturally get and gain in a Black majority state. And you have folks like the Freedmen Party, who has a national national strategy and national plan, which does incorporate all of those major cities where Black Americans have historically had large populations. And we want to try to help pull some of those people from those bigger cities like Chicago and Detroit and Los Angeles and Texas, all the cities in Texas, whatever. New York City, another big one that we want to try to pull from, and get as many of those people as we can to start heading in the direction that we want them to head in. But with the understanding that our federal representatives will still want to work with whoever's elected in those cities and those states, and try to provide the same level of protection and support for Black Americans living outside of these Black majority states. So that's essentially what the plan is, to talk about stuff like that. My
Hey,
voice
Black.
is
Look, Black.
cracking up.
You mentioned about the Black American population being concentrated, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is what I did about 10, 11 years ago. What I did was I took the top 100 Black metropolitan areas. Metropolitan areas. From Chicago to Milwaukee to Cook County, uh, Wayne County, Detroit. I took the top 100 metro areas, right? And I had the population and the size of the different cities and counties, right? And then I counted all the Black population within those 100 metro areas, right? And I concluded that 80%
Mm.
The black population in 2012 live in an area uh, that covers 10,000 square miles,
Wow.
which is the size of Maryland.
Wow.
So in 2012, 80% of Black Americans, I said the black population back in 2012 was 45 million. So 80% is 36 million.
Mm.
36 million Black Americans live in an area covering 10,000 square miles.
Wow.
Imagine 36 million Black Americans living in the state of Maryland.
Ooh.
That's how concentrated our population is in these urban and inner suburban areas.
Yeah, that's crazy. And you know, it's so crazy because we are scattered around the country intentionally so to keep us weakened politically, especially economically. They can essentially do whatever they want. The police can enforce laws the way they want to. Judges can, create sentences however they want to. I just saw a travesty where a police officer that had killed a black man, I believe, was essentially sentenced to like 2 or 3 years of probation or something very, very extremely minimal. And then I saw another white offender who did some heinous crime who as well didn't face any actual jail time, just essentially home, some type of home detention and then some type of parole after that. So, yeah. So, our problem, as we understand it, is the fact that by being scattered, they can do whatever they want. And if we can condense and concentrate and bring all of our people together, not just in one state, obviously, over a region of 8 states or more, 8, 9, 10 states, depending on, how the population chooses to move. And over the next, 2 decades, I would say, to where you can achieve 8, 9, 10 states of black majority and have all the benefits that come with that and all the protections that come with it. So that is definitely an amazing stat. I know that if you do like the 10 most populated black cities, there's a list that comes out. I'm not sure if there's a state list that comes out. I think on YouTube there was something like the 10 best states or cities for black Americans to live in, something like that. And then they do the wealthiest and all of that. So it's it's an interesting thing. I believe when I say intentional, I truly believe that it was very intentional for them to essentially offer incentives and during the Great Migration North, the incentives were jobs and things like that. So they were offering incentives to scatter us. And at the same time, they were offering death, to be quite honest, and terrorism to push us out. So it's always the liberal, because essentially we would think of the North as liberal during that time and the South as conservative or racist, whatever you want to call it. So they're always working together in tandem, even with these illegal Mexicans and South Americans coming up. It's like, oh, okay, well, what we're gonna do, we're just gonna ship them all to these urban cities that are full of black Americans so we can displace them. Now you don't hear that coming from the conservatives, but that essentially is the plan. And the liberals, while they pretend to be against it, they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars to essentially assimilate those people into those major cities. And they're already talking about this amnesty in the federal government. I'm not sure if that passed in the House already, but you got the Senate and you got that tie break in the Senate. So if it already passes the House before the Republicans get in, I think that's essentially what they're trying to do, so that they at least have a chance to get it through the Senate if they can get 50 plus Kamala's one vote, 51 votes. We'll be looking at a situation where all of a sudden overnight, 11 million supposedly, but it's probably double that. I think most people believe it's twice that many will get automatic citizenship. They'll be voting, likely voting against our interest and voting for their own interest, and will still be scattered across the country. So, yeah. So anybody that would like to come up, go ahead, go for it.
Yeah, but yeah, the Great Migration was very interesting, very contradictory, very confusing, right? Like when Black people started leaving the South, right? Most of the whites in the South, they really didn't care what was happening, but after a while, they saw like, wow, our towns are getting smaller. The Black people are leaving the South. That means that we have less workers. We have less workers to farm the land. We have less people paying taxes within the state in the South. We have they're losing all these benefits of Black people being in the South, including they were losing what do you call it, electoral college votes, because as the Black population left the South, right, they were giving more numbers to the northern states, and the southern states were losing numbers, so they were losing electoral college votes. So it was really confusing, right? And I read that some southern states, they were actually trying to pass laws to make it, well, not illegal, but to make it tough for Black people to leave the South. Some people didn't want the Blacks to leave the South because they were losing consumers, renters, laborers, taxpayers. They were losing all kinds of benefits from Black folks.
It's super interesting that you mentioned electoral college vote. So when I was doing this thread, I think it was a week ago, I came upon a website. It's basically constitutional interpretations. And I believe the people who it's almost like one of those lawyer sites where lawyers give legal information. And they're not allowed to give legal advice, et cetera, because of the ways the laws are structured. But they're given legal information, but it's sort of an interpretation. And the 3/5 clause, whereby which they counted 60% of our ancestors as population. What I read in there was that, and this is the first time I ever heard it, the South actually, by doing that, reduced their power in the country, partly electoral college votes, but also representation in Congress. So obviously every state has 2 senators, but because they only counted 60% of the population, of our population, they likely suffered from losing multiple U.S. reps, as well as the budget, because you know how the census works. The census determines federal funds to each state. So it was actually a reduction.
That was the compromise. Look, you have to understand this, right? In the South, right, the white people, they wanted to count Black people as a whole, as one. They wanted to count Black people as a whole. It was the Republicans in the North that said, hey, you can't count Black people because Black people don't have the right. They're not citizens. They don't have the right to vote. You can't count them at all. The compromise was, okay, well, if you guys want to count them as one, as a whole, and we want you to count them as 0, then the compromise is 60% or 3/5. That was the compromise.
Well, then that's another clear example of left, right, north, south working together. I mean, even though you could call it a compromise and they're negotiating,
Right.
ultimately they're working together.
Correct. I mean, it didn't help us none either way.
Right.
But
Right,
you're
right.
right.
Right. It wouldn't have helped us if we 100%. What difference would it make if they counted us as zero? It likely would not have affected us at all. Again, because I think this is one of those really clear examples where we could point to and say, look, these people work together. We can point to the Civil Rights Act of 1964, where I think it was over 70 Democrats filibustered and were against this thing going through, while the Republicans are actually the ones who actually got it through. It's another example of how the system, this duopoly, which is really a monopoly, is set up in such a way that they present bills, legislation, and then they just keep presenting it and presenting it and presenting it until it ultimately passes. They tweak it. They do all the public campaigning propaganda to get people, used to the idea, which is like psychological conditioning. And then over time, it may take a few decades, but eventually the legislation that they introduced 20, 30 years ago eventually goes through. And that's how the system works. It's the same thing with the Supreme Court, where depending on the time period, it could be conservative leaning, it could go back to liberal leaning, it could be like a 50-50, whatever, whatever. But while it's leaning in one direction, they're going to allow cases to come up where they can reset the table on whatever it is, like Roe v. Wade. And so in that way, it's like a seesaw, but they're really not fighting against each other, which is how politics in this country, or um it's how it's scripted for us in the media and in the politics and the debates, et cetera, et cetera. If you were an outsider who lived in another country and you just looked at the United States and you said, okay, draw a line to where they were 100 years ago to where they are today, and it's likely to be a very straight line with some minor, dips and valleys in it, but essentially they're getting to the same place regardless of who's in control of the White House or who's in control of the Congress. They're all moving the country in the same direction.
That's correct.
Hello, Miss Georgia. Hello, DC Scotty. So tonight we want to allow people to come up, give their safe. This is safe. It's a safe space. Safe space. Give their idea, opinion, strategy, plan to help uplift Black Americans, whatever it may be. Um, because everyone that I talk to seems to have a different area that they're focused in on, and they have a different plan. Like there's someone who lives in California who essentially was saying they would like California to become a black mecca, and it's like, okay, that's different. That's definitely different than what we're talking about. However, if that does occur, we still want to be in a position where we have federal representation that can work with the people in California to ensure that they're being protected. Because at the end of the day, it's like, well, what good is having these black majority states if we're not able to protect the entire population? So we really want to be able to protect all of us, no matter where we're at, and give all of us, enfranchisement and the ability to be protected. Um, and again, our strategy is what it is, but there's always going to be all these other strategies. DC
Yeah.
Scotty.
Hey, Black.
Mhm.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, peace to the room. Thanks for letting me speak. I was actually reading Sandy Darity's from here to equality.
Mm.
And he actually had a different take on the Three-Fifths Compromise.
Okay. Wow.
Based on his studying, he said that a major concession to the slaveholders, the compromise boosted the South's political ascendancy. The South would control presidential elections from 1800 to 1850 because of that compromise.
Wow.
There's a whole passage on it. Essentially, the Southern lawmakers agreed to a higher rate of taxation in exchange for an assurance of greater representation in Congress
Wow.
and the Electoral College. It was one of those perverse twists that defined the era. Slaves could not vote, but because 3/5 of the enumerated population could be counted for representational purposes, their very existence made it possible for their owners to elect politicians who favored legislation to preserve the slave system.
Wow.
That was just something that I read from Sandy Durti's From Here to Equality. It was a little bit different than your take.
Hey, DC Scott, you're correct. Look, in those 10, 11, 12 Confederate states, right? Blacks were about 35 to 40 on average, about at least 40% of the population in those 11, 12 states, right?
50%. So yeah.
If they counted the black population at zero, right? That means that they would have lost 40% of the population in the South. That means their representation in Congress and the Electoral College votes would have been cut almost in half. Because the Republican Party wanted them to count all black people as zero, or they did not want to count the black population at all. The Confederate South, they wanted to count black people as one whole. But the Republican Party said, look, you can't do that because the black people have no representation. They're not citizens. They can't vote. They can't do anything. But the compromise, it's funny that the compromise wasn't 50%, but if the compromise was 60%, 3/5. So yeah.
You know what that sounds like? And this is without research. This is based on what I've been reading already. It sounds like the Republicans at the time, because they were essentially more liberal at that time, were essentially saying, and not just saying, I think what they were trying to do was
weaken. They wanted to weaken the South.
Well, I see it from that angle, but I also see it from this angle. So again, based on me reading what Republicans were either saying in Congress or in their debriefings or whatever the case may be, a lot of these different articles, they're very hard to find. But when I come across them, it's a common thing. They really were trying to move us from enslavement to freeman to citizen. In almost everything that I read, give us the power to vote, give us the right to bear arms, make us full citizens. And it sounds like this was one of the first attempts to make us full citizens by saying, look here, if you want to count, the Black Americans in the South as full citizens for the purposes of politics and electoral college and federal funds, etc. down the road, make them full citizens. Now, I'd have to do some real good research to find that, to really verify that, but that's kind of what it sounds like to me based on what I have researched. Because if they would have made them full citizens, there wouldn't have been a compromise. They wouldn't have had to pay the higher taxes. All the other benefits of higher representation, that all kind of would have still worked out. So I'd like to see if we could talk about that. Go ahead, D. Scotty.
I just wanted to add additional context. He framed it as an opportunity for the country to abandon slavery, and they chose not to, because the adoption of the nation's constitution in 1787 presented an opportunity for the country to abandon slavery. Instead, the Three-Fifths Compromise became the mechanism that inscribed slavery in the republic. In the republic, under the compromise, 3/5 of the state's enslaved population could be counted in calculations for direct taxes, which had formerly been tied to reported value of a citizen's land without any calculation for human property, and apportionment for the representatives and president electors. So the way he was looking at it was an opportunity for them to get rid of slavery, and they chose not to.
Yeah, and you know what? That lines up. That lines up because the reality of it is before the American Revolution, and even during the American Revolution, individual states had their own laws. It wasn't really like this big federal government that we deal with today. In fact, the Civil War is where the federal government actually became this big, overseeing power that we see today. They've used these wars to essentially grow their power and authority over the states. But there were, in individual states, there were free Black men, and they owned property prior to the American Revolution. And so it kind of it makes a lot more sense when you say the compromise was one side trying to say, give everyone citizenship and you'll have all of the things that come along with that, all of the benefits with it. And instead they chose this compromise. So yeah, I truly trust in that theory, from the way it matches up with everything else.
Right. Hey, Black, look, if you look at when the 14th Amendment and the 15th Amendment were passed, right? That's in the after the Civil War, right? The southern states, they actually didn't have a vote in the 14th and 15th Amendment. Because don't forget, this is Reconstruction, right? Many of the states in the South, they were outside of the U.S. Constitution or the Union. They had to do certain things, right, to be what's the word, to get back into the Union.
Yeah, to rehabilitate
them. So they had to do certain things. But when the 14th and the 15th Amendment were passed, right, most of the southern states were even part of the ratification of those amendments until later on, after it was already passed.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But those are really deep details that people have to look into for themselves. But that's what I saw. That's what I that was my thought, that when the 14th and the 15th Amendment were passed, right, it wasn't ratified by all. I don't know. I can't remember how many states were in the Union back in the 1860s, but many of the southern states did not participate in the ratification of the 14th and the 15th Amendment until later on when they became when they were granted back into the Union. Then that's when they passed the laws to ratify the 14th and 15th Amendment.
You know what? And that makes perfect sense, because there were a lot of state constitutions that had to be rewritten in order to join the Union again. Oregon, believe it or not, being one of them, that was the only state. Yeah, Oregon was the only state that basically outlawed Black citizens in that state. And I put that in the thread. I'm gonna have to pull that up.
I'm losing you, Black. I can't. You're breaking up.
Breaking up. Damn it. Okay. All right. I'm gonna drop out. Drop back in. Yeah, Twitter is back on its thing. Twitter. Can't get over it. Just can't get over it, bro. Oh, come on, Twitter. Come on, Tweeter. Come on, Tweeter bird. Work with us, man. Work with us, B. Work with us.
States were not involved in the ratification of the 14th and 15th Amendment. I don't think they probably wasn't in the involved in the ratification of the 13th Amendment. But that's my interpretation. Go ahead, Black. You there?
Yeah, if it'll let me. Okay, yeah. So I'm in full agreement because again, when I'm doing this research and I'm finding different little nuggets, I'm like, wow, oh, that's crazy. And what you see is the Republicans were going really hard to get us the right to bear arms, the right to vote, full citizenship. And I really haven't seen anything from the other side in disputing it other than Andrew Johnson. He's like the one figure who stands out, because he essentially remained president. The other thing is the states had to rewrite their constitutions because in most of those state constitutions, white male, you had to be 21, white, and free. And that's a whole nother thing because there was like this whole thing in Hollywood where they use that phrase over and over again. There's a YouTube thing that I posted about it, and I had no idea. Someone pointed, matter of fact, married black parents pointed that out to me in that thread. I was like, wow, that's so crazy. So that's where it came from. It came from all those state constitutions where they were essentially saying, in order to vote, in order to possess weapons or join the army, in order to own property, you had to be 21, white, and free. And so I was in a space where there was a back and forth about our citizenship, and I'm willing to agree in theory that we were always citizens of the country prior to the establishment of America and after. However, there's got to be levels to that citizenship because we certainly won't treat it like citizens. But the states, which the way the country was originally constructed, the states had all the power in their state constitutions. You see clearly how whiteness and really white maleness was the standard for each state, essentially, as what a citizenship or what a citizen is. And it's mainly in the southern states. When I looked at the northern states, I didn't see that as much. Some of these states, they were still using common English law. And so I brought that up in the past where I talked about how, these terms, freedmen, these are common English law terms that go back to Roman law terms. It's all connected because they're all essentially built on top of each system gets built on top of the other system. And this is how Europeans work. You see it in their religions. They take paganistic themes and ideologies and they meld them into whatever religion that they're taking over, Christianity, whatever the case may be. And that's how they absorb those populations into whatever survives. And that's the same thing in terms of the way these laws and these governments have been constructed. They essentially take what they already know and improve upon it, build upon it, et cetera, et cetera. So in Oregon, and I'm going to find that thread so I can put it up in the Jumbotron. It was the only state where they were able to essentially outlaw black residents. And even though they had some, they did actually have some, wasn't a complete ban, quote unquote, but the federal government accepted them as a state, even though they had this very unique ban, quote unquote, written into their constitution. All the other ones had to change the wording and make it basically neutral, so that ultimately Black Americans could assert our full citizenship rights.
You know what? Look at the state of Utah, right? Utah couldn't become a state for many, many, many years because the federal government didn't like the fact that they were practicing polygamy in the state of Utah. I mean, in the territory of Utah. But in the late 1800s, let's say 1890s, right? Utah, they applied for statehood for the 100th time, right? And the federal government said, okay, you want to be a state, you want statehood. Okay, for you to be a state, your leadership has to what's that word? Have to denounce polygamy. If your church, if the state of Utah the territory of Utah denounce polygamy, then we were consider Utah becoming a state. Their organization, their leadership got together. They voted to abolish polygamy within the Mormon Church. And then I think a year later, or 8 months later, a year later, they became a state. So the federal government, they had different standards, for different states to become a state.
Yeah, and so, wow. So that's one of those things where it was taken out of the state constitution or out of the laws, but it still was practiced. And I think the same goes for or enslavement in some way, shape, and form, because in the deep South, whether you call it sharecropping or just slavery by a different name, debtor slavery or whatever you want to call it. And that's the thing about this system, this European system, this degenerate system, is that if you watch it and you track it over time, you will see how it evolves and mutates over time. It doesn't really change. The wording changes, but the reality of the condition of the people or the situation essentially remains the same. And you have this incrementalism that they like to dole out to Black Americans specifically. Incrementalism, where you're just getting a little bit, but you're moving in such small baby steps that over multiple generations, you don't really ever notice the change, to be quite honest. And this is why today we're headed towards negative wealth. Man, we're headed to some dark times, because the reality is the cost of everything is going so way up that we may not be able to afford to live in this country, let alone feed ourselves in this country. People that are at the margins, and again, this is where they have all the control, so they'll be able to say, well, you'll have to live here. You'll have to use this digital currency in order to get food. You'll have to buy this lab-grown meat because that's the only meat that we're making available to you. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this is how this system, which is designed to assimilate, and assimilate is really, in my opinion, another term for genocide, where you essentially strip a population of everything, all its culture, and you try to turn it into something that it's not. But this is how it operates. Okay, we got Miss Georgia up. Let me send some shout outs. TJB, MF Kush, I believe that's what, MF Kush, Professor, and Yuri. Again, this is going to be a safe space where we essentially are looking at how do we get to a revolutionary strategy, plan, whatever you want to call it, that moves us from just talking about these things over and over and over again. Now, our original plan when Twitter Spaces opened up about a year ago was to use this as a beacon, as a microphone for a year, and that year will be up pretty soon, to get our message out and try to get as many people on board as we can, and then move towards actual physical on the ground work. And that for us, well, for me, starts in spring of 2023. So it's just a few months away, and just trying to get people in the mindset of supporting the revolution or becoming a revolutionary. I know a lot of people are talking about different things like federal protections and running a bunch of candidates. And I have opinions about those two things specifically, because a lot of people seem to be hanging their hat on those two things specifically. And we can discuss those two things. But also, if you have a plan, a strategy, or something that you think we haven't done, or something you think we can do, feel free to come up and talk about it. Miss Georgia.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I've seen now. I'm with the plan that we had originally. I've seen a lot of people say they were moving down south recently since Twitter opened up, and I've been seeing people I've never seen before. I saw that there was one person was saying, let's move to the Dakotas because I guess the land is like really, really, really cheap there. I think
South Dakota.
we are. I think we're trying to do all of the above. I think we're trying to move people to a certain spot and run for office, learning civics, etc. My only issue is that we're not looking at voters. We're looking at people versus looking at voters. And that's the only thing that I kind of have a little bit of a hang up on. But that's all I wanted to say right now.
Okay. Man, thank you for that. So I'll start with the Dakotas. I spent a winter in North Dakota, Fargo, North Dakota, at a truck stop. It was 20 degrees below, and my truck, the belt for the radiator popped, so I didn't have heat in the truck. It was the worst nights I ever had in my life, to be honest, in the cold. It is ridiculously cold up there in the wintertime. The problem with the interior of the United States when you're up against a border of another country is you are landlocked. You don't have access to international trade. Even trying to fly stuff in and out, you have to fly over the continental U.S., and that puts you in a disadvantage militarily, logistically, in so many different ways. You want to have access to the ocean, one, because there's food in the ocean, and you can trade directly with the rest of the planet, and you could fly right into the ocean and not necessarily have to cross over other states. So there's a lot of reasons why we focus on the southeastern U.S., and we believe that Africa is a natural trading partner. And when I say Africa, I mean sub-Saharan Africa, and the countries that would be favorable, where we could develop relationships and partnerships, as well as other countries, but definitely with some African countries for sure. In terms of the voting, focus on the voting. So the Black State of America plan only focuses on the numbers that are involved with the voters. So when we say Delaware, we need 300,000 voters, we mean 300,000 voters, because we know that that's enough to take over the entire state government. When we look at the primaries, it's about half that number. And we know that when we say, because this was married black parents was really good at this information. Whenever we say 300,000 voters, we know that means there's going to be families, there may be singles, there may be a husband and wife or boyfriend and girlfriend, and so that means that they're going to have children with them. So even though we say 300,000, we understand that may mean 500,000 or so people. But our calculations are really about the voters, because at the end of the day, we are results oriented and we're really data driven. And so we really do focus in on the numbers that matter for the strategy that I have for Delaware, especially. It's all about the numbers.
Hey, Black, I did my research on the Rocky Mountain states, because I can see how people can see the Rocky Mountain states as feasible, because of course the population very small. The state of Wyoming, which is the smallest state when it comes to population, they only have 500,000 people. So 6 or 700,000 Black Americans moving to the state of Wyoming, they can take super majority population of that state. However, you talking about the weather, being landlocked, right, being far from a seaport, have no access to a major airport within that region. Also, it's difficult to grow crops in those areas. I mean, I think you have to have incredible skills to be a farmer in the Rocky Mountain states, or there are farmers there, but I think you have to have amazing skills, and then the type of crops that you will be growing is going to be mostly grain type crops. It won't be vegetables; it'll be grains, which are they called commercial crops. So, yeah, I land my plan there.
Not only that, but we know the federal government owns like what 50% of that land and out there, and then on top of that, there's not the infrastructure.
Absolutely.
The infrastructure is not in the ground already. So you're really talking about going to raw land and essentially trying to move whatever thousands of people, if not millions, to a area of the country where there's not a lot of power generation. There's not a lot of plumbing, and there's not a lot of gas in the ground already. So we're moving to places where there is power generation, there is infrastructure in the ground, there is all of the comforts, quote unquote, that our population is used to, and there are jobs as well. Another important aspect of moving to a location is, are jobs readily accessible within an hour's drive? Because I live in a city where there's tunnels, there's bridges, and essentially the house that I bought and lived in for 20 plus years, it took an hour to get to work every day. In some cities, it takes a little bit longer than that, and this is all based on traffic, not necessarily on the drive time. Because if there's no traffic, I could get to and from in 15 or 20 minutes, but there's just that added time for traffic. So you got to look at everything. It's really got to be 360 degrees, and not just a circle, but a sphere. So you're really talking about an infinite circle where you're looking everywhere, up, down, left, right, and thinking about what's in the ground, thinking about what's in the sky. Just think you got to really have a comprehensive package. But I have heard that northwest, although we know the American Redoubt, which is Nazi land, which is white nationalist land, that's where it's at, out in the northwest. That's a whole nother reason why I wouldn't want to live out there. But to each his own, I guess.
Hey, look, the Rocky Mountain space reminds me of Russia, right? people that come from that Caucasian mountain region, the Ukraine, Russia, right? The Rocky Mountain state would be perfect for them because the same weather, the same type of land, to grow crops. They're used to that type of environment. So, but for us, right, the Rocky Mountain states are a terrible environment for Black Americans. Look, the infrastructure in the South, right? There are 21 nuclear power plants in the eight southern states, right? There are 32 oil refineries. A lot of them are like in Orleans, Arkansas, Mississippi. So those are infrastructure that we can turn resources to value added type of resources.
Agreed. So we got 3 hands up. I do not remember who's first. I think Professor hasn't had a chance to speak. We'll let him go first, and then we'll go DC Scotty and Black Panther. I don't know what that noise is. If it sounds like something crazy happening. Okay, we got Professor up.
Yeah, what's up there, Black Majority, man? Good to see you, bro, as always. Great space. And what's up there, Black American? How you doing, bro? And to everybody in the space, man, I hope everybody have a wonderful break time, wonderful holiday time. Whether you celebrate Thanksgiving or not, just whatever you did with your family or whatever the case may be, peace, power, and reparations. That's what this is all about.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, Black Majority, I have said in most of the spaces that I've been in is I think our people should come back here to the South, which is where I'm at. I'm in the South. I'm in Alabama. Majority of Black Americans have moved back here already. I know I have had family members that lived in New York, ones that lived out in California, which, as we all know, California pretty much has been taken over by the Browns, the Hispanics.
Mm-hmm.
New York, long time ago, was taken over by all kinds of groups. Most Black Americans in New York have come back down here. So if you have the majority of the dark-skinned, melanated people that have come back here, this is where we probably need to come and just build our power base, everybody, because this is what it's going to be all about, is population.
Mm-hmm.
Your population is what's going to build the power. We come here, we can gatekeep, keep the Hispanics from taking this over, because hell, they already taking over all the other cities around the country, all out in the West, with California out there. They taking over up in New York. They up in all up in Baltimore. So they all over the place. And then, of course, in Texas, they gotten half of Texas, from my understanding. Not all of Texas, but they gotten half of Texas.
Just about all of it.
Yeah. Hell yeah. So here in the Southeast, they have not taken over. They are here, but they have not taken over. So therefore, this is where Black America would be better off building the stronghold. And this is what I'm talking about when we're talking about population. That's what it's all about, y'all, because you got to have population in order to have the power. And that's what we're going to also be able to take people from our power group, our power base, and put them into different positions, commissioners, put them on public service commissions, put them on the governors, state legislatures. We put them in all the different power positions where we can have some control over laws and policies. That's what I'm talking about, y'all. Our family is here. Our majority of the Black American family is here. So I would say everybody needs to come this direction. I can't think of a city right now up north that's really just controlled by the Blacks or have a majority of Black, right? Unless it's Detroit. I think Detroit's still has a majority of black population there. But everybody else is pretty much mixed in now. I don't even know if Baltimore is controlled by the black population anymore. I'm just not sure. I think every this Hispanic group had just come in and taken over everything. And so here in the South, this is where we're gonna have our best chance of building something, and we can gatekeep it and keep the Hispanics from coming in and just taking it over. I land my plane there.
Hey, Professor, absolutely. Look, I want you to take this into account, right? You're right. A lot of Black Americans are already in the South. However, do you know that there's actually more Black people living in the state of Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Missouri, Indiana, more people, Black people live in those states than in the 8-state southern region. That means that we have much more potential to have a supermajority Black state, as if those Blacks from those states I mentioned in the North will also come down. You know, we talking about additional 12, 13, 14 million people. If those people come back down to the South, right, then we can have 60, 70, 80% supermajority Black population of the South. I land my plane.
Hey, I like that idea, man. And see, that's the thing. If we can keep control of some of those areas, you know, outside of the South, that would be great too. We can build, you know, keep a stronghold in Indiana. We can keep a stronghold up in Michigan. I mean, wherever we can keep a stronghold and we don't have the Hispanics come in and just take over, then I'm all for it. But I think we're going to have our power base in the South because this is where the majority of the family is. And so we can just really build up all of our military, we can do trade here, you know, like what Black majority was saying, because we'd be close to the ocean. It's just a lot of things we can think about with the South because one, I know we were talking about growing your own crops. The South is where it's at. I mean, then you got to think about the fact that, hey, with the South, majority of Black people come from here anyway because of slavery. So, hey, at the end of the day, most of us are returning back home. And this is where a lot of our families have been buried. Family members have been buried here in the South. So therefore, this is where we belong. And we just want to gatekeep it to make sure that another group that has taken over California like they have over there, we just don't want them to come in here and take this over because this is ours. And for the white people that continuing to allow those browns to come in here, hey, they don't understand they're doing more harm to themselves more so than they are us. Because see, you letting all these browns in, these browns eventually they're gonna think to themselves, hey, well, if we can get more and more of our people in here, we'll take all of it over. Hell, we'll take it over from the white people too. Cause we don't give a fuck about them, you know, for real. Because a lot of, if you go back through history, y'all, remember the Hispanics for the longest felt like when you think about Texas, and I think what is it, Arizona, Nevada, all of that used to belong to Mexico. They want all of that back. I mean, they really do. They want all of that back, and so they don't have any respect for these white people over here. But see, white people keep letting them in here because they're trying to do something to take us out of the picture. They want to remove us from history, but you can't remove us from history, baby. You can't do it. We've been here forever. You know, and you have tried all kinds of stuff to get us out the way, but you can't do it. No matter how much they have thrown at us, you know, all the lynchings, the torture, the slavery, the bondage, the Jim Crow laws, the black codes, all of this that they have thrown at Black America, and we still here. You know, so and I'm not saying that Some of us haven't, a lot of us have fallen. But at the end of the day, they have done everything they could to get rid of the entire population, like they did the Native Americans, which they pretty much got rid of all of them. But they couldn't get rid of us. And they're never going to be able to get rid of us. I land my plane there.
Agreed. We got DC Scotty, I believe, and then TJB.
Hey, I believe Black Panther Party was ahead of me, if they still want to speak.
Yeah, let's get them up here. Okay, yeah, he dropped down. Okay, Black Panther Party, you got it.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. How do you feel about a physical?
You broke up there. A physical.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Could you please repeat it?
Yeah, physical revolution, like guns, bombs.
Okay. That is a good question, and I'm glad you asked it. We do try to address it when we get the opportunity. What I suggest people do is go to YouTube, and I'll try to find the post where I put this up in the YouTube before. But go to YouTube, look up Vice. Vice, they do. They have reporters who are embedded with U.S. military, and they document what war zones look like. And we've had, essentially 20 years of war zones over in Afghanistan and other places like that. And so you get a really good visual of what it looks like when you have a population of children and elders that are essentially caught in the middle of a conflict. And when there are little boys, quite literally little boys, who have to pick up weapons and fight because the numbers of the men are no longer large enough to continue the fight. Please look at that. I'll put it up in a jumbotron. I'll actually try to send it to you so that we can all be on the same page when it comes to that kind of conflict. The thing about the United States is this: they don't have to have conflict with us. They can starve us out. They can shut off the resources. They can stop filling up the grocery stores, and within a matter of weeks, we will be starved out. So I don't think that's personally, I don't think that's a plan. I think the plan is to get control over the system, which we can do in a very nonviolent, very coordinated, organized way, much like the Black Panther Party was trying to do when they started running people for elections. The only difference is we understand, based on the history, that we have to concentrate our population in order to get all of the power within the state, the counties, and the local governments. And then we are on equal footing as much as we possibly can be with the United States government. Now, does that mean we want to go to war then? No, absolutely not. But we'll be in a much better position because we will have the ability to have a standing army. And so that's where we're at with that. Black American Homeland, if you want to address that.
Yeah. I'm not for military conflict. However, I remember when I visited Zimbabwe, right, in the mid '90s, right, and I was talking to Zimbabweans, and how in the 1980s, right, Rhodesia, Zimbabwe was called Rhodesia. Rhodesia was controlled by a white minority. They control the economy, the military, the police, the government. They can control everything. The Mugabe, who started his own rebel group probably in the late 70s, early 80s, he went to war against the white minority government, right? The government, they tried to starve the Zimbabwean Africans out. They couldn't do that. They couldn't starve them out. They tried different tactics to what's the word, to get the black African to capitulate, but they couldn't do it. By the late 80s, early 90s, right, the Mugabe and his military, they defeated the Rhodesian government. Mugabe became the president of Rhodesia. He changed the name to Zimbabwe, and then many of the white Zimbabwean Africans, white European, they moved to the neighboring state, South Africa. So I know. So military conflict. I mean, I don't think we need to do that. I think there's an easier way. I think taking supermajority and political control of states through peaceful democratic means, I think that is the best way and the sure way. We want to have legitimacy. We want to do it legally. And I land my plane there.
Yeah, do you know how many casualties were in that conflict?
Of course, the Africans had the most casualties, but it was probably less than 20, 30,000. It wasn't a lot. I mean, that's a lot, 20, 30,000. Definitely less than 100,000. I need to look at my notes again.
Yeah, understood. So,
I forget, Mugabe, he was supported by the Chinese and the Russians, and the Rhodesian white minority government. Even though the United States and Great Britain, they didn't. What's that word? They didn't say, "Hey, we're going to support the Rhodesian government," but they probably did it from. Look, there's a number of former Vietnam vets that went to Rhodesia and fought with the Rhodesian government to defeat the black majority, but they lost as well. So yeah, many of the white supremacy groups went to Rhodesia and they lost.
Interesting. So there's two things. I believe in the 90-20 rule, or the 90-10 rule, I'm sorry, which says that only 10% of the population is going to actually take revolutionary action. Even within groups, you're likely to only have 10% of that group that actually are going to be what in the streets you call the rioters, or the oh man, what's the word? There's the shooters, quote unquote. It's not going to be everybody that takes that position. So you start shrinking the numbers and shrinking the numbers and shrinking the numbers. And whenever I've asked, and this was a while ago on Twitter, I asked somebody, hey, let's war game it out. Because the first thing you have to have is you have to have the ability to communicate, and you have to have control over your communications, which we likely will not have. You have to.
We have that. It's easy. We through satellite and internet and all that good stuff. We will have communication. Look, I did my research and all these things. Right. We communication would be easy. Right. Countries like look, man. There's a lot of countries that want to see America fail. There's many countries, from China to Russia to India. There's many countries that want to see America fail. There's many countries that want America to go to war. They want America to get into a civil war. because they know if Americans fight among themselves, right, that gives them the opportunity to step in and become a world power. These are Russia, China, India, and certain other countries, right? They want America to go into conflict. So if Black Americans do go into conflict with white Americans, right, there will be countries outside that will want to support different groups. However, but this is the most important thing. This is the most important thing, right? There won't be conflict in it. There won't be a war conflict in America because of this very reason, right? All the world, the different countries, the different billionaires and millionaires, and the different people around the world, they have investments in the United States. The United States carries the investment of the world. So really, the world does not want America to go to war because they will lose their investment in the United States. If you guys can understand that.
Okay, yep, I understand what you're saying. Let me go back to the communication aspect of it. So, we're talking about a guerrilla warfare against a superpower, and we will not have communications for a very long period of time because we don't control the satellites, we don't control the networks. Not only even if we had it, they would hack into it, because this is what's going on in Ukraine today. It's what's happened throughout wars, over the history of wars, where the United States has intercepted communications, because that's a major aspect of war. So even if we had it, they would intercept it. And it's not likely that they would have it, because their strategy would be containment. Their strategy wouldn't be to decimate us, because that would not look good. It just wouldn't play well on the global stage. To your point about Russia and China and all these other countries, it would give them ammunition in order to, you know, speak negatively about the United States. So they would not do that. On top of that, half the U.S. military is Black Americans, just about. So you'd have a conflict of interest with the Black soldiers that are enlisted going against their own people. That would create a line that many would not cross. So you have that issue. However, you still can starve the population out. You can cut off the power. You can cut off the water. You can essentially render a population back into the Stone Age. And once the food is gone, guess what?
It's not that. No, it's much more Look, Black. You got to understand, Black. I went to several war-torn countries. It's not that simple, right? I was in Angola when they was in war, man. Look, Angola. Look, you had two sides in Angola, right? The United States, they supported one side, and the Chinese and the Russians and they supported another side, right? They tried all these different things, right? And many times, right, the superpower they were unsuccessful, right? The superpower, they couldn't destroy even look, Angola only had a population in the mid 1990s about less than 10 million people, and the Cubans, the Russians, the Americans, the Chinese, the South Africans, right? You know, of course, they supported different sides, right? They had difficulty trying to control that country. You know, I mean, it was very complex. So what I'm trying to say is, right, the water systems, right, they're not controlled by the federal government, right? All of these are state and local systems, right? So it won't be easy to turn off the water. It won't be easy to turn off the power because the power system is also controlled by many different entities, right? And to me, right, and of course,
what
when
are you
have
talking about?
a group that is already there, I mean, for them to want to turn off the system, that means that the population, the black, has to be like, I mean, in the South has to be 90% black already.
What are you talking about? Hold on.
Living in the same
Okay.
region.
Hold on. I think you're I think you're explaining something that's not about the topic that we're talking about. We're talking about an insurgency, a guerrilla war against the United States of America, not about black majority states or anything like that. We're talking about, I mean, the Black Panther Party person came in and asked about a conflict against the U.S. So we're talking about looking at guerrilla warfare, and I don't even know what the numbers would be. I can't imagine any more than a few thousand, to be perfectly honest. But we're looking at it from that aspect where you got a few thousand diehard soldier types who are saying, okay, it's time to do whatever we're going to do. We're tired of walking around with our AR-15s and marching and dressing alike. We're actually going to do something. And then they do it, and they're hoping that people will join them as they have some level of success. What I'm saying is that is easy to crush, quite literally.
Well, a guerrilla warfare, right? You're gonna have people working during the day and being guerrilla fighters at night. This type of thing.
What are you talking about? Hold on. Let me say this: the city of Boston and the surrounding area was shut down because two, I guess, Muslim terrorists used what looked like pot bombs, and they went house to house. Like our imaginations may not understand, but I've been looking at these old videos of Cleveland when they sent the National Guard in, of Detroit when they sent the National Guard in. Quite literally, it would not take them more than 72 hours to shut an entire city down and go from house to house, building to building, lock it all down, law enforcement and all levels of military personnel to find the people that they're looking for. I just don't understand why it's any more complicated than that.
Well, okay, in the Philippines, right? In the Philippines, there's a Muslim group, right? They want their own country within the Philippines, right? The government has been fighting these Muslim groups for at least 20, 30 years since Marcos left the presidency. So let's say the mid 80s, right? The Philippine government got troops in Mindanao, right? The Muslim population, they use guerrilla tactics to the only thing they can really do is bomb critical infrastructures like utility poles and
man, you just don't understand what's going on here.
And maybe malls and things like that. That's the only thing they can do. That's why even in Metro Manila, where I live, right, every mall has military, well, not really military anymore, but security guards, armed security guards at every entrance of a mall, right, to deter any type of violence in Metro Manila. But look, it's not that simple to go house to house and find people and things. It's just not that simple. It takes. Look, man, I seen all this, man. You would think it would be easy to crush a insurgent group, but it's not. It can take 20, 30, 40 years.
Can I say something? We don't want to do. I don't know what all of y'all are talking about, but if y'all are thinking about going to war and all of this stuff, I don't want to be a part of nothing like that. I thought we was discussing how to build revolution or just talking. It seemed like we doing a lot of talking. So
yeah, a young lady earlier, she came with she said, did we ever thought about a armed conflict? And I say no, we are not interested in the armed conflict. I'm just saying what I have experienced in many countries. I lived in 30 different countries. I've been to many war-torn countries. I've been to many third world countries. And those just my experience that I'm conveying to you. That's all. But I am totally against any type of armed conflict.
Okay, thank you. Because I think that's all we should have said was just no. We are not interested in that.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm even though I'm totally against it. However, I am a thinking person, and I ran different scenarios in my mind. It's just in case something does happen. What do I think? What do we need to do? Actually, being a man, wanting to protect my family and my friends and my people, I do have to have some type of idea what a armed conflict would look like. So even though I do not want armed conflict, but I do have to think about it, and I do think about it a lot. So I'm just you just have to think about these things. I have a family, so I think about these things. Go ahead, Black.
Okay, thank you, Miss Georgia, for coming up and addressing that. Yeah, this is a point of contention where we'll just not agree because, the thing about the United States and these wars dating back to even Vietnam is that the rules of engagement were such as that their hands were tied. They could not go in and literally decimate the population in a way that they normally would do. And knowing these people, having studied these people, having understood and understand how they have treated our ancestors, our people, how they will continue to attempt to destroy us through subversive methods of genocide. They will have no holds barred. There will be no gloves. You'll have citizens, quite literally, all these militia groups out and about, and it'll be nothing short of hell on earth for the people who come together in a large group and decide that this is the way that they want their life to end. And I'll just end it with that. I believe DC Scotty and then TJB.
Thanks, peace to the room. Actually, I had two questions, but I'll start off with just one. When let's say we are able to populate one of the southern states and your plan, how do you plan to kick out the Republican state legislature? Would that involve some form of running our own candidates, or how would that work? Because I guess we're making the assumption that Black Americans who move to one of these states will also be ideologically aligned for our own interests. So that was the first question that I had.
Okay, hey, DC Scotty, what I would advocate for is first, Black Americans, right? We create our own political party. That's number one. You have to have your own political party. When we take supermajority of a state, we don't want to be part of the Democrat Party because that means that the elites that control the Democrat Party, they will still have say in a supermajority Black state. therefore, the best thing to do if we have our own political parties, right? We have members. The members vote on the agendas and the policies of, that is within the interests of Black Americans, right? And then our candidates, and then we recruit candidates, political candidates that will run in different for position from governor all the way to dog catcher, right? And they have to, what's the word? They have to support and the agendas of what the Black members voted on, right? We the members of the party, we all agree on certain policies and agendas, and then the candidates, they going to I just can't think of the word. They going to push the agenda and the policy of that Black political party. I think that's the way we do it. We have supermajority of the votes, and I think the supermajority should be at least 60 to 66% of the vote. And with 66% of the vote, we will have veto-proof majority or control of those states. I land my plane.
Okay. So I'll say it like this. The second part, which was, we are assuming that the people that are going to move there are ideologically matched up with us. So it's probably that idea is probably better applied to the people who already live there. I've talked to several different people who tell me in some of these southern states there is this embedded population of, whether they're diehard Democrats or whatever the case may be, they may not be fully comfortable with a Black majority state. And that requires education, advocacy, face to face interactions, conversations that extend over, long periods of time. These elections happen essentially every couple of years, although there are some off year elections. And so, what you're essentially trying to do is build an organization that is reaching out to people face to face, having conversations, trying to understand how they think, why they have reservations, and trying to address their issues and concerns. But the people moving in, and if they're moving in based on the information that we are giving them, such as in the state of Delaware, they're moving in for that purpose because they have no other reason, to be quite honest, to move into a state such as Delaware. Because outside of Georgia, Florida, and Texas, there's not a whole lot of our population that's moving into the other states that we really are focused in on in large numbers. So they're going to be moving to the states that we are trying to advocate for because we're giving them the information and they're politically motivated. So education advocacy kind of solves the second part. The first part is just elections. When you have the numbers, which we do have, we posted these numbers a while back, and they were just based on getting to a 60% Black majority, which means that we are 60%. Every other demographic is 40%. Just by sheer having 20% more population, and this is within the voters, not the general population, but this is the voting population. So by having a 20% margin of victory in the voting population, doesn't matter what ideology the rest of the 40% are, because we're going to slaughter them by 20% because we have the advantage. So that's the whole point of the strategy, is to have a voting majority of 60%. And then doesn't matter what, if the Republican, Libertarian, Green Party, Democrat, none of that really matters. I take the path of establishing a Black Political Action Committee and a Black Political Action Super PAC, and using those organizations to essentially attach yourself to the voting party that our population votes for, which is the Democrat Party. Essentially a Tea Party strategy where you attach yourself to that party to get the votes, because our people are going to vote when they see the blue or they see the D next to their name, no matter what, quite literally. And over time, which is what many politicians have done in this country, they've either moved to an independent or they moved to another party. And I think recently there were a few who switched from Republican to Democrat, or they're talking about it. So you want to get in office, get control, and then start navigating away from whatever these white controlled parties are. Now, that means, one, you're not going to get support from the Democrat Party. You're not going to put any money into your campaign. You're going to have a Black agenda, which is your platform. That's going to be on the website. It's going to be in your talking points. It's everything on as far as the way you run, and your ideology is going to be Black majority, Black agenda. However, our goal is not to run campaign ads. Our goal is to help facilitate our voters moving into the state. We're not looking to fish for votes. We're not looking to buy votes. We're not looking to spend money on securing votes in the traditional manner. We're looking to get in front of people and talk to them face to face, explain to them exactly what we're doing, why we're doing it, why it's so critically necessary, and then help them make the decision that is best for themselves and their future generations, and then work together to say, on November such and such, the first Tuesday, we're all voting for these people, this group of people, because these are the people who are from the state. And that's another thing that needs to be understood. In most of these states, they have a residency requirement for local, county, and state offices. So you have to get local candidates. If it's a federal position, you just have to be a U.S. resident and you have to meet the age requirements. But for all the governor and state legislators, etc., there is usually some residency requirements. And so you're going to be working with the local people who are already connected to the community and just helping them understand that we have a Black agenda that should be exciting, and then understanding how we plan to achieve our goals, and that should be exciting. And then the only real important part of where we're going to spend our resources is helping people who want to vote and move into the state. And that's pretty much the strategy as I see it, based on all of these elections that I've watched. I've watched, there's a Black political party. They're registered with the FEC. They can run candidates anywhere in the country. I watched them run a handful, like 5 or 6 different candidates in different states. And then we've had our reparation candidates, was like 4 or 5 candidates, and seeing how they operated, what they were up against, starting with a new Black party right out the gate is the harder way to go, less efficient way to go. And this, I have evolved on this. You're still going to have the foundations of the party, but you're going to use the strategy that the libertarians use, the Democratic Socialists use, the Tea Party uses. You're going to use the strategy that has been proven to be successful in the past, and just use that to our advantage. TJB.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I just had a question because it was about revolution, and I was like, I think this word been spoken about before. Let's say the Haitian Revolution, like when anything happens, do you ever think that like somebody will ever have this? How dare you? You know what I mean? Separate the country. How dare you? You know what I mean? They have that kind of a reaction to this whole thing happening.
Hey, man, that's a great question. I think about that every day. I swear to goodness. You know, because I deliver fuel all over the area that I live in, and I'm around all these different people. And I know there are going to be people, there's something called respectability politics. So even if you paint it with a pretty brush and glitter and make it look shiny, you're still going to have people that are going to hate you, vehemently hate you, and want to kill you, quite literally and quite honestly. So you can take the respectability politics angle, but you're probably not going to excite the voter base that we need. So you got to take more of a stern approach to it. And here's the thing, we are American citizens. We have all of the protections of the U.S. Constitution. We are supposed to get equal protection under the law and equal treatment. The problem with the system is they control it and they have discretion at every level of the system. And there's no authority to hold them accountable for when they use their discretion to essentially reassert white privilege in this society. And there's two ways to have this conversation with them. However, what they think does not really matter. What they do only matters in as much as they can create obstacles, but they cannot stop a population that is intent on moving and becoming the majority. And the proof in that is the way the Mexican population is reclaiming the southwestern United States. We are two different populations. We have two different histories with the country. However, you can watch what is occurring over there and understand fundamentally there's nothing that this population, the white society, can do to stop it. And in fact, they've taken the tact of, okay, let's embrace it. Let's try to get out ahead of it. Let's try to marry up with these people. And essentially, they're using them to essentially marginalize us, push us further down the totem pole, further down into the abyss. And if we don't do something dramatic, you know, we'll be more than just homeless. You know, we'll be more than just second or fourth class citizens. Some of us will still get to rise up through the ranks, of course, because that's the way the system is designed. But for most of us, the masses, it's going to be devastating. We need state authority. We've trusted these people for 400 years, 4 centuries. We did a space where I talked about nearly $6 quadrillion US dollars of economic activity over the next 100 years based on an inflationary rate of 12%, which is the historical inflationary rate, and our GDP and our income, and et cetera, our population growth. It's likely much more than that, but we sacrificed that and we what's the word I want to use? We forfeit that over to white society if we don't get control over these states, because the states control the budgets. And it's a state budget, taxes, revenue, and there's a federal budget that comes into the states. And we have to get control over all of it. Otherwise, you know, much like the American Revolutionary War, it was fought over taxation without representation. Well, we have a Congressional Black Caucus that is telling us, I posted it recently, the same letter they had last year, only difference is the population is higher, where they said last year they represent about 75 million non-Black people. Now they're saying they represent 82 million non-Black people. So their concern is not for Black America. They're not here to represent Black America. They're more concerned with representing everyone else. and using Black America to get into these districts and get these win these elections so that they can give all of the benefits to everyone else.
Hey, Black, I have a question for TJ or DC Scott or Georgia or Professor or anyone that want to answer this. What state institution you think has the most negative effect on the Black population within the state? A state institution. What I mean by state institution, what are the state institutions? State institution could be the police department. A state institution can be the public school system. The state institution can be the state university and state colleges. A state institution can be the state prison system. A state institution can be the state court system, state and local court system. So the state has many institutions that we have to deal with almost every single day. But if we can control the state and take control of those institutions, then those institutions can work within our benefit. So this is the reason why political control of the state is very important. Go ahead.
Oh, that's a good question.
I think it's, I'm just going to throw some out here because I don't actually know which one hurts us the most. I know many that do, but maybe some of these planning commissions, transportation planning commissions, that basically plan the gentrification of our neighborhoods, right? Because gentrification is the private entities often with public support. It's not like old urban renewal and eminent domain, which came, directly from the local government. We have private entities coming in and circling Black neighborhoods, raising the prices, driving up the price, forcing them to move out. So it's a lot. I'm really just learning about this because I'm trying to get more involved in my own community, trying to figure out what are the levers that I can pull. Where can I be that has the most impact? Because I'm only one person. I only have so much time. So, but yeah, that and also I'm learning more about the police departments collaborating with developers to harass Black people, Black businesses and so on. So it seems to be developers are causing a lot of issues, and they're getting local politicians are getting kickbacks from these entities. So,
no question, no doubt.
I'm gonna throw it out there for you guys, where it really is the major hitter in your state legislature for the South. That's where you got your heavy hitters at. I did an internship here in Alabama years ago. I'll tell you how old I am, but it was years ago while I was in college for the Alabama State Legislature. These are the folks that control the money. Okay? So who holds the money or controls the money has the power. Okay? Because this is where your county commissions and your city or municipalities get their money from the state legislature. That representative that represents that district in that city or in that county, that's where that money is going to be coming from. And if you, just like you said, DC Scott, about the developers, well, the developers go through the state legislature. Those planning commissions and all that, they meet right there at the state legislature with the local representatives about what they want to do. And they give them kickbacks. Okay? This is how all this is run, everybody. This is the game. It's not that governor that holds the power. And not to say the governor doesn't hold some power, of course. But it's your state legislature, just like Congress, your federal government, the Congress, the senators, and of course your House of Representatives. But the Senate, believe it or not, holds more power than the so-called House of Representatives. See, now you might ask the question, how do they hold that? They hold it because they're the ones that appoint the people to those circuit courts, or to those federal courts, excuse me. Not to mention, they the ones that also control the money too.
Mm-hmm.
See? So this is what it comes down to, folks. The people that make the laws and the people that hold the money or control the money are the people that have the most power. The developers would go to the state legislators and talk with them to get certain things done, and they give them kickbacks, and those state legislators are going to do what they want them to do. You know, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. As long as they can get those kickbacks, and they'll come in there and gentrify our neighborhoods and kick us out or whatever.
I've seen it happen.
That's how it's done, everybody.
Yeah, I agree. I've seen it happen. The neighborhoods that I grew up in, I used to ride my bike through, I used to shop in, completely gentrified, had a black representative, quote unquote, state, whatever he was. And he just sat back and let it all happen. And like you said, more than likely got something out of it, whether he bought a piece of property, you know, because there's different ways to do it to make it look good, make it look legal. You buy a little ran down piece of property and they pay you $1 million for it. Well, guess what? It looks good on paper. However, we all know what it is, right? So they know how to protect themselves, how to cover themselves, but that's essentially how it goes. So, Miss Georgia.
So where I live, okay, the first thing to know is that every city has something called a 20-year plan. Some cities have it online where you can look at it. The difference is understanding what they're talking about when they say it and what those code words mean. Because, yeah, that's the first thing. And the second thing is, I think it depends on where you live. Where I live, we have commissioners. And our commissioners handle, I guess, the money from that the state gives them, and plus our tax money or whatever. But they make the laws for our area, and they make the zoning and stuff for our area. And it's a lot of money that flow through there. And I've seen them make laws against like affordable housing. They make by saying stuff like you would have to really listen to them because it's kind of like they don't really even, in my opinion, they don't speak in layman's terms. Because I was listening to one of the meetings where this lady kept on saying, one of the commissioners kept saying, we only want from now on buildings, developers can only make buildings with stone. They can't use vinyl siding anymore. And she just kept saying it and saying it. So they made it a law. And then somebody stood up and said, well, what you're doing is you're going a roundabout way to say you don't want affordable housing. And if you use stone, you know, the housing is going to be a certain price. But I said all that. I hope you can still hear me. But I said all that. To say that levels. That's what I want to say. It's different levels. There's some at the local level where us as our commissioners, and then we do have state representatives that go to like I guess to Atlanta, and then we do have the state representatives that go to Congress, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I was just going to add to what she said. She's right about the county commission. Of course, the county commissioners don't actually make laws, by the way. They make a resolution or ordinance, and that's just like the city councilman, they make an ordinance. The people that hold the power that make the laws for the state are going to be your state representatives. So that's really where the power is at, because they control the money sent down to the county and to the cities. So that's where it's at, y'all. I mean, the county commissions have some power, no doubt about it. They talk directly with developers in the county to develop certain areas, but everything's got to run through that legislature for things to get rezoned and for laws to get changed. Okay, this is how it works, everybody. This is really going to be the same in every state. Everything gonna run through that state legislature. I don't care what state you in. That's where that power is at.
Yeah, let me say this. So because I spent a lot of time looking at zoning ordinances and like the main city and then all these little smaller boroughs and townships around it. And in this area, and this may be the model that is sort of being used across the country, but they're becoming very uniform, much like the uniform code, which essentially tells them how many fire exits you got to have, how much drywall, et cetera, et cetera. So there is this uniformity that is being orchestrated in this area. Now, if you get further out into like the country areas, you still have some towns that don't have zoning at all, but they always have used zoning as a tool, as a weapon and a tool. So everything's like dual-sided, like a blade. And this is where the discretion comes into play because, as Miss Georgia stated, where they can say, we don't want, or we want stone because they know that increases the price of the construction and will essentially make it such that you can't build affordable housing using a particular construction material. And that's a clever, it's a clever thing, right? They think they're really smart. They think they're really clever, but it's just an evolving. This is the evolving of white degeneracy, where they will always choose to use these laws, whatever they are, as a tool for themselves to help benefit themselves, or as a weapon against populations, which is essentially our population that they don't want around. And this is just how it works. So when people have this notion, because I mentioned this earlier, and anybody that would like to address this, feel free, about federal protections. And there's another one that's escaping me, but let's just focus on the federal protections. When people have this notion of federal protections, they can write that law. It can go through both houses of Congress. They can have this big ceremony, rib cutting, balloons go up in the air. President signs it, hands everybody a pen. Now what? All of these different layers, to Miss Georgia's point, they all have discretion, and they can use that law as a tool to help benefit themselves or as a weapon against us, because that is how the system is designed to operate. On top of that, a federal protection simply means the federal government, so that'll be federal employees, military, contractors, etc., and anyone on federal property will be subject to federal law. But if you are not on federal property and you do not work for the federal government, you are likely not to be subject to it. And the states, the counties, and these local jurisdictions can still choose with their discretion whether or not they're going to enforce these federal laws or not. There's nothing to compel them to actually enforce a federal protection. I think we got Kapoor and then DC Scotty.
Yeah, what's good with the fam? Basically, the answer to the question to the room is Black America building for a revolution or just talking to death. I think they both one and the same. I think revolution is a successful submersion back into the same circle that you was going on, for the previous 10 or 20 years. Now, I heard the brother Frederick speak about how could, we possibly defeat the enemy without going to physical conflict. And I think, it's quite simple. Instead of us acknowledging their courthouses or acknowledging their circuit court systems or county courthouse systems, we just build our own, because they really use the circuit court systems to kind of facilitate, their law enforcement agencies, but they are able to also use a lot of other different state agencies through the circuit court system to be able to take over property or land, or to be able to take over the physical body, because I myself, I have been kind of back and forth with the criminal process, and what I have learned is that the states, they, even if they accuse you of a crime, they still don't have the right to just take your physical body, because that's kidnapping. So instead, what they do with the Department of Correction system is they kind of trick you into signing a contract in which you give the jurisdiction of your physical body over to whatever state agency, being Department of Corrections. So, in so many ways, they create, each and every, interaction with them is some sort of contract, placing ourselves or binding ourselves under their little spiritual jurisdictions. And I think, when it comes to people moving, like, you can't stop people from migrating to a particular area. And, even if there is a conflict, it won't be a large scale conflict, because we the minorities in the large cities. So niggas in LA, they can't get to killing white folks in LA. That's a losing battle. Same thing in New York, same thing in Seattle. Unless you're in a city like Memphis or Atlanta or one of these down south cities, that might work in one of the large cities down south. But, when you look at that map, as far as the cities in the gray areas, is really, no other alternative but to migrate to one of those green counties in the south. And then, once we get to the green counties in the south, we got to realize a lot of our people locally hold positions that represent the state that's oppressing us. So they represent the white boy that got all these 100 acres with the catfish pond on it. But, my people, they hungry. We ain't even got a grocery store. So that's a problem. So how do we fix that? We teach the young man, we say, look here, young man, that's not the state of Mississippi land. That's our land. That's your land. And if you want some food, you got to go out there. You got to learn how to farm, fella. You got to learn how to catch them catfish and regrow them catfish. Because if you don't, you're going to starve. I mean, we in a position now to where, it'll be easiest to fight and to be like, well, we just going to pick on the white people around here and just run them out the Delta. But even then, we still got the situation where our people is still in their offices. So ultimately, the conflict is still going to be against white people when we're looking at the Green County. It'll be us against our own people. You feel me? So it's like, how do we create a situation in which we're not at war with family? In my opinion, the best way to do that is just to disregard it. You feel me? Instead of killing you, I just, not acknowledge that you exist, and I create my own thing. And if you can't acknowledge what I create, then, how do we have any respect for one another? Because that's ultimately what this all boiling down to. Do we respect ourselves to unify and create our own social economical system in which we can guarantee each and every individual got the resources that they need to live comfortably, to grow their family? Or do we want to create a system based on division and competition in which you limit it and what you can and can't get? Refer to Abraham Lincoln. He was pushing this whole idea of free labor, not slavery, free labor. Free labor, free access to resources. Free access to resources mean no homelessness, no poverty. You guarantee people land. You guarantee people a home. You eliminate homelessness. You eliminate poverty. You give people land. Now you give them something to do. Therefore, the economy is strong. I mean, it's simple. We just got to stop acknowledging the state of Mississippi as a real thing, because it's not. It's just an association. What is an association? A group of people. That's all it is. So technically, the boundaries of Mississippi don't even span here. It's all in their head. Ain't no physical boundary out here, and that's what we gotta realize as people. We the only ones that's limiting ourselves from actually coming together and forming our own country, because we're looking at all the ways in which we can be defeated instead of looking at all the ways in which we can come together. I land up.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I agree with that last sentence, man. We need to, man, put that up on the mantelpiece or something, because it really is a situation where I try to help people start thinking in terms of solutions versus thinking in terms of what can go wrong, because we essentially, and it's probably through the education, it's through popular culture, TV, movies, etc., where for whatever reason we have been trained to think in terms of woe is me, this is what's going to happen, like an Eeyore mindset where it's woe is me, I better not do that because this will happen, and if I do that, then that'll happen, and it's always a negative outlook instead of a positive outlook, where if a problem or an obstacle does come up, okay, let's think of ways to overcome that problem. There's always a solution. There's always a solution, and there's a political solution. I'm of the opinion when it comes to conflict to stay prepared to defend ourselves. Always be in a position to defend ourselves. And ultimately, if conflict comes, we're in the position to defend ourselves. But I'm never going to be the person who says we need to initiate conflict, because to me, that's just a trap. Just bottom line, it's just a trap. Um, there's something in the Jumbotron I want to point out before we get DC Scotty. This is from Crawford for NC. I believe he's a candidate who's running in North Carolina, and I believe it's lieutenant governor, if I remember correctly. And this is December 3rd at 12 noon, which I believe is next Saturday, in Bowling Green, Kentucky. There is a group, FBA Goddesses one. She's been posting about this. I met Dr. Malik Shabazz, solid brother. He's a part of the new Black Panther Party, and he's a former associate of Khalid Muhammad. Very solid. He's an attorney. And so I believe they're either planning some sort of a march or protest or something for this woman, Carolyn, who is involved in the Emmett Till assassination, essentially. And so I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. If you haven't had a chance to look at that and spread it out, so people are aware of what is going to be going on. I've seen posts from FBA Goddess. She's in front of what looks like a government building and speaking about this. So I don't know if they're already on the ground. They're going to stay there for a week or two, or what the case may be. But just wanted to let everybody know that that is going on as well. DC Scotty.
Yeah, thank you. Looks like Georgia and the other gentleman left the room. I was hoping to ask them, what do you think is the best course of action to determine the ways in which these people are talking about public housing, the code words, the best resource to try to get up on that, because I think it's really important. I was going to ask them, but they left the room, because both of them are correct. When you look at these planning commissions, they organize the neighborhood and district plans and comprehensive citywide downtown plans and zone mapping and code amendments and zone variance reviews. And they vote on all of these different things with some power from the legislature, and then the legislature votes on it to enact the plan. So it's like, it's both. It's like you can't really know what's going on unless you're at these commissions, listening to what they're saying, these planning commissions. And then, of course, the state legislature votes on enacting these plans after they come to their resolution. So it seems like you need to be aware of both. So I was just wondering, what do you think the best course of action is to kind of get up on the lingo, because this is new for a lot of people. I think Black Americans are really, really just now learning the broad set of subtle, economic forces that are gentrifying our neighborhoods. It's really complex. And I think we're now just starting to get a real grasp on it, because basically, the government's outsourced it. It used to be, de jure Jim Crow doing all this stuff and creating a framework for private actors. Now it's just private actors just kind of going about and just gentrifying our neighborhoods, and people don't really know how to stop it. So it's kind of a crazy situation.
Hey, DC Scotty, you know what? We're subjugated by thousands of agencies and institutions and
yes,
and the only way to take control of that is taking supermajority population and political control of the state.
Take control of everything.
If you take control of the state, then you control all the institutions and the agencies and commissions and regulation boards and the court system and the public school system and the police department. You take control of all of those institutions. So to answer your question, just taking control of the state. That's all you need to do. But take control of the state, and you will control everything within the state. I land my plane.
Yeah, you're right. And here's the thing. So I was trying to find a post where I talked about micro and macro. And we got DJ Sedge One in the building. He talks about being busy bees, and I've used that terminology as well. So what ends up happening is, and I think I talk about this in the book, but we get busy with micro issues, and they're very important issues. That the term micro doesn't take anything away from it. However, it keeps you in this perpetual loop of constantly being busy trying to put out these small fires. And what Black American Homeland is trying to tell us, and what I've been trying to explain to us, is while you're busy putting out these little fires, there's a volcano behind us that is shooting lava directly at us. There's a plume of lava headed in a direction. On the other side, there's a hurricane coming. There's an earthquake about to happen. In other words, everything is falling apart in so many different ways that, to be quite honest, we would be better served to simply abandon it all. And in my book, I talk about we have to abandon these states. We have to abandon these areas. Now, it's going to probably take our population several more years to catch up with understanding that that if you think about, there was a building in Miami couple of years ago that collapsed, and they had, I forget where these it was a bunch of foreigners staying there. I forget where they were from, but they all kind of piled into this hotel, and everything was fine for, I guess, the first couple of nights, and then all of a sudden half of the building collapsed. That is the situation that we're in, but we don't understand or appreciate it in that way. But that's a good visual to understand the situation that we are in. We are in a building that quite literally is going to collapse underneath us if we don't move out of the building. That's probably the best example I could give. You got it, TJB. I see DC Scotty. He might have got kicked out. These rooms are janky. Man.
All right. Okay. This may be it's not off topic, but it's just a little bit. I had to, bring this up. Everyone knows about the thing about the fall of empires and everything like that. You hear about that. People talking about America has had its, we've been around 250 years. And think about that for a second. You got Russia on one side, you got the illegal aliens on the other. You got China, doing their thing and everything like that. And then there's us. I mean, we don't have another country and everything like that, that we come from, like Mexicans have Mexico, China has China, the Chinese have China and everything. But, what do we do as far as everybody's sitting there? There's collapse thing going on, and we supposed to have this revolution because we're trying to save ourselves in a country that, doesn't even like support us like that in the first place,
Yeah, that's a really good question. So, in other words, why should we concentrate to save ourselves when the whole empire is collapsing all around us? Well, here's the thing about the United States and the Western world is that they have an alliance, the NATO alliance. And so these countries, or they have a treaty which essentially provides defense for each other, but it also provides financial protection for each other. In other words, if one of the member states in this NATO alliance is needs financial assistance, military assistance, whatever the case may be, they call a meeting, blah blah blah, council, whatever, and then they come up with a package. So the United States is not an island unto itself. It's really connected to Europe, the Western European hegemony that people talk about. So it's really it's really connected on a global scale. And so for me, I don't see this country collapsing. What I see is a time loop. And just like we had the pandemic, they had, I believe it was the Spanish flu 100 years ago, we are likely to go through a Great Depression, and it's likely to be timed very close to the last Great Depression. A lot of people don't really understand this. I've been hashtagging time loop for at least a year, if not longer. And so I believe we are in this cycle where we are going to come into a period of economic collapse. It's not going to collapse the country. It actually may bring about digital currency. They may just get rid of paper money and use that as the impetus for this digital currency, even though that's already on the way. It's already, they're already having committees about it in Congress. Usually it takes some cataclysmic event for people to accept it. And I believe that that is the thing that may end up occurring. To your point, in Oklahoma, farmers now facing diesel shortage. The shortage is more serious than most realize. Farmers can't make a profit on their winter crops, and some can't even get diesel to harvest. I deliver diesel and gasoline, and I was at a gas station a couple weeks ago. White guy in a little dump truck, really small dump truck, was like, damn, he's like, hey, yo, the price of diesel $6. Now, I'm literally delivering to these stores every day. I drive past a huge, like 50-foot sign that's lit up telling you the price of diesel, but I never pay attention to it because I don't have to buy it. You know what I'm saying? That's how most people are. So we're driving past these signs that are telling us, holy shit, the price of diesel was always right around $3. When I first bought my first truck, like 20 years ago, it was closer to $1. It's doubled in a year. That is going to eventually affect the cost of everything. It's going to have a major effect, and it may actually, like this guy's saying, affect their ability to get food. Another one of the gas stations I delivered to put up a sign saying they're limiting the amount of gas and or diesel fleet companies can get. So if you have, whatever, if you got a bunch of dump trucks and you got one of those fleet cards, they're saying you can only get a certain amount of gas a day or a certain amount of diesel a day. I've never seen that in my lifetime. It reminds me of the 70s when, whatever was going on with the Middle East and the oil and all of that, oil embargoes. Because what's happening, from my understanding, is everything that's going on in Ukraine is affecting what's going on over here. So
the world, man, is affecting the world.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry to cut you off, but in the Philippines and Southeast Asia, right? Diesel has went up 4 times. Food prices over here are very expensive. The dollar, the dollar in the Philippines used to be 40 pesos to $1. Now it's almost 60 pesos to $1. So that means that the American dollar is very strong right now, especially compared to other nations and third world countries, and whatever happens in the United States, it's going to have severe consequences on third world countries. So yeah, I feel it. I feel it every day in the Philippines. So yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no. Oh man, it's fine. It's fine. So yeah, so thanks for bringing a global perspective to it, because yeah, it's like when we catch a cold or whatever, that type of thing, the rest of the world is like really, really, really sick, and could become terminal at some point. But again, the United States is probably the best place to be, the best place to be on the planet when things do hit south and or start to collapse, because all these economies are connected. And if the US economy goes down, China's economy goes down, and it's like a domino effect around the planet. So for what it's worth, we still need to concentrate, and we still need to get control over these budgets, and we still need to put ourselves in a position to protect ourselves, because it's not just about the economy, even though that's very vital. It's about education. It's about policing. It's about the justice system. It's about the healthcare. It's really about everything that is in our existence to be under our governance, so that we are managing the systems that really control our lives. Um, and I believe that we can weather the storm a lot better, being concentrated and having direct control over resources versus the way we are now, because we know, I wrote about this in my book, that whenever there's a natural disaster, Black Americans suffer the most. White Americans are made whole much quicker through insurance and through state and federal programs. And we are essentially left out in the cold. And we don't want to be left out in the cold, even if we anticipate that the country is going through some sort of collapse. Because what's going to happen is, and we talk about this too, the United States is being balkanized and essentially being regionalized, so that there's going to be a Mexican region, there needs to be a Black American region, there's going to be a white nationalist region, there's going to be a ultra liberal region. And so again, we just don't want to be scattered amongst all those other different groups, because if we let them have the South and the Northwest, and we're just kind of like dealing with the Stacey Abrams of the world, thank God she lost, then we have no idea how bad it's going to get for us.
No, it would be nomads, right? Going from state to state, asking for different things, right? We would be nomads. We get kicked out of the Mexican states. We go to the white states. We get kicked out of those states. We might go to an Asian state. They kick us out of that state. Look. And right now, in the Middle East, right, the UAE, right, the 20 African countries are now allowed to go to Qatar, UAE, Abu Dhabi, places like that. These government, they passed laws that said that Africans cannot get visas to go to their country. Right? So many African countries, they're very upset, right? Why do they have these discriminatory type laws, right? But then another person said, another Nigerian said, look, the reason why these Middle Eastern countries are banning Africans from going to their countries, because when Africans go to
scammers
to the Middle Eastern countries, right, they are going as takers.
Mm.
See, when Americans go to the UAE, they go as tourists, so they go there as givers. While the Africans, right, who are poor, don't have no money, right, no job, when they go to the Middle East, they going as takers, meaning they going to the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait as people looking for jobs, trying to doing crimes, doing fraud, and these different things. So that's why these Middle Eastern countries are banning Africans from going to their country. So yeah, man. It's this can happen in the United States if Black Americans don't have no states. These states can ban Black Americans to. I mean, of course, this is illegal. This is unconstitutional. But I had dreams of or visions of something like this happening. So.
Yeah, well, what they could do is make it like very, very hard for us to live there, and the way that they do it today is legal, and it's simply you create a situation where it's unaffordable. So that's how Jim Crow, in my opinion, has mutated. Is you just make it unaffordable for us to live and exist and survive in a region or a neighborhood or whatever the case may be. It could be a whole city for that matter. And so I think that's what the gentrification is really a manifestation of Jim Crow, but it's just using money and your ability to afford to live in certain areas. Because again, the neighborhoods I grew up with, they're being gentrified. Projects were torn down and now they're building $500,000. I don't even think they're full homes. They might be townhomes, but in the same place that were projects for most of my life are now going to be $500,000 plus homes. So that's Jim Crow to me. It's just financial Jim Crow. That's the way I see it. So we got, this is no, let me get the name right. This is not Volvo Rants. And then Think People Think, and then back to Kapora. Oh yeah, and Kapora, shout out to your map about the Black majority counties. So when you take over a state, you also must take over the majority of the counties, because the way the states are constructed, the legislators and the zones and the districts are usually constructed based on county population. So there might be multiple districts within counties, or they might cross county lines. However, you've got to get a majority of the districts in order to have the power in the state house to pass legislation. It's one thing to get the governor's mansion, but if you don't also have a majority in the Senate and a majority in the House, it kind of defeats the purpose. Vovo Rants, Think People, and then Kapora. You got it, G. You got it, Vovo. You got to unmute your mic.
Oh yeah, I appreciate you letting me speak, bro. Yeah, I want to say, I didn't know about. Let me make sure I phrase what I'm saying right. I didn't know about this. I hope I'm not being offensive. Ideology is what I want to say, that we should all return to the South. I heard you talk about it a bunch of times, but I didn't know that it's I had a discussion with a guy in person about this, and he thinks the same way. We should return to the South, right? Which would actually be a good idea. But my thing is this, right? I'm not sure how that would work. What would be the plan? Like, would it be a gradual thing, like how the Great Migration was, like over the course of 50, 60, 70 years? Hold on, baby, I'm on the phone. Over the course of like 50, 60, 70 years? Or like, would it be like a immediate thing? And like, how would you change the hearts and minds of the people to get them to to move back to the South. I'm just curious, like, what's the thought process on that, or like, what's the plan?
Okay, awesome. We'll let Black American Homeland answer, and then I'll go.
Okay, man, I just lost my chain of thought, but look, we have to figure out, like, I'm sorry, hey, can you go, I kind of lost my train of thought.
Yeah, no problem. So for the Delaware strategy, I believe you're in like the northern part of the country, Delaware, Maryland, or and in my opinion, they're southern states. They ride the Mason-Dixon line. Maryland is actually under the Mason-Dixon line. Delaware is just above it, but Maryland literally hugs the state of Delaware. Quite literally, physically hugs it. So to me, they're not that separate. But for us up in the Northeast, the way that my map is set up, the Black State of America map is set up, Maryland and Delaware are the perfect places for us to go because the climate is very similar. The winters are very similar. It's what we're kind of used to. If you want to go further south, go for it. However, some people want to be close to home. They want to be able to travel back to friends and family on the weekend or whatever the case may be. So Maryland and Delaware gives you the opportunity to get back to see family members that may not move or friends that may not move. And ultimately, over time, they'll be convinced. 90-10, 10% of the population is going to do the action, 90% will not. That is scientific. We had a space about it. It's likely that only 10% of the population will move, and that's a number of 4 million to 5 million, depending on which number you're using. And so with that number of population, if they move strategically, we can get 3 states as Black majority states, Delaware being one of them, Mississippi being one of them, and then you can kind of take your pick from there. Having at least one state proves the model. It shows the rest of the country and the rest of the world exactly what it looks like, that the world didn't come to an end. The United States didn't collapse. Everybody's still working. Everybody's still doing everything they're doing. The only difference is Black Americans are politically in control of our destiny. And that is the thing that I believe the 90% needs to see. They need to see it, breathe it, smell it, touch it, taste it, etc., in order for them to understand what it looks like. And then once they know what it looks like and they see what it looks like, it's like, oh, damn, yeah, we need to do that too. And so rather than a 70, I think the Great Migration was essentially 70 years. Rather than a 70-year migration, it'll be condensed into a 20, maybe 30-year migration for those who are willing, able, and ready to move. And we will essentially pick up states as the migration is occurring over time. So it's not going to be all 8 states at once or 9 or 10, depending on the map. It'll be one state will turn, and then people will see what that looks like, and then another state will turn, and then another state will so like more like a domino effect over a few decades.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm trying to follow you, but it sounds like you underwater bad. I don't know if it's just my mic, but yeah, it might. I really do apologize. Can you hear me? I can hear you fine. I just couldn't hear him that well.
Oh, damn.
Let me.
That's the second time tonight I'm in the fucking Matrix, bro. What we going for a record tonight? What we gonna get? 10 times I gotta reconnect? What we gonna do?
2020 U.S. Census, right? The white population went under 60% for the first time. The whites were 59% of the general population, right? And I say by
Twitter,
the white population is going to be 55% or less, or 54% of the population. And then by 2040, the white population is going to be under 50% of the total population by 2050. 2040. And then by 2050, the white population is going to be 42% of the national population. This is U.S. Census prediction, right? And then and also during that time, the black population is going to go from 14% to 15, 16, 17, and I think 18 to 19% of the U.S. population by 2050. So the key here is the changing demographics. And won't be enough white people for supermajority in all 50 states, right? The Hispanic population, their population going to increase to 28% of the U.S. population by 2050.
Crazy, bro.
However, they have these two big states, California and Texas.
Crazy.
To me, that's going to take the majority of the Hispanic population because those are huge states, right? And so if they want political control of those big states, most of the Mexican population has to stay in those two states. So, so the black population, right? The reverse migration, we reverse migrate to the south, right? Our population get larger and larger. I think we can be 66-70% of the southern population by 2040, 2045, or 2050. So I think the changing demographics is going to be the key to Black Americans taking a supermajority of states. I land right there.
So, but this is the thing. What I'm saying. So you saying that because the demographics are changing, that black people are going to naturally flock to those areas? And
well, this is going to happen, right? Okay, when the Mexicans start taking the southwestern states, right, like Texas and California, right, and then the blacks are taking the southeast states, right? Okay, the white people say, hey, where are we going to go, right? We don't want to live in states that are controlled by Mexicans, and we don't want to live in a state controlled by black people. So we have to consolidate our white population somewhere, and it's going to be in the Midwestern states and the Rocky Mountain states and the New England states. That's where they're going. They already explained to me that this is where they're going. This is where they are. The alt-right, I talked to these guys in 2014, 2015, 2016. This is what they're doing. They want to leave the South, right? I mean, you do have your Confederate whites that want to stay in the South because they believe the South is their homeland. But the thing is, as their population decrease, they're not going to be able. They can stay, but they're not going to be able to remain majority of the southern states. So that's what's going to happen. I'm sorry. Another thing is, as the whites leave the southern states and the southwest states, they're going to move north. They want their cities back, like Chicago, Detroit, and Indianapolis, right? And I believe that these northern states are going to give these black people living in these inner cities, they're going to give them some type of what's that word? Some kind of choice. Like, look, we will give you money to leave Chicago. We will give you money to leave Detroit. We will give you money to leave Cleveland or wherever, or Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. And I think that's going to help the migration back to the South.
Hold on. You mean like they're going to cut them a check and say, this check is for you to leave?
Oh, yeah, I see that happening. I already mentioned something like that to some alt-right people back in 2015, 2016. And they said they thought of things like that, they're not interested in, cutting checks for millions of dollars, but just enough money to move, they will consider something like that.
Look, but I mean, they ain't really got no power like that. And like I heard Richard Spencer said the same thing. Like he said the same thing, like the same type of plan like this. Like
look, Richard Spencer, he's following me, right? We have communicated before back in 2015, 2016.
Yeah, and that's when he had a similar plan, the same layout, the same layout. So that's how I know you talking about it. But that's my final question.
I came up with my ideas way before I even heard of the alt-right, or heard
I know. Yeah. No. Even when he said it, even if he is a white supremacist, I still thought like, yeah, that was a good idea. Like that might end up happening. I was like, that's actually a good idea. Like like how you describe how America would be bust up like that. But this the thing I was wondering. Like I'm not sure that money would be the key, but how else would you change the hearts and minds of the people to get them leave jobs, houses, family members? How would you what would be the incentive?
I get you. Look, you know what? A lot of times it's hard to change the mind of people, right? And what I think it's going to take a black swan event, right? Something's going to happen in the northern states, right? And black people, they're not going to have no choice. They have to leave those northern states. That's what I think. They have no choice. The best choice for them is to leave Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and move south. That's the best option for them to take. I think that's what's going to take for them to leave. Something drastic is going to happen. Something that we don't have no other choice but to move south. I think that was going to be the catalyst to black people reverse migrating to the south. I mean, we're already migrating, but when it comes to that what's that word? When it comes to the hold on for 1 second. Hold on. Everything happened. Okay. When it comes to I lost my chain of thought. When it comes to the reverse migration, it's going to take something. It's not a horrible event, but it's just something's going to happen. A black swan event is going to happen that's going to force us to move. That's what's going to happen. So what state are you living in right now? Hello? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Is that for Volvo Rants?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you, what state do you live in, sir? I don't think he can hear me. Go ahead, Black.
Okay. So to take in what you said and to answer the question, I don't know which part I got muffled in, but basically my based on 4 years and everybody's saying you don't have a plan for the first couple of years, even though I wrote a book that spelled out the plan. I think we need to see it, and Delaware gives us an opportunity to see it, and it's real, and you can't deny it because it's not theoretical. It actually has happened, and there is a black governor, there's a majority black legislator, and we are just working. We're quite literally just working, and I think that is the political way to go about it and the most efficient and positive way to go about it. A black swan event sounds like a lot of blood in the streets and a lot of death. And
No,
so,
not that. No, it's just a Black Swan event. I mean, we had a Black Swan event 2 years ago.
okay, the pandemic when a lot of people were dying, is that what you're saying? Is the black swan event? I mean, my understanding of a black swan event is death. A lot of people die in mass numbers, which causes people to do something that they wouldn't normally do. Um, I'm I'm really trying to prepare as many people as I can so that they don't wait till the last minute, because to me that sounds like planning to fail is waiting for some major catastrophe to occur. I think we have to be way more intentional, way more purposeful, and really, really move in the knowledge and the wisdom that we're collectively gaining and do what is in the best benefit of our people, and not wait until some major event occurs, because it's likely that it's too late when the major event does occur. Um, and that goes in even in your personal life. I mean, it doesn't matter. This is a big political move, but even in your personal life, don't wait until the car engine light has been on for 3 weeks and the muffler's getting loud and the brakes ain't working, and all of a sudden you come across a situation where you can't stop and the tractor trailer's coming 60 miles an hour in your direction. We got to really try to start moving and getting things done proactively as much as possible as a people, and not wait until the hurricane is upon us, quite literally. So
Great. Look, the Great Migration was 2 stages, right? Okay, the first stage from 1910 to the beginning of World War I, right? That was the first stage, right? To me, that stage, it was more educated, more upperly mobile Black Americans that moved to the north and the West Coast and New York during that period, including talented people that were musicians and people like that. Now the second stage was after or say during World War II up to 60. That was majority population in North Carolina. So maybe the World War II was a catalyst for millions of Black people to move north because there were so many jobs. It was so many jobs that were offered to Black people in the northern state. So that was a catalyst. That wasn't a Black Swan event. Well, that was war. Millions of people did lose their life during the war. So maybe you could call that a Black Swan event, but yeah, it's going to be something like that.
Yeah, I think now we can probably agree on this. I think there was also the terrorism that still occurred after those major wars, where when our Black American soldiers came home, they were still being attacked. I remember reading a story where a gentleman was attacked as soon as he got off the bus. And I know there was a thing where, because the white soldiers that were over there, their jobs were being replaced by us. They came up with this word scab, which is really a really derogatory term against Black Americans. But they came up with all these negative terms, and they built all these unions, and they kept us out of a lot of these jobs. But essentially we were returning home. And I think this probably goes all the way up to the Vietnam War, because I know my father, who fought in that war, suffered under the fact of coming home to a country that did not want to respect and protect the soldiers that went over there to fight for the freedoms of this country. And at the same time, they were fighting within the ranks And that still goes on. I got a story up here of a young black soldier, and this is highlighting me to this event. This is a beautiful young black woman soldier who came up dead, and her family's trying to get answers as to why she was murdered on an army base. So it's like there was multiple reasons, and jobs are great and all that, but I don't think people move away from their family for jobs. Although that's one of the things that makes it easier to move. Obviously, it helps, but I think the terror is what really, 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 really was the I think it was, if you said 60, 40, 70, 30, I think the terror is what played the biggest role in pushing millions of us out of the South, out into the West, and to the North, whatever the case may be.
Well, you also look at the
hold on.
What really started that move? What?
Okay, Pete. Thanks for coming up. We got 3 hands up, and we're gonna go in order. So we're gonna come to you after the 3 people get the chance to speak. We got Black Mamba, who hasn't had a chance to speak yet. Shout out to News Toter in the space. Follow News Toter. Support News Toter if you haven't already followed News Toter. We got Black Mamba, Think People, Kapora, and then P.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, awesome. Well, first question I got is I was glad to come across y'all pages and the concept that you guys put forward, or you have your book, those things. That was an idea. That was something that I used to tell just my little cohort of friends back in the day, is that we should always try to live in the same area, right? But my first question is, are most HBCUs in the states that we're targeting?
Yeah, most of the states do have HBCUs, multiple HBCU campuses.
Would it be possible at some point, once momentum is building or the platform grows, to coordinate with these HBCUs so that that's something that talk to the students when they come in?
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome. So and to speak on the Black Swan event, I get what both of y'all, everybody was saying, and we definitely don't want it to have to be critical, something like, terrorism, crazy in the streets before people start to realize and wake up, when unfortunately sometimes that's how it be. But for instance, myself, I just moved from New Jersey to Maryland. I had moved from New Jersey to Delaware in 2005. I moved back to Jersey. Now, me and my family, we came down to Maryland. And if we move out of Maryland, it would be to go to like a Georgia or a Texas or a Carolina type state. But what I was going to say was the 90-10 thing is 100%. People don't move for jobs, but in this day and age, to be honest, so many of the jobs have so many of the middle level jobs that people are working, those are remote anyway. And then the main thing is that the states that people, if you're moving to a Maryland, that's easy. If you're moving to a Delaware, that's pretty easy. If you're moving to a Mississippi, that's when it can get tough because of they got so many defunct. They got so much beef. There's so much in Mississippi. But I just wanted to salute y'all and say what's up to y'all. I was happy to come across that page and to see that map and to see the whole program. And I'm happy that I moved down to Maryland. I'm not too sure about the governor we got yet. I'm gonna see what's up with him. If y'all know more about him, hey, that's what's up. But I do like the fact that when I came to Maryland, I did target the area I moved in, because I targeted the area I moved into. I looked at the demographics and I said, all right, this county is 95% black, so that's the one I went to. But I do agree with what you said earlier, that you could do that at first, but you also want to get other counties so you can control state legislatures. So I just wanted to just salute y'all, and I enjoyed the conversation.
Hey, cause I'm a
and the information and the helping me improve how I see things. All right.
Hey, before you go, I'm a big proponent of the state of Delaware. I'm going to be moving there next spring. Can you please, enlighten us on your experience living in the state of Delaware?
Oh, sure. So I moved to Delaware in 2005. It was interesting. The problem with Delaware was I was living in Lower Delaware, and I ingratiated myself with black people wherever I go. I love my people, but the problem was the wavelength. It wasn't on my wavelength. But I had a good overall experience. It was a little bit slower. It was if you're not moving down with a family, it can be difficult. I moved down there. I was a young single man, 23 years old. So it was a big change coming from North New Jersey to Lower Delaware, and then dealing with not being able to find people on my wavelength, my mindset. So then I had to kind of like come down. I hang with them, but they couldn't come up to my level. I had to come. I'm not gonna say I came down to their level, but it was kind of like we had a limit on what we could do. Right. But good people, they just are not I want to say victims. They're just brothers and sisters that had to go through their own circumstance, and they see life how they see it because of that circumstance, and I get it. So I bought a house out there, I moved away, and I kept that house.
Nice.
My sister moved into that house, and I actually just sold her that house a few months ago. She's going to stay there, and then if she ever moves, somebody else in my family will buy the house, or I'll get the house back from her. So, that's going to be that's going to be a house in our family, and we're going to have family presence in that area from now on. So Delaware is a good state to go to. I'm 42 now. I can live in Delaware easier now than I could have back then. So I think that if you're a younger person, in your 20s, you might want to target. I think that might be something you could do. Y'all can have, or conversation you could create is, also about ages. Because if you're an older person, you might want to, if you are settled with family and kids, or an older person, you might say, hey, this is that state for you. If you're a single woman, because my older sister moved into the house at first, and she had to leave because her frustration was she couldn't really, have a social life, because she couldn't really partner or meet people to eat, not even marry, but just meet people to be on that wavelength she wanted. So she actually went back to Jersey. My younger sister, who's 26, is in the house, and that's who I sold the house to. So she's more low key. She prefers to just travel. So it was a good situation for her. So it's more about but if you're a younger person, you might want to say, Maryland, Carolina, something like that. But if you're family or an older person, then Delaware for sure. Because Delaware is an easy state to live in, but it's not an easy state to be young in.
Okay, that's what's up. Yeah, that's what's up. So when you say Lower Delaware, are you talking about Georgetown or Dover?
I was in
Dover.
At first, I was in Dover. Before I was in Dover, I was down in Camden. But Dover and Camden is all in Kent County. But once you get below that bridge, once you get past Middletown, they call everything down there Lower Delaware, which is cool. I could be good with Lower Delaware right now. Because anything else I want to do for fun, I don't mind driving the hour and a half or 2 hours to do it. But back then, I couldn't do it as easy, so it was a little harder.
Hey, that's what's up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm gonna get to these hands. We got Think People and P, and so there's a video, a YouTube video where they describe the three Delawares, and it essentially is the three counties. The northern county where Wilmington is more of the urban city life, and then as he stated, you get into Kent County, and then you're talking about the college town. And I can understand how that would, and I think they did say that lower, slower Delaware. When you get all the way down to, I think that's Sussex County. Now you're essentially in the country at that point. So it all makes sense. You got all three lifestyles, if you will, and definitely for someone who is, I'm not going to say older. I'm gonna just say career oriented, mature in their age, and who just wants to have a safe life. It sounds like what he's saying. It all kind of adds up. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Okay, Think, you got it. Think People.
Hi, I had a couple of questions. My first question is, and by the way, thank you for letting me speak, and I like where this seems to be headed. But I did have a question on why you said, thank goodness, Stacey Abrams lost. And let me tell you where I'm coming from. In my opinion, one of the first things that we need to do is to stop all of the murders of Black people that are taking place.
Agreed.
And so we need to use
agreed.
every possible tool to try to stop that. And I don't see that Kemp.
Hey, hold on a second. Think Peace. Hey, Black American Homeland. Mute your mic, big brother. Mute your mic.
Oops, I'm sorry. Did you guys hear me at all?
No, I muted the mic. Hey, Black American Homeland. If you can hear us, mute your mic, brother.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hold on. I got it. Hey,
Okay, Miss Think Piece, you can go. There was this feedback coming off of the other mic.
Oh yeah, no problem. I don't know if you guys heard any of what I said.
Yeah, just go back like 5-10 seconds when you was talking about Stacey Abrams, and the reason why, you feel opposite of why she shouldn't have lost. Go ahead.
Yeah. So let me just say this just about politics. So, we know that, most of the people in politics are white supremacists. We know that a lot of the Black people that are in politics are kind of controlled by them, right? We understand that. However, we need to stop the killing, right? We need to try to find a way to A, defend ourselves, B, have the ability to go to court, take these people to court and win, and C, make sure that they are locked up so that, we can make them think twice about killing us. Because right now, to them, in my opinion, it's looking like I can do whatever I want. And more than likely, I'm going to have a judge or someone who's going to look the other way.
Well, that's called discretion.
So, and all I'm saying is I don't see Kemp and his supporters and the other Republicans in Georgia helping with that as much as Stacey would help with that. So I just wanted to understand the reasoning.
Okay. Thank you so much for that question. Truly appreciate it. I'm actually trying to pull up the exact number so that I'm not like misquoting the information. But in the state of Georgia, because you talked about killing, and that's very, very like extremely important.
It is.
So in the state of Georgia, I know it's north of 60%. Let's see. Let me get here. Well, I'm just, once I get to the number, okay, here we go. Yep. Okay, so 66% of Georgia abortions are performed on Black women. 66%. They have a total of 31,248 abortions annually, which equals to just under 19,000 Black children that are murdered in the womb in the state of Georgia. And Stacey Abrams got on national TV and stated that inflation and the economy can be defeated by aborting your Black child. And that's me paraphrasing it, but that was the message that she was sending to young Black mothers in the state of Georgia. That is essentially 20,000 Black babies not being born with her being in control of that state. So when we talk about killing Black Americans, our children, above all else, need to be protected as the number one priority. And yes, she is a puppet of white supremacy, and she is a puppet of the worst kind of white supremacy, the white liberal who has decimated our population, quite literally killed off half of our population, a number that is equal to our population when Roe v. Wade was passed based on a lie. So we got to look at everything comprehensively. I don't know what the number of murders are in the state of Georgia. I could do that. However, murder is an issue that has to deal with opportunities, education, policing. It's a comprehensive issue, and not once. And I've been watching this lady, and I've been watching her closely. Not once did she lay out a plan to comprehensively protect or alter any of those factors that go into why there is and I'm not going to say it's a heightened level, because to be honest, Philadelphia, and I got them up there in the jumbotron, Philadelphia is a war zone. It's an active war zone. And the reason is because we have essentially been under substitute authority. And when the substitute authority is in control of our population, we don't respect it. And because we don't respect it, we do things such as that. But when we are in control, and when Black fathers are in control, and when Black teachers are in control, and when Black police officers are in control, and we have compassion for our population, those issues will change. But you're not going to produce that in a state like Maryland, where you have a new immigrant Black governor, because their attention is on immigrants. The same thing in Georgia. There's only 200,000 Hispanic voters in the state of Georgia, and she spent more time and effort reaching out to that population than to the Black men in the state of Georgia who she wants to blame for her loss. She was a horrible candidate, and she was looking to the presidency. She was overlooking Georgia, and she really didn't address the issues of Black Georgians, because she kept her whole slogan was "One Georgia," which essentially means Black people to the back of the bus. I'm going to take care of everybody else, and you're just along for the ride. She would have been horrible for Black Georgia, and that's just the way it is. So I don't see the next person who had their hand up, but if you'd like to respond, please feel free.
I wasn't finished, unless I need to just go back in line.
No, please respond.
Okay. So I don't know what Stacey would have done, because I've never seen her in office, but Kemp, I don't see where he's helpful to Black people. So it wasn't necessarily about Stacey, because what I think because I go in a lot of these rooms, and what I continue to hear seems to me like there's a false confidence in white folks. And what I mean by that is the laws that are in place, we see whenever they want to, or whenever Black people are starting to benefit from a law, or they can see a benefit for themselves, they will change the law so that it's okay for them to do it, or so it can stop us from doing whatever we want to do. And we have Republicans who are looking to change the Constitution. So I'm saying that I think your idea is great, but I also feel as though we have to be realistic about who those folks are. Because in my opinion, at least from what I'm seeing, I feel like they want us dead. Not like, oh, could you move over there? Yeah, they might be saying that, but are we trusting what they're saying? You know what I mean? They see people, killed on video, shot in the head for, having a broken tail light, and they're like, I don't know if that's a problem. When we know that's a damn lie. You know what I'm saying? And in my opinion, the way that we got where we are now, where we're even, having these robust conversations is ever since civil rights was passed, there's been a group of folks who are like, oh, hell no, we're about to change stuff. They didn't scream about it or shout about it. They just got to work, trying to change hearts and minds of people and trying to become allies. And now that they see their numbers are going down, they're like, oh, Hispanics are whites now. And, in Louisiana, they're trying to change the definition of who's black and all of that because they don't plan on not being the minority. I mean, to the point that I was in one room where they're like, we're going to start cheating, pretending like black people have been cheating because those are the areas that they focus on when they say the election was stolen. So I'm just saying that we have to look at what these people will probably do because they just like the whole country to be white pretty much, right? That's what they really like. And they talk about civil war all the time. And you know who they're, pointing at. If you listen to anything that they're talking about, they're always talking about black people, whether they use the word woke or something else. It's always black demonization. So I'm just saying, I feel like we have to be real about what these people want to do and plan to do. Of course, we need to figure out what to do, but we can't have a false sense of, oh, they'll never change the laws or, oh, they might not try to kick us out of the country, right? It's a numbers game that they're playing, and it's also a perception game that they're playing when it comes to black people. So I'm just about trying to figure out who we can elect to put judges in place that might give us a chance to fight or that won't allow the Constitution to be overturned so that we can get a footing, so that we can work, or if we farm, we can sell our goods, right? Because if they are completely in charge, mark my words, we won't be able to do anything. Okay, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So I want to go back because I did take the time to look up these Georgia gun deaths, and these are total deaths in the state of Georgia, and so they're going to be different population groups. There's not a breakdown by race, but I'm just going to give you the numbers, and you can make your own judgments from there. And just juxtaposing this number to the 20,000 roughly of abortions that occur in the state. 2005, there was 1,064 deaths in the state of Georgia. In 2014, essentially 1,400. In 2015, essentially 1,500. 2016, essentially 1,600. In 2020, there are 1,900. And that is up from the 1,500 in 2015. The way that the state ranked in since 2005 was the 8th highest state, 4th highest state, 5th highest state, 4th highest state. Currently, they are the 15th highest state. So if just in comparison, because again, we're talking about deaths of our population, and these numbers that I'm citing are the entire population of gun deaths. It doesn't break it down by race, but if we're comparing 18,000 to even 1,800 over the span of the last 15, 16, 17 years, you can see the difference there. And so if you have someone who's going into office who's telling young Black women their economic viability is tied directly to the fact of them being able or not being able to abort their child, that is a bad strategy. And I didn't mention any white person or any white politician at all because they are both bad. Doesn't matter if there's a Black face in front of it. White political parties are bad for Black Americans across the board. There is no difference. We only see difference because they've been brainwashing us to see a difference. There is no difference. The Democrats are equally as dangerous to our population as the Republicans. There is no difference. It is just perception.
So I would say, because I agree that we don't want Black people murdered in general. Mm-hmm. But I think there's a difference between abortions and between the ones that I'm talking about. And what I mean by that is nobody is like holding a gun to someone's head and saying, you better go have an abortion. That's something that, you know, we can talk to women about and say, hey, this isn't something that you should do. You know, we've got a way to do X, Y, Z to help you take care of your child, or whatever the case may be. What I'm talking about is trying to prevent things from getting back to where folks feel like they can just come up in your damn house and pull you out and lynch you. And I mean, that's where we're headed, because you can already see how white folks are like, hey, you know, I own you, or hey, get over here. I'm going to ask you where you're going and all of these things. I'm saying we need people who are going to make sure that that stops. It doesn't mean it's going to happen in one election cycle, but it means looking at people's policies. It's not even necessarily about Democrats, but it's looking at people's policies and what they've been doing to see which direction they're taking us in. So all I'm saying is, I'm not saying I agree with what Stacey said, but I have more confidence that she wouldn't allow Georgia to move further in a direction to, you know, kill more Black people or whatever than Kemp, because Kemp definitely, you know, wants to completely disenfranchise Black people completely. So I'm just saying that I think it's important to look at policies, because I agree with you. You know, who cares about the parties? But we have to, we can't ignore laws, because we need those so that we can use them when we run our business and when we, you know, pay taxes, and, you know, when somebody wrongs us, so that we can actually go to court and win and things like that. We need those things in place. And okay. So that was just the reason.
Right. Let me ask you this. Outside of Stacey being Black, being a Black woman, what has she said or done that gives you that confidence? Because what I remember her saying is she can't say the word Black because we're only 13% of the population, when the reality is they're 33%, if not higher, in the state of Georgia. And that Black Democrat voters outnumbered white Democrat voters 2-1. So what has she said? What policy has she put up in any way, shape, or form where she said, I'm going to go out and protect the 2,000 lives? Because again, we don't know the breakdown of these people that are dying in the state of Georgia, because it's the entire state. And it's a state of 10 million people. What did she say or do that leads you to believe that she would be a champion in this area?
No, so I'm not saying she's a champion. What I'm saying is her constituents are not constituents that are like, hey, can we change the Constitution so we can get rid of 13, 14, 15? Her constituents are not people who are saying, hey, you know, I want you to execute drug dealers without a trial or what. Her constituents are not going to be pushing for that. Kemp's constituents are. That's what I'm saying. Like, nobody's going to push Stacey in that direction. Do you see what I'm saying? We need time to build what we're trying to build. We need to be able to defend ourselves. And all I'm saying is we don't want to allow more of our rights to be eroded and for them to get their army together, because they are definitely planning on killing some folks. So we don't want to allow them to have someone put some more laws in place that make it legal for them to do whatever they want to do. That's all I'm trying to say. And his constituents are Nazis and white supremacists who want nothing more than to kill Black people. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay. So I do understand what you're saying. So the way
so it doesn't mean either party is good. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Neither party is good.
Yeah,
and we recognize white degeneracy for what it is. We understand it, and we don't. So in other words, let me say I don't believe that Stacey Abrams would have done anything to protect Black Georgians at all. She had her eyes on the presidency or vice presidency. And so it was just a stepping stool for her to get to the White House, quite literally. Outside of that, we are in this situation, but we've always been in this situation, and we have been forced into integration. We allowed ourselves to be diluted, which is stretched across the country. And because of that, because of the miseducation, because of the misunderstanding of how the country operates, unfortunately, we have become somewhat delusional in understanding how to fix it. And so if the plan is to fill up the state of Georgia and gain control over all of the systems that control the state of Georgia, that is a great plan. That is a plan that will ultimately bear the fruit to cover everything that you're talking about within the state of Georgia. If we're talking about changing the Constitution, that's a national issue. It involves 34 states to bring it up to Congress. It involves 38 states to pass it. And that is a very high bar to meet, although they do have 20 states signed up to do just that. To be clear,
and the more governors we allow them to have, the closer they get.
Yes. So what could we do to stop that? If we controlled 8 to 10 states, to be quite honest, that would be the most positive thing that we could do, because we would essentially block 10 of the votes. If we're thinking from a nationalistic perspective.
Right. The brother who just talked right before me, I think he was talking about how long it will take for that to happen. And what I'm saying is we need to try to stop, you know what I'm saying, things from changing to make things harder for us, at least until we can get there. And then
so I do understand that, but Stacey, I mean, you said yourself, Stacey Abrams wasn't the person to stop that.
I'm not saying she would have stopped anything. All I'm saying is, or let me say it differently. What I'm saying is, under her, she would not have voted for that. She would not have voted to change the Constitution and remove 13, 14, 15. Kemp will. That's what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying?
I do. I don't. So, okay. Here's where. So the Constitutional Convention that is currently underway is designed to reduce the federal government back to what it was essentially at the formation of the country. And so the question then becomes, through a constitutional convention, will they be able to get rid of amendments? That is something, to be quite honest, I haven't taken the time to look into. I will do a deep dive into that. I do understand them wanting to limit the power of the federal government, but the reality of the country is that the federal government doesn't have authority over the states to begin with. just literally does not. The governors, the state legislators have full control over what goes on in those states as long as it's constitutional. And even sometimes when it's not constitutional, because they have discretion. And what you talked about earlier with these judges is simply the fact that discretion is built into the system. It is the cornerstone of white degeneracy, along with corruption and evil. And you can't legislate out discretion. You just cannot do it. So the only way you counter discretion is you take control over the system. I don't think it's going to take, I mean, I know Delaware could happen in 2 elections. If we can get our population to understand what needs to be done, I don't think it could take more than 3 or 4 elections. So it's just a matter of, what do we really want to accomplish? What do we really want to achieve? The space is talking about, are we building for a revolution or just talking to death? Well, we have to talk in order to understand the issues. And your issue is a vital issue, but it's a comprehensive solution to conquer the issue. Because again, even in the state of Georgia, what is the makeup of the Senate in the state? What's the makeup of the House in the state? Is it leaning left or right? What policies have the legislators in the state put up or not put up? Like, so it's not just one position, although the governor does help in guiding the way a state goes. Even in these constitutional conventions, as I'm remembering, it's not a thing that the governor unilaterally signs on to. I believe a vote has to take place in the state house. So again, we're talking about, what is the makeup of the state house? Do we want to control the makeup of the state house? Do we want to have 60% and no less of control over the state house as well as the governorship, so that we have a comprehensive solution to solve all of these issues? I see Miss Georgia. I believe she's from the state of Georgia, so I'm gonna let her speak. She may be able to address some of the issues.
Well, I was going to talk about Stacey, but I think it's a moot point. But I did want to ask, are we going to start with, I know that you're moving, I guess next year, are we starting with the local government and working our way up? What is the plan?
That is a good question. Initially, I felt as though, and this would be a much longer path of going local to county to state. But Delaware, you have a unique opportunity that in 2024, the governor, the U.S. rep is every 2 years, a senator is up for election, and then in 2026, the other senator and the attorney general is up for election. So you get an opportunity within 2 elections, to control the Senate, the senators in the state, the U.S. rep, and the governorship, and the state attorney general. And you're also going to run local candidates for state house, state senate, and all the local elections as well. There's a woman who ran for a district seat as a Democratic socialist. She's a Black woman. She won her election with under 700 votes. So those local elections are in Delaware, they're not difficult at all. I mean, they're really not difficult. So we just got to have people in place to run for those seats. They're very easy as long as we have the votes in place. The bigger ones are the ones that we're kind of going to focus most of our energy on, because those are the ones that really flip everything upside down. In a state like Georgia, which Georgia is a monster of a state because it has so many counties. It's the second largest counties in the country in terms of a state. And so there's a much more methodical plan that has to be laid out, and you do have to get the majority of the districts for the state house, state senate, so that you actually have control. And that may take 2, 3, or 4 elections, depending on how the elections are stacked up and how many seats are up And so it really, what we've been advocating for is a person who's in that state who wants to help that state become a Black majority state to get the intimate knowledge and wisdom of how the state operates, and really do massive deep dives into the voting numbers, and how much it takes to win in this district, how much it takes to win in this election, so that you understand how many people you have to bring into the state. We estimate 3 million to get to 60%. However, in primary elections, half the people usually vote or less, so you don't need as many in the primary. In the general election, from what I remember, in 2018, it was like 2.5, roughly. They were both under 2.5 million, but it was right around that number. I didn't look at these results, but I assume it's very close to that. There's 2 million registered Black voters in the Democrat Party in the state of Georgia. So with 1 million voters, you would think if all of the registered voters voted and the 1 million new voters voted, they would have a victory over whoever they put up. It's probably going to be the same incumbent, but you would just assume you're going to have a couple 100,000 more votes than the current governor. You should be able to win with just a million new votes. But someone has to really look at that state. Every state is different. You really got to look at it. When we look at Mississippi, the primaries, the numbers are way down. Even in the general election, the numbers are not as, they don't match with the registered numbers. We look at the registered numbers because that is going to give us the ultimate victory. However, you got so much voter apathy, 50-60% of the voters are voting and 30 or 40% are not voting. And so you don't necessarily have to hit 100% in the way we have calculated these numbers. It's really, you got to look at the last, I'd say 4 or 5 elections, see what the pattern is, and then shoot your target, a couple 100,000, if not a 500,000 voters above that number to ensure a victory. So if I hope that answers the question. Every state is different. Delaware is much simpler, and it'll be a good model because of how simple it really is.
It's funny. The state of Georgia has more Black Democrat members.
It does.
Democrat Party members than white men.
It does. Yeah.
So if Black Americans in Georgia had their own political party,
well,
it would be the second largest political party within the state of Georgia.
There is no question. I did a thread on that. They would have to bring in new voters to take over the two, the red and the blue. It is likely, and this is something that we got to prepare for because we know the duopoly is a monopoly. It is likely, if faced with a Black majority party, whatever you want to call it, that the white voters who may typically vote Democrat will combine forces in order to keep power out of our hands. That's a reality that we have to prepare for. But you're right. The Black Democrats in Georgia should control the party. They should control the budget. They should control the messaging. They should literally control everything under the Democrat Party in the state of Georgia.
But the mechanism, the way a political party is run, I'm not 100% sure about this, but it seems like it's more nationally based than state based, where like each Democrat Party on the state level has a different agenda and policy from the national Democrat Party system. If I'm putting that right.
Yeah, you're more than likely right. They have a national platform, and everybody pretty much has to get in line if they want to keep getting resources from the national party. More than likely, that's how it goes. I would assume. Shout out to Miss Rella, I believe, changed her avatar here. Shout out to Miss Rella on the stage.
Everyone.
Hey, Rolla, how you doing?
Hey guys, happy I guess post-giving thanks day, and I hope everybody had a good time, doing what you do, celebrating your families and yourself, understanding the history, recreating the narrative for your families. This is a great conversation. I'm just trying to wait and see where I can jump in.
Okay, yeah. So back to the title of the room: is Black America building for revolution, or just going to talk to death, essentially? Yeah. So but again, as I stated, we have to talk because Miss Think People brought up some really good points that must be addressed, and the solution. We talked about putting out little fires earlier, putting out little fires, which is a micro strategy, micro plans. And it's important to put out those little fires. However, when we understand the structure around us is burning down, we need a more comprehensive macro solution that looks at everything and tries to really solve the majority of these problems all at once. And so going to war, which was brought up earlier, and I've heard it several times, while it may be a solution, quote unquote, and I'm using that word very loosely, it causes more death and destruction than the problems that it solves. A peaceful, political, non-violent, quote unquote, strategy produces the results without the casualties.
Right.
And so that's why we advocate for this strategy.
And then can I also say this, that it's important for everyone to understand that one, you're still part of the American fabric here in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not going to go to war with yourself.
Amen to that.
The thing is, and I think when I hear people talk about going to war, I take that as in, if you're talking about dealing with white supremacists, dealing with people who, stand in airports and, raising their hands, hail Hitler, they're actually promoting and honoring another country while on U.S. soil. That's considered treason. If you're talking about those people, those particular people who pretty much practice on a daily basis how to start and topple communities and try to somehow break down the government by becoming spies and all that stuff. Those are the people that you're talking about going to war with.
Mm-hmm.
I think there is different types of battles. If we can label them that way, political warfare is a strategy that does not require you to harm your opponent physically. However, I believe that we should be in a position where we send a clear message collectively, and that does start on the grassroots level, where you're talking to people, and you are getting the understanding of party policy over party throughout the community, and allowing that to spread, so that way people understand, okay, well, in order for that to happen, to get a majority, we need to have a particular number in certain states, figuring out how, we get those numbers, and then you work in collective to actually migrate. So I think the one thing that society does not want us to do is actually get to a point where we just actually start to migrate and develop our own enclaves, and actually do our exercise, our rights of getting into politics, controlling, cities, becoming sheriffs, you know, running for different types of offices in the county. I think saturation has to be number one. Or for those of you who are sports fans, you know, crashing the boards, defense wins games. Defense wins games, but offense always has a place. So I will say that being plugged in and having a conversation, to me, is not talking to death. It really is getting to the point where now we are making the strategic and actionable moves to take the next step. But we can't do that if we don't have a way to communicate amongst each other. So it has to go hand in hand. So I think action plus having the conversations about it, not bickering about, oh, what you're going to be called, who's going to be called what, but really understanding why certain things are happening at the same time. So, yeah, I agree. I think the revolution is happening regardless. Elon Musk made a post about the woke community. And I had to put that up. It was a little disturbing to me, and I said, you know, I sit back and I look at Elon Musk like the like a big troll. Like, you know, this is his big troll space, and then regardless of whatever they're going to do on these platforms, we got to keep moving, no matter what. Even if we don't have a platform to collectively speak
we got
on,
a platform.
We got a
platform.
Second nature. When we see each other in the street, have conversations. Okay, what are we doing? How do we link up? That sort of thing. Because the one thing that they're going to try to do is try to minimize how we communicate with each other. And it don't matter if it's Elon Musk, Facebook. We have to build regardless. And we have to get off of these platforms. I think disengaging from these platforms on a social level to talk about things might be our biggest strategy. And that's going on social, fan base, and pulling up and really now starting to really take ownership on those platforms and how we're going to utilize what we're going to do. I think Twitter.
Shout out to fan base. Shout out to the fan base. Yana and Bogey
like
Bender.
Brexit, but we need to definitely have a Twitter exit. And from a sense of whatever we're going to do and how we're going to do it, we don't do it on this space. We don't talk about strategy on this space, but we bring in the collective and help them to migrate. Almost kind of like a social media or a cyber Underground Railroad type situation. That's going to be our biggest thing to do right now, as we are building at the same time. So we got a lot of things that we're going to have to be doing, multiple things at a couple of times. So I hope you guys know how to multitask, for sure. So I land my plane.
Absolutely. Let me give Miss Think People Think. Okay, that's a really good name. Let me give you these Georgia state numbers. So the Georgia State Senate is 60% plus Republican Party, 34 to 22. And then the House is 60% Republican, 102 to 75. So you would have been in a situation where you have a black female governor who has a Republican majority in both houses of her state, state house. So what could she have done? I don't know. She more than likely would have had to have worked with the Republican side in order to get anything done. It's likely, based on the history of politics, that they would have played obstructionist to her agenda, and she wouldn't have got a whole lot done at all.
Right. But with Kemp in there, they can just run the board. They can just do any and everything they want to do. And we want to stop that. because we know they don't want to help us at all in any way. As a matter of fact, they want to destroy us. That's all I'm trying to say.
Are you kidding me?
And I just raised my hand so I could agree with her about social media, especially Twitter, because they listen to what we say. I was just in a Trump Kanye room the other day, and they were talking about being in these rooms, and they were asking the Black people who were in that room, well, they're talking about separating from us. I thought they said, I thought you guys wanted to be integrated. What is the separation stuff? And, they were just asking a lot of questions about what they've heard in the rooms. So, like I said, the way that they, got us to this point was they have been planning and working ever since the Civil Rights Act was passed. And, they've been doing it behind closed doors. And we need to do the same thing. That's it. I agree with her. Thanks.
Okay, let me say this. When you're talking about specific details and it involves running a campaign, and you need to have some level of privacy in the way that you go about that business, I'm full on board. If you're talking about a Black organization that is a nonprofit and they're trying to get resources for the community, full on board. When you're talking about moving to Delaware, hundreds of thousands, and in every other state, millions of people, except for Mississippi. Mississippi's still in the 100,000s range. But when you're talking about moving millions of people, they already know. They track state-to-state migrations annually. It's a part of the census. They already know what is going on. So there's not going to be this sneak attack surprise where Black people are moving to different parts of the country and they're not aware. The first few elections, they'll be alerted to it, even if they weren't aware, but they're already writing news articles about this pool of Black people moving back to these southern states. So it really doesn't, in my personal opinion, I don't care what these white people talk about. I don't care what they say. I say good that they know what we're trying to do, because it puts them on notice. And here's the thing, we weaponize white flight. When they see us moving into an area, they move out. I'm a delivery driver. I've delivered all over the tri-state area that I live in. And whenever you see a neighborhood where a few Black people move in, quite literally, for sale signs go up all across the neighborhood. This is who they are. They don't want to live around us. They don't want to be governed by us. And so they will move far away from us. And that is the best of both worlds. So if they're psychologically preparing themselves for a time when Black people are moving away, deintegrating, because he said we asked for integration. Well, we didn't really ask for integration. It was forced upon our population.
I agree.
Exactly. So they have miseducated them as well as us, to be quite honest, and they benefit from it. That's kind of the problem. They benefit from the miseducation, where we are held back because of the miseducation. And it's not going to be a secret. Miss Rella brought up a sports analogy, and I love this sports analogy and I use it a lot. When you are able to let the opposition know exactly which play you're running, and you run that play and you are successful, and you run that same play over and over and over again, it demoralizes the opposition. And we really have got to get in a position where we are moving in power and purpose. We're not afraid of these people that can't stop us. We are full American citizens. We can move where we want. We can vote how we want. And so what can they do other than sit somewhere and talk about it? They can't. There's absolutely nothing they can do.
Change laws.
They can't even keep illegal aliens out of the United States. How are they going to keep Black Americans from moving from one state to another state?
And here's the thing about that change laws. There are laws on the books that they're not even enforcing. And the reason why they're not enforcing those laws is because there's self-interest in those things. And let's be honest. There are laws that do need to be amended, and there are laws that need to be created. I don't trust them to create those laws, and I don't trust Black faces in high places that have been in positions for over 30 years or 20 years or 10 years and who have not petition or put up any legislation that actually can be that setting on the floor for a vote for someone representation to come up and vote for it. I think on the Senate, the House level, local and state government, we have to get our people in those positions. And we have to get them in those positions like yesterday. I've never ran for office, but I'm going to try to run for a Senate here in my state against two powerful people. Somebody told me, oh, well, maybe I should start on a local level. Well, Westmore didn't. Westmore went straight for the guts in Maryland, and he won. One, he was a fraternity brother. There are other Black people out there who took the bait on, oh, well, he's a Black man. He's in a fraternity. He knows people. Yeah, but mostly, too, he's connected with immigration. So the other piece of it is I can't stand this, but some of the elders are right, understanding how to play the game. And I now understand the game is a chess game. It's chess move. And so we have to figure out where are we at on this board, particularly where we live. And the biggest thing of having a Black majority state migration move is now we get to now reset the chessboard. And if we do not do that, we have to figure out how do we survive in our prospective states and cities, and until we can get into a migration pattern where we are moving, and what that looks like. Everyone has to start now moving near one another, taking over districts. And then those of you who can move to the majority Black, to the list of states, join social so you can get into that conversation. Then now we have a play. They've been doing this to us for years. That's why white flight was what it was. They were moving around on the chessboard while we were too busy thinking that, oh, it's better opportunities because they castrated us off from employment and housing opportunities. They were forcefully moving us out of our neighborhoods while they moved in, committed terrorism, and then moved out when we tried to move to, better areas that had less crime, population, blah, 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 right? So those of you who know people who are possibly in bed with the police departments or who are committing crimes in the community, because folks believe that we can't walk and chew gum and that we don't seem to know what's happening in our community, we can't talk about it. I can talk about it. The ones who are a detriment or a cancer, you will be moved out the way if you do not fall in the fold. And that's fact. A lot of the
amen to that. Amen to that.
Who are wanting to move into the position of protecting families and communities, you're going to have to probably go against the people who are in the community who do not mean the community well, unless we're just going to move. Because everybody that moves, trust and believe, some are gang members. Some are probably connected to some sort of organization. We're not slow about that. It's just what is going to be the, how do you say it? How are they going to actually fit in the community? Because if you're not using that energy to protect the community from people that actually come in the community that don't mean us well, then you are a hindrance. Point blank, period. You selling drugs to your own people, you're a hindrance. Now, it's not the same. We're not going to say marijuana is that same situation, but we understand that there is a whole nother lifestyle on top of the society that we see and people work 9 to 5. There is a different world when it comes to moving around the states and dealing with organized crime and stuff like that. So we gotta have to look at all of those factors, all of them. Woo. And I mean, woo, truth be told, woo, people who get into positions of power are going to have to go ahead and use those laws against those Latinas and those white folks and even the Asians and the Asians community who literally been benefiting off of the back of our people for years. Period.
So, just oh. Go ahead.
I want to ask you, what do you think is easier law to break, federal laws or state laws?
That is a really good question. Man, let me think about that.
It's just a regular person on the street. It's a man here said it's a regular person on the street.
Yeah.
What laws? Yeah.
So I'm gonna say this: most prosecutions and arrests are done at the state level, and then the charges are elevated to the federal level during an investigation. Very rarely are people indicted and investigated by the federal government unless they cross state lines. Typically, that is what brings federal charges into play, is when you cross state lines and you're committing whatever criminal activity. So I wanted to address what Ms. Rella said as well. So, because she highlighted something that's very important to understand. The drugs, the guns come into the Black community by everyone who is not a part of the community. And that includes people who look like us, who may be related to us. They have to go somewhere to get the drugs. They have to go somewhere to get the guns. They call them plugs in the street. Back then, we called them connects. But essentially, you have these outside organizations, groups, races, whatever you want to call them, that facilitate the logistics of bringing the guns and the drugs into the Black community. As well as I have this Philadelphia situation where it's just like a broad daylight shootout, multiple assailants shooting shooting after this one individual. And there's multiple of these videos in Philadelphia. It's really tragic. It's just so tragic. But however, in this situation, what you would do is you would develop a task force that would go and have a conversation with the people who you are very confident are involved in this activity, and or who know people who are involved in this activity. And you tell them quite literally, the rules have changed. The enforcement has changed. What worked in the past is not going to work in the future. You are going to be held fully responsible for your actions. You have the opportunity to leave this state, but if you stay and you continue in your criminal behavior, you will be prosecuted, you will be arrested, and you may never see daylight again. And quite literally, that's how they have to be dealt with. Man to man, face to face conversation, give them the opportunity to choose what's in their best interest. And then after that, it's all hands on deck. Anybody coming to the state that's an out of towner, quote unquote, like in Delaware and Wilmington, a lot of the violence that occurs there is likely coming from Philadelphia, unfortunately, and or the influence of Philadelphia. And so you simply have to create harsher punishments for people who come into your state and commit violent acts, criminal acts against your population. Your number one job is to protect the population. And it doesn't matter if this is Miss Debbie's nephew. If that's Miss Debbie's nephew and he's walking around with a gun and he's got drugs and he's hanging out with a bunch of hoodlums, guess what? He's going to prison and he's going to stay in prison. And there really is no tolerance for it. That's how you deal with it. And then you, of course, you get into the education. You set up counselors in the schools. You gotta set up school to work pipelines, school to skills trades pipelines, so that people that are in school have opportunities and they know that there is going to be an opportunity for them when they get out of school. If they are in a situation where they're 16 and they have to work because their family is impoverished, like my family was, and they need to put food on the table, guess what? We need to get this young black man or young black woman an opportunity to earn a living so that they don't turn to a life of crime in order to fulfill that need. Those are the things that we can do because we are compassionate. We've had those experience. We understand our people, and we can provide the resources to them to help them get through a hard time, a harsh period, so that they can get on to, their future career, business ownership, whatever the case may be. You're not going to get that in Philadelphia from white society because, in their opinion, let them kill each other. They don't care. What difference does it matter to them? It's less competition in the job market. It's less competition for resources, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's how I would deal with all of those issues comprehensively.
I think baby sister had her hand up. Go on, baby sister.
Peace and reparations, family, like yesterday. Is Black America building for revolution or just talking to death? I think we're building. And like you guys are saying, they're listening. They're trying to get a pulse on us. My take on it is for Twitter or any social media. When Elon said that you could buy a check mark or whatever for $8, I was wondering why he was doing that, right? And now I kind of think he was muddying the waters. I was trying to block a company, and if you guys notice, anybody can be that company's name now. It'll say the company's name and then it'll have a person's face or whatever. So it's really hard to really at somebody specifically. And I wonder if he did that on purpose. If you go to Nike, it's no longer Nike. Right underneath it, it'll have to say official. So I'm thinking, okay, is that the reason why he gave up those checks? Because you can't really get to who you want to get to. But I don't trust him. I don't remember who said it because I was walking away from my phone, but I still had it on. Someone was saying that he was doing something that they didn't trust Elon. I can't remember now, but I just
he made a post. He made a post. Let me I can put it in the jumbotron. Let me find it and I'll put it in the jumbo. He made a post about being, the woke narrative. And so they took, it's funny how every time we actually come up with something, white supremacy takes the tropes, right, and try to make it into some type of degradation and then turn it around as if it's some sort of harm to them, right? But then they can lynch, shoot, and kill, and, maim, and all these other things, and actually have situations where they're using vaccinations as weapons on people, right? But then somehow woke is somehow the definitive boogeyman for them, and he called it a suicide to society almost. Having a woke mindset, and my response is, they don't want us to be woke, but they need to fear the day that we become socially and actively aware. Because at that point, wokeness ain't even going to matter. That is the point they don't want us to get to.
It's really getting ridiculous. I think it was Tariq. He just had a space, and this one guy calls in, and he's chainsaw nigger to your head. Just went the fuck off. Excuse me. Just went the hell off, and I blocked him. I reported his tweet. They sent me back a response. This is not a hate crime. This man specifically said chainsaw to the nigger's head, and they did not block him. Suspend him. So I put it on my tweet. If anybody is ever, when they say you can do an appeal, I would definitely suggest using that as an appeal. This man specifically said chainsaw to niggas' heads. So if that's what's going on, then we know it's the same old, same old. They just don't care. But going to one specific place and not caring if they know about it, that's cool, because we grown. Everybody, we some grown ass people. The only thing is they got a heads up. They could, mess with the water. They could do a whole lot of shit that before we even get there. So it's kind of like it's a 50-50 thing. This is America, and I did a tweet. Why do the Jews think that their names cannot be said? If you say something about a Jew, it's over. I'm tired of feeling that way. I'm just so tired of feeling that way. So, we got to come strong. We got to come correct. And people that work in different offices and departments, they need to be telling us what is going on. They need to give us a heads up. White people do it all the time. So we just need to collectively say to ourselves, this shit stops this year. This is getting old.
Okay, let me address. Let me address a couple of things. So, to your point about the N word, since Elon Musk has taken over, there's a post that says the N word usage has shot up 500% since he's taken over. That's unlikely to change. He's advocated for Republicans. He's talking about he'll back DeSantis. That tells you how he thinks politically. And he only went to DeSantis because Trump essentially ignored his desire to be buddies with him all over again on Twitter. The other thing about the badges is the post said that there's going to be a gold badge for corporations, a gray badge for governments, and then the blue badge is everybody else, essentially. But under the official account of someone who they determine is an official account, they're going to have that little tag that lets you know they're an official account, whatever that means. So that's the way he set it up. I read a post that said they're going to lose money by charging $8 for these blue checks. And I don't know how that affects the algorithm, because I was in a space where they talked about how the algorithm was really, really geared towards having those checks, how it boosted your presence, it boosted your engagement, it boosted you to the top of feeds, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know if any of that on the back end has changed, but that was the whole point of having the blue checks, which is why they said some people were paying upwards of $15,000 to get those blue checks before he took over. So, that's a whole nother thing. But Elon Musk is what Elon Musk is. On Halloween, he wore a costume that had Baphomet, the demon, who was essentially Satan, on the chest plate. And he rented out Dracula's castle for a Halloween party. There's no question who he is, what he represents. He is what he is. Take the knowledge, do with it what you will. In terms of the water issue, and in terms of changing laws, in terms of whatever, when it comes to us moving into these states.
Adjust your mic, Glenn.
This is the third time. I'm going to go in and come out. Damn it. Oh, Twitter. You just won't leave me alone. Man, you won't leave me alone with this crap, bro. Whew.
Me, I got a fridge full of it, yo. Not even to switch the subject, but it's got real quietly. You know what I mean? How was everybody Turkey Day? Just real quick.
It was good.
It was good. Yeah, I'm still working on these leftovers. About to get to these turkey wings. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Definitely was good. I hadn't smoked turkey.
Ooh, that sound fire.
That sound good.
What's up, baby sister? What you had? Mac and cheese, little collard greens. You know what I mean?
I had some collard greens and turnips. Turnips. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, definitely got to put them turnips up there. What's up, brother McCool? What's up? Hey, yeah, go ahead. Also, I ain't even see your hand up. Think people think. Go ahead, mom. What's up, brother McCool?
Hey, before Think People Go, let me get this in real quick. So the thing that was brought up was the water and the changing of laws. So the water one is real simple because it's mandatory to test the water. It's like a part of maintenance when it comes to water. They're testing it every single day. So that is something that we would do because that's what you're almost required to do, and we would do it at a heightened level because we have this, this heightened sense of security to ensure that the water that comes into our homes is safe for us to drink. So that's how you deal with that. And you definitely handle infrastructure, which all of the infrastructure in the United States is falling apart because most of it's very, very old. It's crumbling. And so that's a whole another issue, but we would certainly want to address that as well.
One last thing, you guys, and I do apologize, Black. Well, the infrastructure is crumbling because we were the only people that built it. They were too lazy to take care of it. We do excellent craftsmanship. But did you guys know that the prisons are no longer allowing the prisoners to have mail the normal way? They have to pay for it now. So I kind of figured that is an intentional thing for them to cut the prisoners' communication off from us. I did a little tweet on it, but that is something that is crazy. They have to pay for their mail to be scanned, and then it's given to them. So we need to keep our incarcerated brothers and sisters on our minds because they're trying to cut them off from us. And I'm going to go back down a listener.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. I did see that post. I'm not. I know I liked it. I'm not sure if I retweeted it. When I printed my book, I had intentions of sending copies to prisons. That was like 4 years ago. And so prisons have always had a policy of having books that are banned. And they use the word contraband for materials that they essentially determine to be illegal and or to be banned from entering into prison facilities. It is likely my book would have not made it through the review process because of the material and the anger that is expressed in the book. It's very political, it's very emotionally charged, and it's unlikely that they would have seen it as a positive thing for not just any population, to be honest. However, the reason that they're scanning documents is because there is a underground method of soaking materials with other materials that produce a certain effect on the human body. And if you know what I'm saying, you kind of know what I'm saying. So you can look into that and get greater understanding of why they're doing that. But it's really likely for the safety of the staff and or the prisoners themselves, to be quite honest. But definitely take a look into that and get a greater understanding of it. Them moving to digital, in my book, I actually talk about this 4 years ago, that they should have electronic devices to keep Black men, especially fathers, in touch with their children, as long as there's not, abuse or violence or whatever, any accusations of that or proof of that. But it would be a really good way to keep the family intact, just the same way that we stay in touch and we feel like we know each other, although most of us have never met. And we got Black American Homeland, who's literally on the other side of the planet. The same thing can be true for a Black father who has to spend 3 to 5 or 10, 15 years in prison, who's able to watch their child grow up, be there for holidays, and actually kind of experience it with them through technology. To me, I don't know how far into that they're going, but for me, in a Black state, Black majority state, I would absolutely want or incarcerated men and women to have the ability to stay in touch with their families. If you can prove they're conducting illegal activity, then you certainly charge based on that. But it's such a privilege that I doubt anyone would risk it. And if they do, they lose it. It's really simple like that. But I want to talk about the changing of the laws as well, because this is something that you have to really think about. You have to contemplate and you have to look into it and you have to think, well, what law could they possibly change that would actually affect a Black state migration? And you really, and I took time and over months, and I've had this question before, and no one has presented a law to me that would effectively stop an American citizen from moving anywhere in this country that they can afford to move. Not a single one. I've thought of every possible angle as to how that could possibly happen. Constitutionally, it's impossible. If you can afford to move there and you can maintain yourself financially, there's nothing they can do to stop it. Yeah, Miss Think People Think.
Hi, I think I agree with you as far as they can't stop people from moving. I think I agree with, I don't know who was speaking previously about contaminating the water and different things like that. I think that's more likely to be what we would face, or them trying to create laws that specifically are negative for wherever we go. For instance, Trump's tax cuts, he designed them so that they hurt blue states more than they hurt red states and things like that. So I'm sure they would probably do that type of thing. So we just have to take that into consideration.
I don't think you can. I don't know if you can pass tax laws that are on the federal level that are different in every state. The states have their own tax laws, but on the federal level, all the taxes are supposed to be the same in every state.
So what he did was he changed the mortgage deduction law so that, if you look at the prices of housing, say in California or New York, places like that, right? Housing prices are very, very high. So when people were able to write off their interest, they were able to write off most of their interest, unless they had, like multi-million-dollar homes. But now the average person, what it is people can only write off $10,000 in interest across the United States. Well, for California and New York, $10,000 in interest is nothing. So, and that's the way they've done racism a lot too, right? Is that they don't necessarily say Black people can't do this, but they will call out certain things. Like back in the day, they used to say, but if you're a housekeeper or if you're whatever, then you can't do X, Y, Z.
Let me jump in here, because so because I was going online and I was trying to figure out what you're talking about. So let's look at this from a Black American perspective, right? And let's get out of the idea of red and blue and red Republican Democrat. Let's think of it strictly from the point of view of a Black American. How many Black Americans in New York and California own these homes in comparison to the white people and Asian people in these states that own these homes that have suffered under the Trump tax cuts?
Okay.
Yeah, because like the thing about it is we have to not only look at policy that is enacted by either the right or left, but we really got to look at how it affects us directly, not the universal blue state, because we're in here talking about a black state. So
Yeah,
quite literally, if there are some homeowners in a black state who are affected negatively by a federal tax cut, we could offset that at the state level if that is something that came about. So for every obstacle, there is a counter to it. But we really want to start thinking about our population and our population alone, and not blue and red and Dem and Republican, because that is a distraction, to be quite honest. And Black America has spent the last 60 years being distracted by white politics and trying to figure out.
I don't disagree at all. I was just trying to show an instance where something really was implemented and it was purposely made different, right? That's all I'm trying to say. So I was just saying, knowing that we'll have our own, states.
In my
opinion, they will definitely go, oh.
But I could argue, right? I can argue that since the majority of Black America lives in the southeastern United States, which are red states for the most part, that it actually was a benefit to the majority of Black homeowners who live in those states. I mean, there's always two ways to look at every argument. I just don't think that affected Black Americans the way that the Democrats will portray it to have affected us. Because I own four.
Wait, real quick. So I wasn't saying that what he did was to affect Black people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that he did that with, I want to affect the blue states in mind. So all I was trying to point out is that just like it's happened in the past, I'm sure they'll say, what can we do to affect, this Black state? That's right. I was giving an instance of just when they've used it. It had nothing to do with Black or white.
Right. And so I actually wanted to bring something up because I understood where people think was saying. She's saying that overall, what the federal government can do to affect states, right, is that, of course, the senators in each state, depending on who has control of government, right, whichever administration has control of government, who represent the particular states, they will be actually the ones who have been affecting the tax laws on the state level, because they also represent the state and federal level. I think that we have to get to a point where we also realize that Congress passes bills that the president signed. And so if you had a president like Trump and of course the administration was majority, whatever the numbers are, right? Tax laws did not affect the dominant society or the dominant population of particular states. Let's just kind of take it back from talking about, Black majority states and talk about it as it is right now first. They didn't affect a lot of the predominant people that we think they did, because if they had, we would see more other groups of people in higher rates of poverty. We don't see that. The people we see in higher rates of poverty are Black American freedmen. And so now, if we actually think about what that would look like in a Black majority state, that would depend on who is representing that state and who's going to represent that state in Congress, and what are the numbers that are going to be pulled no matter what administration is in office. And I think that's kind of sort of what Black is saying, not just having the red blue, I guess, conversation, but essentially you are, is that no matter if it's a Republican or a Democratic Party or an independent party, controlling how the budgets are going to go, money is going to flow, tax bills, laws are going to be passed, people are going to put stuff in front of the president on the president's desk. It has to be some of the representation has to be people who are going to represent us, even in Black majority states. And we have to look at that and have, I think, that broader conversation. And I think it's fair to come in and talk about maybe what you know on how taxes are passed, or how taxes are passed on a state, local, and federal level, and then actually look at those particular states now and see what was the effect to the population, like Black was saying as well, to say, okay, well, this is how it would probably work if we had a majority state. So now we diagnosed, we brought up a solution, troubleshooted, and now we're going through providing a solution, because a lot of us probably don't really understand why it's so important to have full-on representation, but that could look like anything. Especially if we have Black majority states, who are going to be the representatives? Because if we don't get people to vote out the Republican Party, then we're screwed. Or if we don't get people to run as Republican to get a hold of that party, you can't sit here and keep saying, vote blue no matter who, or vote red just because. We really have to crash the boards.
That makes sense. That all makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah. The point I brought up was just to say, people will try to come for us. It's just something that we have to understand and plan for. That was really the only point I was making.
No doubt. Yes.
Yeah. We
like let's say a super majority Black state. We might have more poor people than other states. Therefore, on the federal level, they decide to cut welfare. That could affect, the poor Black people in a supermajority Black state. So that means that we have to have a law, have to pass laws at the state level to counter any negative laws that the federal level, the federal government pass on the federal level. So.
That's right. And of course, we wouldn't have an endless amount of money, where we could just go, we're going to make sure we take care of everybody and we're going to provide everybody with, I hope we can get to that point. But it's just, I'm just throwing out things that we need to think about. That's all.
Yes. So there's always going to be obstacles and challenges to overcome. That is the reality of life, whether we move politically or not. If we just wake up every day, go to work every day, and live a normal American life, there's always going to be challenges and obstacles. The hot water heater is going to go out. I just replaced the hot water heater last week. You're going to get a flat tire. My son had like 5 flat tires in the last year. There's always going to be obstacles, because that is a part of life. And we are aware, and we are going to be constantly looking for every opportunity to counter everything and every obstacle that they put up. Let me talk about the Donald Trump tax cuts, because this is very pertinent, because this story just came out on the 27th. So it came out, actually, I guess it came out overnight. So Biden calls for Trump tax cuts to expire, and he's going to impose a wealth tax with questionable constitutionality. And the first thing that popped into my head, and Black American Homeland sort of hit on it when he said he doesn't believe they can target a black state. They can't. The same thing with the welfare. They can't single out black majority states. So everything they do has to affect the entire country equally. It has to apply to all states equally, evenly. So the fact that there were some very expensive houses that just happen to be in blue states is really not is not necessarily unconstitutional. It's just the fact that it happens to be that these states politically lean blue and they have these very expensive homes in them. However, Donald Trump, or take it back, Joe Biden, the blue Democrat, has the desire to propose the raised taxes on corporations and impose a 20% wealth tax, which some policy experts say is unconstitutional. For instance, if there was some thing that came down from the federal government, the president, whatever the case may be, that negatively impacted a black majority state, and we could prove that in a court of law that it was negatively designed to impact our state in a negative way, disproportionately from all the other states, we would declare it unconstitutional and we would file for a federal injunction until we had our opportunity to go into federal court to prove that whatever it was unconstitutional. That is one of the mechanisms with which we can operate in the system. As Black American Homeland said, if for some reason they were to reduce the amount of welfare benefits across the entire country, which because they would have to do it across the entire country, it would have to be evenly shared, this pain, then we could then adjust state budgets, adjust the way that we operate as a state in order to pick up the burden with private and public partnerships in a situation such as that. That is an extreme example. Someone much smarter than me told me that they have no intentions of getting rid of food stamps, specifically because Walmart and some of these other large retailers depend on that government assistance program in order to make profits. And so what would happen is if the government took that money out of the economy, it would actually produce a negative effect on the economy as a whole. And as soon as he said that, it just clicked in my head like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. There's no reason for me to argue or disagree with that because that's the exact effect it would have. It would affect not just the grocery chains, it would affect the truck driving corporations, it would affect the farmers, it would create a ripple through the economy, and it would just present negative economic actions within the U.S. economy. So let's go to Baby Sister and then Think People Think.
That's interesting that you said that. I just put in the Jumbotron. There was a senator that was saying that the wealth gap is not as big as people are saying. They factored in everything you just said. They said food stamps, the housing vouchers would make up the difference. So the wealth gap is not as big as they say it is. So I was wondering, why are they starting to say this? I guess they're trying to already get into play of putting that in the narrative, because that's exactly what they are saying. And I also noticed that everything is going to the state. Every state is now their own person. If your state does it, your state does it. It's not the government. It's not federal. Your own state can do it, which is really kind of weird. And here's the twist to that. Here in California, everybody is turning their rental homes for normal people, years and years and years. You can get kicked out of your rental place so they can do it as an Airbnb. And it's legal. So if I'm a renter, if I'm doing it year after year after year after year, they can technically tell you, get out. We're going to use this as an Airbnb. So they're getting smart. They're getting really, really smart on how they can triple their money and move people around. It's getting really crazy in California. It's getting really crazy. So yeah, they're talking about the wealth gap isn't that big. Every state can do their own thing, and Airbnbs can now boot you out the house that you rent. So there that is.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. In most states, if you have a lease, you know, the courts will hold the lease up unless you've missed payments, et cetera, et cetera. But I've heard stories of, and especially be these corporations, these big companies who own a lot of properties that'll basically fictionalize documents and say that you missed payments, et cetera, et cetera. And so if you're living in a situation like that, you got to keep records, make sure you get receipts. I suggested there was a black restaurant who lost their lease. I think they're in Georgia, and they had a video that went around. And so, you know, I would suggest getting a lease that is a 2-year lease or a 3-year lease, especially if you don't plan to move around a lot, and get options in the lease so that you have the option to renew it at the end of the term. That's something that can be negotiated at the beginning of the lease, but that is discretion. And so, you know, I'm bringing it up as often as I can so that we kind of understand what this is. Discretion is going to let this judge, magistrate, whatever, decide in favor of this corporation or this property owner, when in reality they should be making sure that tenants are stable, and as long as you're paying your rent on time and you're not causing any disturbances, et cetera, that you as a tenant have rights to remain a tenant. They don't necessarily have to renew.
Remember, you can get terminated for no reason. They don't have to give you a reason to terminate you. So,
Yeah, that's a very weird state, but every state is different. I mean, in my state, no, it's not like that. But again, that goes to the state, and I don't know what state you live in, but if the state doesn't care about
California,
well then
California.
Okay. I mean, personally, I would suggest getting out of the state of California if that's the way they're going to treat their citizens, to be quite honest.
Hey, look, actually the opposite can happen. Let's say you're a corporation, right, or a business, and you decided to sign a 10, 20, 30-year lease, right? Now, let's say you go out of business in less than 2 years. Well, guess what? The company that owns that property can sue you for the rest of that 20-year or 30-year lease. So it can go both ways.
Well, yeah, that's why I say get a 2 or 3 year option. So you definitely don't want to sign a 20-year lease. I mean, that would be utterly ridiculous.
Well, most corporations, big company, they sign 10, 20-year leases. They don't do 2-year leases. I mean, I'm talking about big companies. You know, you're a corporate company, and you know, corporate
companies.
You know,
we're talking about individuals.
Business plan, right? And you know, most people, they sign these long-term leases. Matter of fact, most malls, right? If you are, you know, if you're trying to open up something in the mall, they want a 10-year lease. They don't want to do 1 year, 2-year lease.
Well, on that point, they should be happy for anything, because brick and mortar stores are like becoming, you know, obsolete. So,
well, yeah, that's true. This is just my experience.
I wanted to say at malls and stuff with like kiosks and stuff like that, which a lot of businesses are heading towards, you know, to cut overhead costs and shit like that. They are doing like 1-2 year leases. And I mean, these businesses, they take from anywhere from 20 to
50, maybe sometimes even 100,000 a year from a kiosk. So, I mean, just like Sis said, yeah, brick and mortar stores are becoming obsolete, but soon we just gonna have a bunch of buildings on land that's not really doing anything.
Yeah, that's interesting. Man, that's interesting. That is so interesting. Go ahead. I'm just stunned by that. But I mean, yeah, the realization of that setting in right now is, man, you got it, Miss Rilla.
I mean, that's true. And I think at some point, like, we're going to have to, you know, as we're calling for reparations, we're really going to have to think about, well, you know, most people are calling for, you know, land and things like that. Well, what does that look like in a digital space? I mean, we're going to have to move quickly with the times, because unfortunately, it's going to take a lot to try to repair from 1776 all the way 1865 all the way up to 2022, and then still say, okay, well, now we want to own this, you know, on land, you know, when they're actually trying to devalue land as we speak, in regards to inflation and selling land to people, foreign folks overseas who own a lot of land actually here in the United States. So we're going to have to figure out a different way of what that looks like on a digital on a digital scale, technology, and environmental scale, as well as land grants and stuff like that. I think, again, we have so many different avenues that we're going to have to scale fast.
I got a question for you and who's that speaking? Baby Sis? Or I'm sorry.
Yep.
I love you, Black Soul. All right, check this out. I just got a question. Well, you raised a real good, significant point. You do need to look at how that looks like on a digital scale, because I mean, for real, physical land. And I'm just playing with this because I'm experimenting with it now. I got about 3 or 4 chickens, you know what I'm saying, in my backyard. And I bought these chickens because I foreseen 2 years ago the price of eggs is going to be outrageous like they are now. Land is only valuable for us to feed ourselves. I mean, if we got big-ass companies like, you know, all these artificial food producing companies that we got now, we don't really look at land like that. We're looking at it, you know, like from a cash grab or grab cash perspective. But here in Baltimore, what I've seen a lot of Black people doing, and me myself participating in it too, is buying plots of land and just using the land for what it's supposed to be used for. And that's just really for food. You know, we garden on the plots that we have. We own that plot of land, so that later, if we want to build something on it, we can build on it. But for right now, we just use it to kind of inch ourselves out of using their fucking supermarkets that don't produce food. You know what I'm saying? Just like we have to slowly but surely separate ourselves from each part of each one of these tentacles of white supremacy. And I feel like the first part we really have to separate ourselves from is as far as making out, you know, Black majority stay on with all that. But we have to have a systematic thing where we really do not need these motherfuckers, because their laws and their courts are orchestrated in a way that even if we use them, we lose. So even revamping that system, we're kind of really revamping a system that it's already designed that we lose at every avenue, at every corner. So people here up in Baltimore, we're buying plots of land. It's cheaper to buy the land with nothing on it, and then you build from there. I mean, what does everybody think about that idea? I'm just putting it out there.
I mean, I agree. I think we need to bring back the Industrial Revolution. Unfortunately, you know, when we were thriving at best because we had factories, we had manufacturing companies that actually were built up in big cities like Detroit The Southern Belt. And, when white supremacy hit, white supremacy wasn't just hitting the community, it was actually destroying those manufacturing agencies. Oklahoma actually was a supply hub for oil, for gas, from in and out of the United States, and I don't know if people knew that. And so we have to get to a point where now,
Of course, you would do this. This is what you would
industrial
do.
revolution, but maybe even in the modern terms, it probably is going to look like the technology revolution as well. So probably marrying the two, where we create, develop manufacturing companies, and then we utilize that as people have created businesses to help funnel that the supply chain through those black-owned businesses, and then in turn we recapture the economy. That's the only real true, to me, avenue I see as we make moves, because people are running jobs, whether it is, work from home or, going into the office. And then we're going to have people who own businesses, so that way people can buy goods and help those businesses get off the ground. So in order to do that, we need our own manufacturing companies here.
If we look at everything that they did to try to keep us from progressing, when we got our freedom, we were kicking it. We grew our own food. It was fine. We started exporting. We were coming up. When the great crash, 1930, and people are jumping out their windows, it didn't bother us. All of a sudden, all of the jobs that we were doing, Detroit and cotton and all of that crap, they took it overseas. Anything that was making us to do okay, they would spite their face and cut their nose off to spite their face. And it's crazy to me, because you would just think if everybody is prospering, it's a great nation. They said no. There's jobs over here. The black people are doing it. Detroit, best cars whatsoever. Factories shutting down left and right. They did not care that they were going to screw themselves over as long as it didn't help us. And that is crazy to me. Everything that we were thriving in,
that's what you're dealing with. That's what you're dealing with. That's what you're dealing with.
So now it's kind of like, what can we do? There's desert, what do they call it? Grocery food deserts. If there's a plot of land, it's a vacant building, clean it up, plant some food. It's insane to me. Everything we need to have, we get it from them, and they know it. So as soon as we just say we don't need shit from you, especially as basic as food, it'll hurt them.
Yeah, that definitely is a sound plan. And I say food because, everybody needs food, whether it's cold, hot, you need food to survive. But I was basically coming across that to say, I heard someone earlier ask what laws, I think they asked the question of what laws don't get enforced. The laws that don't get enforced are, the laws that they don't have the power to enforce are the laws that aren't followed. You know what I'm saying? Basically, anybody can make a law. But if you don't have nobody to enforce that law, then the law really don't matter. You know what I'm saying? I can point out a bunch of laws that they got up here in Baltimore that they just don't enforce. Jaywalking. You're supposed to get locked up for jaywalking. They don't enforce that shit. Not in D.C., not in Baltimore. Me and Gary was in D.C. at the reparations where I fucking jaywalked. They ain't give me no ticket. So it's saying all that to say it's just a lot of loopholes that we can use, but we gotta keep our eyes open. I think buying plots of land, just taking over one sector one at a time. You know what I'm saying? Of course, yeah, we got to master multitasking. But
let me say it like this. I'll say it like this. Emancipation happened, and we still had slave laws on the books that they're talking about today. That's a great example. So we are always upset, I think, after the fact because we don't have anyone actually going through the laws and saying, okay, these are the laws that are on the books. This is how they're affecting them. I think that's what affecting us, and I think that's what to Black's point.
Black's been saying that for a while.
Right. And to his point about Black majority state, how would that? I mean, overall, it would of course be overall on a federal level for the entire country, but for particular states, each state has laws on their books that they don't enforce, just like the federal government. But in a Black majority state, we would be able to actually go through the laws and either get rid of laws or amend them, and we can get them voted out. The ones that do not affect us, because that's what they do in these states that are majority populated by white, quote unquote, or Hispanic or Latino, or depending on Asian. If you think about it, they literally are trying to get the population count up the same exact way. What we're talking about, the difference is they have an economic floor. They got an economic base in these other big states, along with population, which is how we're being ousted. So we have to, in turn, do the exact same thing. And then we can start tackling those laws, and we got to get people in office to get that.
Quick question for the space. I think someone asked, what could keep us from moving out of the state? This is a free country. Would a person that was incarcerated, are they mandated to stay in that state?
Sometimes if it's like a part of their parole agreement or probation type situation. Isn't that correct?
Yes, probation. If they are on probation, then they have to stay within that state during that probation. Once their probation is ended, then they can move to any state they want to move to.
Now, here's a wicked thought. So if the government starts to see that we're migrating from that state, best trust and believe they're going to try and lock up as many people as they can to keep us anchored. I don't trust these people.
No, I mean, like good examples, a state like Wisconsin. Why do you want Black people to stay in Wisconsin? They don't want Black people staying in Wisconsin. They want Black people to leave. Most of the northern states, they prefer for Black people to go back to the South.
I think Wisconsin has the highest.
Right, so we're not talking about Wisconsin. We're talking about a state that doesn't want us to leave. If a state wants you to leave, it's all good.
Yeah, the southern, back during the Great Migration, the southern states, some of them wanted Black people to stay because when Black were leaving to go to the northern states, the southern states were losing consumer, they were losing the labor, they were losing renters, they were losing all kinds of benefit from Black people.
So then that state would want them to stay, so maybe they would put extra attention to Black people to get them caught up. That's what I'm saying.
It didn't work. Yeah, they tried to, it didn't work.
So the best thing, I think the best way to go about it is to tackle it as it comes. And then the strategy has to be where, people are moving out of the state. You talk to a few people and things like that, and then you get to moving. I think the also Black American, I believe, state prisoners, I believe that they're a ward of the state. That's the same as children who are in the system. The state somehow the states capture them. They have to do what is it called, like a state transfer or something like that,
to get permission. Exactly.
So.
Yeah, you brought up a really good point. So once you get control over the governorship, and you have control over the judiciary and law enforcement, you can probably start to put in for transfers to help bring in inmates who you identify as having the capability to be rehabilitated to get the skills that they need to go into a trade and become a productive member of society. And you can actually open up the opportunity for them to write and write a letter, write an essay, whatever the case may be, and have a staff that seeks to be quite honest, get rid of some of the people that we have incarcerated that we know are not going to be able to be rehabilitated, and do a swap or whatever the case may be, because they do that often. And then there's some sort of payment that goes in place. I don't know if one state pays for the other inmates, whatever the case may be. We could certainly go down that road. I wanted to talk about Wisconsin because it was brought up, because it's one of the states that is said to have the highest incarceration rate of Black Americans. Now, I know there is roughly 400 to 500,000 of us living there. And so when I look at these numbers, it says 81 per 100,000 is serving time in a state prison. And I mean, even if it was 100, you multiply it times 5, that's 500 people. But that sometimes when they do these highest incarceration rate or highest whatever, it's based on percentages, and sometimes they can actually create a narrative that although having 500 Black Americans incarcerated in prison is a high number, but it's across an entire state where there's nearly 500,000 of us living. So it is what it is. It's the highest rate, but it's kind of distorted based on this per 100,000. However, I don't care what they do. They can't lock all of us up. If they start locking us up because we're leaving the state, again, all of that sounds very unconstitutional to me. We definitely want to have lawyers on deck that can handle those cases and figure that out. If it looks like it's a state acting in an unconstitutional manner, then we certainly will want to elevate that to federal investigations. I mean, there's a lot of mechanisms that are in place to deal with some of these obstacles that are being brought up. It's not the end of the world. It doesn't stop the movement. It doesn't stop our forward progress. It just means that we have POWs that we have to work towards getting getting them released, getting them rehabilitated, getting them to be able to move. I looked up the cost to move, and depending on if you rent a U-Haul or if you hire a private service, but if you hire a private service, that means you have money, obviously. But it's a couple $1,000s basically. And so, this is not out of the realm of possibility when you're trying to establish permanent Black American political authority to protect yourself, your grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and their great-grandchildren's grandchildren perpetually. It's like, okay, this is a small sacrifice in the grand scheme of things. Think people. Okay, go ahead.
Was somebody ready to say something?
No, you go ahead first.
Okay. In regards to being able to take unconstitutional things to the courts, that's kind of going back to what I was trying to say. We need to make sure, as much as we can, that there are judges in place that will do the right thing. Because what's happening now is that we're having judges put in place that are kind of puppets and will do anything, like the Supreme Court just ruled on a case where our brother was trying to, I think, have his sentence overturned because there was some evidence found that showed that he was innocent.
This comes up a lot.
He was on death row, and they said no.
This comes up a lot.
So my point is
that case comes up a lot, man.
If we don't have people who actually are going to do what the Constitution says in place, then we impeach them. Yes, we impeach them. Right. Yes, and they can be. Supreme Court justices actually can be challenged to be impeached, and people don't even know that. Right. My point is,
we just impeached a California judge like not too long ago for some fuckery he did in a case, but not to cut the sister off. Go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, number one, we want to get the right ones in place, so we don't have to impeach them. But the ones who are in there who aren't right, we need to be able to impeach them too. I'm just saying, again, it's just something we have to consider. Thanks.
Absolutely. I think, just again, I say I'm here in Baltimore, and I'm I hate, bringing this race of people up, but I see the Jews, how they got their own department of unemployment. They got their own department of this and that. When we establish our Black majority states, I think that's the first thing that we need to get in place, because when you're talking about replacing judges and holding judges accountable and getting them out of there and getting the ones that we have to get in place, that would be done better, not just by a bunch of individual voices, but by an establishment. Like if you have a department of Black unemployment, or whatever we decide to call that institution. I mean, I know the Jews. I mean, I go past this every day. Department of Jewish unemployment. You know what I'm saying? Like Department of.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm dead serious, because see, when you're going at a government as another government, then that makes a bigger. You have a bigger playing field. You have more legitimacy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we playing in their game. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it's we challenge this government. I think it's we form our own government and then come at their government as a government.
Hey, sis, peace. Hey, look up the Office of New America. The Office of New America in your town, city.
I know all about it. That shit is crazy. The mayors and okay.
And they'll convince you.
I couldn't think of it. I couldn't right off the thing. CJ, you're right. That's exactly what I was talking about. Like they formed their own government. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with the Indians did. You know what I'm saying? We can do the same fucking thing, and it don't even have to be all of us. You know what I'm saying? It could be a fucking few hundred of us, and we make that shit happen. And it's already established. Then our I don't even like to use the term our people, but people that look like us will gravitate to that. You feel what I'm saying? Instead of coming to, and not putting nothing against the rally, but coming to a big rally and just being unorganized and people, we just spurting our plan out into the air, you know what I'm saying, to the atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? Diddy, and he said this the best way: bad boys move in silence. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why we.
Yeah, but he gave Elon Musk $12 million just to buy Twitter. So if bad boys move in silence, why didn't he give that money to Isaac Hayes? Why didn't he actually develop his own platform or invest that money into Black grassroots social media platforms? So if bad boys move, I mean, I know he's not. I know he's not grassroots, but for a fact that they listen to us. They listen and hear. They see people posting folks to social media. They use social media to help build their business.
Right.
And I'm saying this to be facetious. Yeah.
You're right. They hear us, but they don't listen to us. And that's a difference, you know what I'm saying? The evidence shows that they don't listen. They hear us, true, and the evidence shows that. You're absolutely correct, 100%.
Maybe the word should be they don't heed us. They listen.
Better word.
They just don't heed,
Right. They don't. And the biggest thing, I think the biggest move we can do to that is exactly, going back to what I've said. What we're missing is, look, we gotta, if we had a gunfight, right, and I got a Desert Eagle, and you coming at me with some fucking 22s, my Desert Eagle, every time I bang, I'm shaking the whole fucking block. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm dismantling like 5 of your people. So what you gonna do? You're gonna go and get a Desert Eagle too. You feel what I'm saying? You're going to bring a Desert Eagle to the Desert Eagle fight. You ain't going to bring a knife to a Desert Eagle fight.
If your tires aren't working on that Desert Eagle, or you got sugar in your tank for that Desert Eagle, it ain't going to get off the ground. So if we want to go think basic, you know what I'm saying? There's ways of getting around it. And if he's giving away $12 million, I mean, that to me is a slap in our face. That is a slap to Black Americans' faces.
Absolutely, 100%, 100% it is. But I said like Bush, what are you gonna do about it? You know what I'm saying, sis? What are you gonna do about it? See, what we're gonna do about it is get on the same playing field. You know what I'm saying? Because even though Desert Eagles don't have wheels, whether your Desert Eagle wheels work or not, you know what I'm saying? You gotta get in the party. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get in the party, and you ain't gonna get into that Desert Eagle party with a knife.
I agree, and our response definitely should have been, when we found out that information, that at one point, how people like to spew that, what's that number they like to spew, that $1.2 trillion spending power, that's more than what Diddy actually has. And at the end of the day, that should have been, if we were really, I guess, let me say now, I'm not going to say when, as we get on a collective force, that $1 trillion spending dollar power, until other communities start to actually invest, because they're going to have to invest back in us. We're going to have to get to a position where we can trade with other people, right? So until then, the money that we do have, whatever that number is, that number needs to be moved from these companies that do not show support for our communities, Black grassroots or not. So if it's mainstream, if it's whatever it is, if it's not funneling the repair and the construction for our building up, we need to start redirecting that money even away from these larger Black companies that also are not contributing to making sure that we get what we need. And that needs to be a message received. They have to feel it also. And then when they decide they want to get on one accord, then we'll, we go back and we start to evaluate, okay, let's see what they're doing for our movement, for the migration. But until then, we need to start redirecting that money to grassroots and to the building up of the migration movement. Or enclaves, like I said, where people are in states where you can take over a majority district or a couple of districts or whatever to make a difference, possibly in that one area to, I guess, maybe hold down the fort until you're able to leave. Because again, it's not everybody, right? Black, it's particular numbers, specific numbers for each Black majority state.
Yeah, DJ, what's going on?
Mm-hmm. What happened?
Just the interest on that money where they help Jackson.
Hey, Black and Joe, you want to answer all the question real quick?
Yeah, no, yeah, she's right, 100%. It is a specific number for each state. Every state is different. It's not 100% of the population. Like we talked about 90-10 earlier, so 10% of the population is likely to produce action in almost every movement, and 90% kind of sit back and watch and wait. And that's right around 4.5 to 5 million of us. We could certainly get Delaware, Mississippi, and still have man, 4 million left over to take over 2 other states. So yeah, we probably could get 4 states with 10% of our population. We just have to move strategically to make that happen. And yeah, I want to address the case about the gentleman who the Supreme Court decided, because this has come up a few times, and I glanced at it the first time, but I actually read the whole story this time, so I do want to address it. So essentially, what happened was, and this is a black man, so we all understand what's going on. In Arizona, he was convicted of raping and murdering his girlfriend's 4-year-old daughter, a 4-year-old little girl. Her insides were essentially gutted. Okay, so let's understand what the seriousness of this case is. Now, it doesn't say he was innocent. It says that he had bad counsel. He had a ineffective attorney. And so this is what the initially in the state, the federal judge said, okay, you had a bad attorney. We're going to give you an opportunity to present this new evidence. The state said, no, we don't agree with that. We're going to take it to federal court, to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ultimately said, well, you don't have a constitutional right to present new evidence. And this is where the disconnect is. So every state is different. This is where let's talk about it, discretion. Every state can choose to handle these cases however they want. Usually what would happen is the state would simply say, okay, present your new evidence. Maybe we'll have to do a new trial, and let's see how it goes. That's typically how these cases have handled in the past. However, 30 years ago, I want to get to this part so we understand that this was not necessarily as new as it was presented in the papers, because the story kind of has been stretched out to make it seem as though this is the first time this has happened. Um, let me find this, because this is kind of important. So the decision was written by Justice Clarence Thomas. He basically said it's up to the state. He said if the federal government in this particular case goes against the state, we are essentially removing the state's authority to prosecute cases the way that they choose to prosecute them. For a black majority state, this is what you want the federal courts to do. You want them to keep their hands off of your cases, and you want them to essentially allow the state to decide how to prosecute its cases. I mean, that's just what you would want. But let me find this, because this was 30 years ago. Goodness gracious, I wish I had little highlighters to keep my case where I wanted to. Okay, in 2012. Okay, so this is in 2012. And Justice Alito is the one who basically lays this out. Damn it. You know what? I may have to come back to this because this isn't really important. Essentially, just to paraphrase, 30 years ago, there was a case that was similar to this. It went to the Supreme Court, and they pretty much said the same thing. I mean, it's technically different, but it's essentially the same thing 30 years ago. And so what happens is the way laws and courts and attorneys and judges, the way they all operate is, and that was a conservative opinion back then that people didn't agree with back then. However, they build cases and judgments based on precedents. And what they often try to do is look back in case law to see if something like this came up before, and they essentially look for a way out. And that's what it looks like here is what happened. They found a way out because something had happened very similar 30 years ago, and it wasn't ever challenged necessarily in any substantial way. And they said, look, there's a 4-year-old girl that lost her life in this situation in the most demonic way that I could possibly even imagine. And so we're not going to get involved. And that's essentially what they did. Does that mean every state now can't allow new evidence in? No, absolutely not. That's not what it means at all. It means that states can decide if they want to let new evidence in. They're not compelled to not let new evidence in. It's just simply saying, okay, Delaware, do you want to let new evidence in? And we control Delaware, and we say, yeah, we're yes, we want to operate our state in a way that gives everyone a fair chance. If they had bad counsel, the counsel was ineffective. We want to give people justice, and so we can operate that way. Another state may say, no, 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 this is on the books. This person committed this heinous crime. We're not going to give them the opportunity to get out on a technicality, and so we're not going to give them the opportunity. But that is the way the country is constructed. That is the way the country is supposed to work. The way that Black America is supposed to work is we're supposed to get control over states so the country can work for us. That's the missing ingredient. Instead of thinking of how can the federal government save us, we need to start thinking of how can we save ourselves. And the way that we save ourselves is by getting control over the systems that have the authority to save us. I'll end with that.
Good point, and definitely, I think it goes to the point that I was making. So I concur.
Hey, what's going on tonight, family? I got a little bit of information for y'all that pertains to what we're talking about. Hold on 1 second. Let's go over here, right? And shout out to Sister, Big Sister Rail. You already know. Hold on 1 second. So this is pretty much says this is going to piss you off. So just listen to the rhetoric, and hopefully the volume is good. As she says that, I said, well, I'm from Ukraine. Hold on. There you go. Where you from? She said, I'm from Ukraine. And as she said that, I said, well, how long have you been here? She said, 4 months. Like, well, that's good. So you came over during this war and whatever. And she said, yeah. She said, the first thing she said, America's been great to me. They bought me this beautiful home, which is in an upscale suburb in Greene County, Missouri. And so the next thing I asked, I said, so you guys work and whatever? Then she was like, no, they bought the house and they paid for the house for us. This is an upscale neighborhood. Every house in there is no less than $325,000. The next thing she said is, I'm so blessed to be in America. And I looked in her driveway, and she was driving a 2022 Tesla. That's it. You know how much a Tesla costs. And her husband had a brand new Toyota Tundra, blacked out edition and everything. That's an $80,000 to $90,000 truck. She said they gave it all to him. They got free college and education on us. What about our veterans? Anybody, you tell me, what about our veterans? Much love, much respect. Just,
all right, y'all. So y'all heard that right there. So just to add on to that before we get to the talking points. So, shout out to our folks that work behind the scenes in these government facilities. We got the word or knowledge that these tether rooms are getting anywhere between $2,800 every 2 weeks to $5,000 a month. And they're getting SNAP benefits all off the strength of the American dollar. So at the end of the day, you got the Ukrainians, you got some of them Afghans that came over here. That's 100,000 a piece each nation. Jim Crow Joe letting the tether rooms from South America walk across the border. So that's going to be in the millions right there. And then you got punk ass Jew gang Schumer talking about he want amnesty for 11 million people, which really retails probably about 20 million or more. So these folks is really just trying to erase us. Why they ain't trying to help us the way they helping these people, yo? So, this is why we talking our black state of America. We're going to have to group up, start being ignorant, and saying, hey, look, I don't want to be around such and such because I don't like that nigga. Well, hey, look at this shit. At the end of the day, we ain't really enemies. We going against these other folks. But, our folks don't like to listen, man. That's always my opinion on it, yo. But I yelled it.
Yo, that's a crazy ass piece of footage you played there. Yo, because I'm a maintenance man. And I deal with luxury apartments. You feel what I'm saying? And I was working in this luxury apartment complex called Waterstone, bro. Ravens live up there. I mean, famous singers, all types of shit. Well, I met this little Indian guy that lives up there. I guess I call him Indian, but he came from one of them countries. And bro, he showed me a voucher. Now mind you, these townhomes that you can own, they cost all the way, they from maybe $500,000 up. Okay? Now, he showed me a voucher, a housing voucher from the government that they got for about, I think the housing voucher was for maybe $150,000. So he told me, he was sharing this information with me. I'm in here working on his apartment, working in his townhouse, and he's just showing me this shit. He showed me his car voucher. They give them car vouchers, man, like $50,000. And if you buy a car with this voucher and it doesn't, you get the change. You get the change back from the voucher. Say you only buy a $30,000 vehicle, you get the damn change back from the damn voucher. Like what kind of shit is this? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that shit is real. That's not no made up shit that he just played. That shit actually happened to me like fucking 10 years ago.
Home vouchers, holy shit, bro. I'm telling you right now, bro.
I'm ever so pissed.
Woo. Hey. Woo. Well,
holy.
You ready to get more pissed off? Get your gun, Sister B, because we about to go shoot the club up. Check this motherfucking video out right here. Hopefully y'all got about 5 minutes actually to listen to this real fast. So let's get to the work right over here real quick. Go get some leftovers for this one. Hey, let's take it to my hood, Brick City. You already know. Let's go.
Some homebuyers have been frustrated by New Jersey's real estate market. Housing inventory remains low and prices are high. And homebuyers are also competing with corporations for properties. The Asbury Park Press analyzed millions of property records in New Jersey over the past decade and found the number of limited liability corporations, or LLCs, that own homes soared from just 12,000 in 2012 to 72,000 last year. 1 out of every 3 homes in New Jersey is purchased by an LLC. Asbury Park Press business reporter Michael Diamond joins me now to talk about this. Michael, welcome.
Thanks for having me here.
So why are LLCs buying up properties in New Jersey, and how much is that impacting housing affordability right now?
Yeah, so it's been a
pretty sizable influx of LLCs coming into the state in the past decade, and it really picked up momentum in 2018. And really what's driving it is just a lot of investors have a lot of money on their hands, and they're trying to find good ways to make money. One of the ways they found is with houses that they can buy pretty cheap, sometimes at foreclosure, sometimes at short sales. And they have a few options. They can rent them out, they can flip them, renovate them and flip them. And we're also seeing a lot of LLCs turn them into Airbnbs and turn them into for rentals. The impact here in New Jersey is pretty well spread, and it makes it really hard for first-time home buyers to find affordable houses. They have a hard time competing with LLCs because LLCs have a lot of cash and can buy the homes with cash and kind of weighted contingencies. It's for renters because LLCs can increase rent, and sometimes renters are having trouble getting their houses fixed with maintenance issues. And finally, it's having a big impact on the state's wealth inequality. People with money are able to make more money and sort of locking out a key asset that people can find that traditionally has been able to build household wealth.
So what communities are seeing the most activity from these corporate buyers? I know there was an effort in Newark to raise some attention to this, but it's not just Newark.
It's not Newark, but the most prevalent activity that we found are in low-income communities like Newark, Trenton. In recent years, close to 50% of homes in Trenton have been bought by LLCs. Asbury Park, which is a trendy town that's coming back. There's also a low-income part of the city still. It's attracting a lot of buyers who are seeing they're taking advantage of inexpensive homes, and they can make a return on that. The interesting thing is we found tiny towns in New Jersey, like South Township or Attleboro, with about 3,000 residents, has seen a lot of LLC activity.
Are there any statutes that limit these corporate purchases?
There aren't. The LLCs are tricky. They are business entities, and they have a lot of advantages for members. They're largely anonymous. They can be one member, they can be hundreds of members, so they're hard to track. There's not a lot of effort to rein them in. There's a bill in New Jersey that's been introduced and has been languishing in the Senate for a while now that would require LLCs to disclose their investors. No, they're largely pretty free to operate.
Michael, thank you so much for sharing details on your reporting. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
Okay, y'all. So y'all heard that right there. So basically, to add on one more little thing. So like a few years ago, a neighbor of mine had passed away. She had a stroke or whatever, but she was trying to sell her house because she couldn't afford to take care of it anymore. And the house was, it was pretty much in shambles. You know what I mean? And she passed away. I still see her husband and her son and their family. They're good folks and shit. You know what I mean? So the house sat there for a while, you know what I mean? Obviously somebody's going to get it. And then all of a sudden you just see these South Americans just moving up in there. And the house, like I said, was messed up, but obviously, they had some type of skill to fix the house up. So but hold up a minute, where the hell did you get that money from if we just got here yesterday? You can tell you just got here, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, this shit don't make no sense, man, how we just being erased. And I don't think all of us are really going to understand. Not even all of us here. I'm really talking about our folks down in the street. You know what I mean? Mom at home, dad is still working. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, we're gonna have to come to some type of conclusion. How the hell can we step up? What the hell? What it is we're doing with all the information we know. How can we hurry up and get this information to our folks down in the street so they could be like, hey, look. I agree with you because when I talk to our folks in the street, they be mad as hell because they know the information too. They see the shit. It's not like all of us are so blind. I know you got some boule folks out there and some house Negroes that just ain't gonna look at it like that. Some uppity Negroes, you know what I'm saying? They down with the in crowd and shit. You know what I mean? But a lot of our folks understand what's going on, but they just like most of us at one point, they feel that they don't got a voice and can't say shit. So I'm going in on these seconds right now. Shout out to the Soul Food Collective.
Yeah, I saw a similar story. I think it was in the Midwest. I'm trying to find it because it might have been like a 60 minutes report, but it was the same thing. Some out of state foreign investors were coming in, buying up all the properties, evicting people, and that's happening all over the country. I mean, unfortunately, it's the same story everywhere Black people live. To be quite honest, all across the country. Corporations come in, they buy up the properties. I think when we had Miss Rella's real estate space, I think in Minnesota, there was a bunch of posts, a thread about that, how that's happening up there in Black neighborhoods. So this is just what they're doing. This is what they do. The states could stop it. They can certainly create legislation to slow it down and or stop it, but they don't. And there's a reason why they don't, because it's to their benefit. It's to our detriment. So again, of course, I got to keep pounding the drum. Do we want to keep fighting small fires, and then every time we put out one fire, another fire, there's 10 fires that replace the one fire? Or do we kind of want to go for more of a comprehensive solution to essentially put out all of the fires? And then when one pops up, like, oh, they're messing with the water. Okay, well, we deal with that. They're trying to change some law in the federal government that's going to affect all 50 states. However, it's going to have a greater impact on us. What can we do to offset, and or if we got to go to federal court? Because what happens when you go to federal court, I didn't get to mention this. Typically, an injunction is put in place, which means whatever the harm is, it stops until you get in front of a federal judge or whatever the case may be. However, it's going to be decided. Oftentimes, the Supreme Court decides not to hear those cases, and essentially that is a judgment in and of itself. And so you essentially win when the Supreme Court decides not to take up the case. So there's just all these levers that are in place that are written into the law. They can't ignore what's written into the law. That's why you need attorneys who are constitutional attorneys who understand the way the laws are written. And because their discretion and interpretation, see, a lot of these cases are interpretation and discretion, because that is fundamental to white degeneracy, where in which they can look at something the same way. They say if you tell one person one thing, by the time it gets to the 10th person, the story's completely different. Well, it's the same everywhere, except for they have a ideology and a mentality that's going to benefit themselves. It's going to benefit white society every chance they get. So that's how they think. So that's what they produce. I hope we think in terms of benefiting Black American society. And so we should naturally produce the results and the discretion and the interpretations that benefit our Black majority society. That's just, in my opinion, that would be a very natural thing to expect. These battles that we are fighting now, which it's kind of hard to say that we're really fighting battles. I mean, to be quite honest, because in my opinion, you have to fight at the same level as your enemy. And unfortunately, we have never been at the same level as this enemy in this country, because we haven't had the authority to be at the same level as this enemy. That's to our detriment. Being a permanent minority scattered across the country means we're just sitting ducks. Target practice.
And see, Black, when we hear these stories, it's it's amazing that we don't say to ourselves, we're being hunted, and for different cities, more so than others. But you would think an attorney would say, look, let's start doing some restraining orders on these police officers. the real basic options that we can use, I don't think we're really thinking about it. To me, what we're going through right now, we're outside the house. We need the jiggers inside the house to tell us what the hell is going on. We can talk to each other, you know, amongst each other. We need to have the jigger by the door. We need to get this shit penetrated to the point where we know what's going on, every single situation before it happens. We need some people to tell us what the fuck is going on, because now we're outside the door. This is so day late, dollar short type of situation. I don't want to cry, but it's almost like taking water out with a teaspoon from a bathtub. It's like we are seriously not even being thought of. Vouchers, cash back, LLCs buying up shit.
Don't forget the EBT. Shout out to my SNAP benefit homies.
And I just said, earlier how they're trying to say there's no wealth gap. They factored in the food stamps, the housing vouchers. So, oh my God, this is fucked up. We need to start chatting, y'all. We need to start chatting against these devils.
I prayed over my food. Hopefully that's a start, so.
DJ Crazy. You mentioned a restraining order. So I'm someone who's had intimate contact with law enforcement. And so I'm gonna tell you this. Good luck with getting a restraining order against an officer when the judge has to sign off on it. Man, yeah. Oh, God.
But you know what I mean? You know, I don't want to rethink the wheel, but if an officer continually keeps pulling me over, you know, he knows my car. You know what I'm saying? But it's just kind of like we need to think real simple, because the simpler you think of something, the better your results. I've always thought that way. I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I had a brother. My brother. Well, I had a brother. Thank God he's out of the way now. But yeah, my family name was known to the law enforcement, and he got pulled over multiple times a day. He would call me just so he had, you know, an ear witness. I told him to put cameras in his car because they would strip his car every single time they pulled him over. This is what they do. This is standard operating procedure. And again, what judge is going to go against an officer? I'm going to tell you, quite honestly, if you don't have video evidence and it's your word against their word, it's very unlikely that a judge is going to go against an officer. That's just that's just the way the system is set. Very unlikely.
See, I often think a police car can't start if there's flat tires. You know, shit.
Oh yeah, and what I was mentioning earlier about the Jews, they have a Jewish department of social service. We should get an FBA department of social service. You know what I'm saying? Social service, all this goes right under social service. You know what I'm saying? Social service, you have a line of black lawyers that they service you in your social activity, in every area of activity. You know what I'm saying? This is what we need. We need to go at them. This is what we go to the court system, the governments with, because this is your own government. This is what the basis of what every government is made of. Their Department of Social Service, because social service ties into what? Social justice. Just throwing it out there.
Okay, so I got another video for that on that one. Our brother McGo, ready to talk. So let's take it all the way back to Jersey. Come on up, 995. So since you said social services, right? Let's go look what the J Gang did a couple years ago over here in Jersey. How they was taking New York City residency, even though they lived in Jersey, welfare, and was also getting welfare from New Jersey. So they was double pinging the system. And when I tell you, even though they arrested some folks, but like obviously, you know, the story is swept under the rug. But check this out real quick. Hey, matter of fact, Sister Think, you want to say something real quick?
No, actually, I was just wanting to say everything that you're bringing up is just going back to the point where I say one of the major things we need to do is make sure we have the right judges in place. That's so huge because we are being hunted in every way, you know, physically, economically, just, you know, anything they can do to kill us off, basically, is what they're doing. And so, you know, if we realize that, we need to use every tool possible to try to stop it. And I think we're very smart, right? We've survived more than this. We're very strategic. We know how to get around things. So we need to put our heads together and try to figure out what we need to do to get rid of qualified immunity. What we need to do to get the right judges in place. You know, in addition,
these are Democrat talking points. My God,
because
these are Democrat talking points.
If they're murdering all of the people, especially, they always target the ones that are activists. You know, that's going to hurt us.
Okay, let me respond to this. So, get the right judges in place. Now, my experience in life is by the time you are in front of a judge, that is the person who stands between you and incarceration, you and divorce, you and family child support, or some other action. What does the judge have to do with you just being a law-abiding citizen, working hard, paying your taxes, and essentially navigating through America as a good, upstanding citizen?
Well, to me, that comes from the standpoint that says most Black people that come into contact with a police officer, if they're arrested, were committing some crime, or if they were killed, were doing something that caused them to get killed. And I would think most of us in here know that that's not true. So the point is, we need people in place that are going to actually hold police accountable and who are actually going to look at cases and say, okay, this person did commit this crime, or it seems that they did versus they didn't. We're nowhere near that right now. And
Okay.
we need to at least try to move in that direction.
Okay. Would in your understanding, if you had to put a percentage on how many of us who have these interactions with police versus the rest of the population in the country, so in other words, a percentage, can you put a percentage on how many of us who have, and I've actually got a 53-year-old Black man up in the Jumbotron who was rear-ended by a tractor trailer. He was pulled out of his car and pepper sprayed by 2 police officers. A horrible, horrible event. Hardworking Black man, looks like he has some physical issues, and he was assaulted, literally assaulted by these police officers. Counting him as one out of 100, what percentage would you put on of Black American citizens who go through that?
You know, it would be hard for me to do that. And why? Because the stats that we look at now aren't accurate, right? So say if you look at, say, FBI stats that look at arrests, we know that the Black population is over-policed, right? We also know that, say, white folks do more drugs than Black folks, but Black folks are the ones who are normally pulled over and, you know, their cars are searched for drugs, which is illegal, and, you know, drugs are planted on them and things like that. We know that that happens at a heightened level. But we also know that police departments don't really report a lot of their crimes to the FBI for them to be included in those stats, right? Only about 40% of the police departments report their information. So all I'm saying is that
yes, you're saying Democratic talking points.
Probably come up with come up with a number.
Yeah, let's
very disproportionate.
Let's estimate. Because disproportionate is us comparing ourselves to some other population. I just want to focus in on Black Americans, and then I want to say how many Black Americans as a percentage go through these interactions with the police. Is it 1%? Is it 10%? Is it 100%? Out of those three numbers, which one do you think is closer to 1, 10, or 100?
Well, you skipped a bunch when you go from 10 to 100. So maybe 50?
50%.
I say 100. I say 100.
Okay. So, have you ever been in a situation with a police officer where you felt that the police officer did not need to have qualified immunity in order to protect your life?
That I didn't feel that they needed qualified immunity to protect my life?
Yeah, in other words, you thought that your life was being threatened, and if they didn't have qualified immunity, they would be prosecuted no matter. Now, let me make it very clear. So these police officers are criminals. They're going to hurt you, harm you in some way, shape, or form. You may end up dead. The qualified immunity protects them from prosecution in the event that you die. So one must assume that something tragic occurred in order for them to not need qualified immunity, because that's what you're talking about right now. You don't want them to have qualified immunity, which essentially means they have had to have killed somebody in order for them to essentially assert the qualified immunity that you want to take away. How many of our population as a percentage would that directly affect if we took away qualified immunity today?
I don't have that number. I don't know.
I think 100.
That's every jigger that we know. And
it's high. It's very high. And here's the thing. I mean, a normal citizen driving down the road that, happens to look away and accidentally hits somebody and kills them, they going to jail. Or they're at least going to,
Not necessarily true. I've actually had a family member that actually did that very thing you just said, and he did not go to jail.
Well, okay. Well, I stand corrected. My understanding, though, is that involuntary manslaughter is something that people are charged with. Is that?
But you still have to go before a jury. If it goes to trial, you go before a jury, and then you still have to prove reasonable doubt. All I'm saying is, like, there's stuff that goes before all of those things, and I think it's the simplest, easiest answer that question is today.
Crazy.
Police officers have impunity right now. They're not using impunity to protect the community. They're using impunity to literally kill citizens.
Okay, I think Gary, I don't mean to interrupt, but I think Gary was going somewhere with a really, really good, interesting point. I mean, the Jewish community took away that same right of the Baltimore County and City Police, and they have what's called their own Jewish basically citizens on patrol. And I've lived in the Jewish community where it was a discrepancy at my house. And guess what? Baltimore City Police did not come. Baltimore County Police did not come. They did not have jurisdiction. And I honestly trust that this comes from their Department of Jewish Social Services. You feel what I'm saying? Like, they put all this in place, like they have their structure in place. And this is not to put, like to say we copy anything that they do. No, this is just
how they step to the government to get this. You feel what I'm saying? This is why the government can't touch them, or this is why you know what I'm saying. You got to pay $500,000 just when you say something against them in public, no matter who you are. You feel what I'm saying? This is what it comes from. But again, you know, Baltimore City Police, Baltimore County, and they're right in between. They're in the city / county. You feel what I'm saying? They're right on the line. If anybody knows Baltimore, you got Northern Parkway, you got the Jamaican community, and then you got the Jewish community. Guess what? Baltimore City Police all up and through the Jamaican community, raiding houses and all that shit, stepping on corners. Nah, get off the corner, all that. Jewish community, man, them Jews do whatever they want. You will never see no Baltimore City or county police talking about, hey, man, get your Jewish ass off the corner. They ain't stopping to say hi, nothing. They riding right through.
Yeah, that did happen. That did happen in New York too, because during COVID, when they shut everything down, the Ashkenazi Sephardic Jewish community was out in full force, and because the mayor knew, and there was like pictures going all across social media, and it was a big old deal because I think right before that, was it like a college? Something was happening right before that where the police came out and like disbanded like I think a black family from being outside or something happened. And then right after that, somehow the Jewish community was all out in public. There was no social distancing, nothing, and they were free to do whatever they wanted.
Yeah,
there was no. You remember that? Yeah, you remember that?
2020 when it all dropped and they put mandates on everybody. Everybody got a curfew, not the Jews. Up here in Baltimore, it's two Baltimores. You know what I'm saying? You got the nigger Baltimore, and then you got Jewish Baltimore. You know what I'm saying? Jewish Baltimore, they get to do whatever they want to do. You know what I'm saying? Businesses shut down. You got to wear masks. Jews wasn't wearing no masks up in their markets and shit. I know because I was going there. I was walking through there with no mask. Ever. They ain't never had no mask mandate. They ain't never had no, you got to get the jab. They ain't had to get no jab. They look at you like, man, you stupid. You feel what I'm saying? And I was working for two Jews who fired me because I didn't get the jab. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't get it. And I said, why should I get it? You didn't get it. That's not the point. Okay. I'll do it myself then. I don't have to work for y'all. And that's how I carried it. That's how I know this shit is a scam. I'm telling you. You can really do what you want to do. You just got to have your places. It's just like Monopoly. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't got no property and you landing on everybody else's property, you got to pay rent. You ain't got no hotels. You ain't got no properties. You ain't even got railroad. So
yeah, you know what, family? What pisses me off more than anything is the fact that they can tell other races, ethnicities to not speak negative of them. It boggles my mind. So if I want to say something about a Jewish person, that's illegal.
Who cares about that, man? Who cares about that?
Department of Social Services, baby. Look, I got a social service claim that if you say anything wrong about Brother Muko, my lawyer's coming after you, and we taking your house. If you renting a house, we taking your paycheck. You feel me? You ain't got to own a house. We'll take your paycheck. You ain't got a paycheck? All right, then all right, we responsible for you living on the street as a bum. That's racism, white supremacy right there.
You know, a lot of people say that, you know, they don't follow us. We don't have a culture. And amongst us, you know, saying the word, the N-word, it's cool, okay? I am going to start my best to start saying jigger. Let's see if that picks up. They like to do everything that we do, right? Jigger. Be jigger. Because I'm so sick of this, you can't talk bad about a Jew. I just don't understand that. And we kind of talk for that every single time.
But baby sister, we have to also, I mean, be
in detail with it. It's not even Black Jewish people that's call folks anti-Semitic. We're talking about Ashkenazi, which means descendant of European descent. That's what it means. And those are the ones who literally are making up these rules. So that's what I think, back to Black's point in regards to the police impunity. Black, ask the question again, because I want to make sure I understood you right.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Let me throw some statistics out here. So since 2013 till 2021, on average, I'm looking at these numbers. I'm trying to come up with a quick average. 275 Black Americans have been killed by police in the country. 275 on average. In 2021, that number was almost cut in half. That's likely due to COVID and all the restrictions of traveling around. So if we're operating on the number of 275 Black American citizens die at the hands of police in this country every year, and to this people think point about qualified immunity, which is going to essentially, and this is the point I was making, essentially not protect these 275 Black lives from being essentially murdered, assassinated at the hands of these government agents. What it will do is it's a retroactive ability to be prosecuted for that action. But this 275 average is something that just kind of happens every year. And it doesn't really change up or down that much other than the pandemic. So, do we put a lot of energy and effort, because this is the Democrat distraction party narrative, we put a lot of energy and effort into that issue, which takes our mind and attention away from the issue that would create a comprehensive solution to the problem. That's the point that I'm really trying to get at, and I'm really trying to help people understand. Is it a problem? Yes. But to me, there are much, and I say this with no disrespect to all the fallen members of our family who have lost their lives due to police activity. But even in those numbers, to be quite honest, there were some people that had guns in their hands. There were some people that had chains and knives in their hands. There were some people who were in domestic dispute situations where, matter of fact, I can remember a video where a guy ended up coming out the front door, popping off at the police, and ended up dying in a shootout. Some of these are shootouts, and they are kind of, for whatever it's worth, legitimate. The ones that are not, they're bad, they're horrible. But out of the 275, what number is even that? I'm just trying for us to understand the Democrat narrative keeps us wrapped up in distractionary narratives, sucks all of our energy into distractionary narratives, so that we're constantly running around thinking, oh my God, when we could actually be focused on the solution. And that's really, it's kind of like last weekend I was depressed. I'll be honest, and I allowed myself to be depressed for a couple of hours. I was drained, and then I kind of helped get over it essentially. But it's kind of like sometimes you got to take a long perspective view at what's going on, a historical perspective, pull way back, so that you're not just constantly ingesting what they're feeding you, because they've been feeding us these narratives for a very long time. Yeah.
I don't see that as a narrative. And even though
it is a narrative,
there are, as you said, 200 based on those statistics.
It's a
my point narrative is we need to be treated like other people. I could send you probably 100 videos of other people shooting at the police, running from the police, doing all kinds of stuff, and they're not dead. So my point is, we need judges in place, not only that are going to do the right thing by police, but again, that are going to do the right thing by us when we have our own state and we need to sue when people are trying to come from us. We would be naive to not to pay attention to that and to just let a bunch of judges that also want us to fail to be put in place, right? We'd be silly to do that. So all I'm saying is we need to pay attention to that because things are ramping up. And it's not a narrative because I really pay attention to who is shot and when by police and who's not. And there's a clear distinction.
I love spaces like this. Thank people. Thank you for your observation is very well much needed. Definitely very well much needed. I feel both of you. Actually feel both of your logic. And to Gary, I definitely feel like we shouldn't just concentrate on that. Although we already know that the numbers are skewed. Even the average that you just gave us with going with Baltimore statistics, who average about a little over 200 murders a year, who always try to scream black on black crime. But how can you scream black on black when more than half of your cases are no suspect, no motive? So if you don't have no suspect, no motive, you can't tell who the suspect or who the offender was, black or white or Chinese or whatever. So that's right. I feel that point, but I also understand, and I say a little bit because I'm always still learning. In other words, in Nelly Fuller Jr., always still learning because I'm a child in this. But I do know the government a little bit because I've been dealing in it. I'm a veteran, and getting a department of social service will get a lot of things done on multiple fronts, and so I feel Gary on that. You know what I'm saying? By not just we want to get to the bottom of shit. We don't want to just keep fighting in circles and keep turning our wheels. You know what I'm saying? But when we come to those solutions, we want them to stick so that we don't have to go back around putting another Band-Aid on it 5, 10, 20, 50 years down the line when we already dead and gone and leave it to our children. You know what I'm saying? The object is to eliminate it so it won't be an issue for our children's children. Who, I just had one, by the way. So, I definitely have that in mind at all times for all of my children. You know what I'm saying? Because I even have children that are grown. You know what I'm saying? And trying to illustrate that to them, like what the fight is really about, when they only see really 5 years in the past and 5 years in the future. And that's really a narrow view because I need them to see, more than 500 years in the past and to plan more than 500 years in the future. And that's a hard task when you see everybody around you planning just for the next week, or when the next party is, or when the next celebration is, or when we going to do Christmas, or when we going to do my birthday. You know what I'm saying? All these things are distractions as well. So we got a lot of work to do and a lot of celebrating the style.
Well, I'm gonna say this. My birthday is coming up, and I actually celebrate life while I'm alive. Cause you never know when it'll be my last day or someone's last day. I'm not speaking into existence. I'm just realistic on the fact that there's work to be done and doing. But I will say that I think that to both Black's point and think people think is
the two sides of the same coin. Yes. And that I think we need to strategically utilize groups that are already on mainstream. Like, people don't like to talk about Benjamin Crump and Merritt Lee and NAACP, right, in regards to when it comes to shootings and police brutality. I think we're going to have to allow those people to do the surface level work that they've been doing, whether you like it or not. And then for those of us who are ready to get into the trenches, meaning that we have to be able to focus, even though it's going to be difficult, because like there was a gentleman who literally was just shot in the head again, another case in Louisiana, right? I cannot not see that. I cannot not say something about that. Even though I'm not in Louisiana present day, right? So I do my best to do what I can using my social media platform, but at the end of the day, we need to actually now get to the point where those people who are already established, who make a lot of noise, who will talk about it, take on the case and all those things, they can deal with those things. We have to get to a point where we are now challenging the courts. We're now getting into the trenches of saying, okay, we need to show up someplace. And this goes back to actually being prepared again for a Black majority state. If you're not willing to do the work where you're at now, you can't wait to do the work when you get to a Black majority state. You gotta start getting that practicing now. So that means collective building. Like, people don't like to talk about Kwanzaa principles because of how it came about. But I'm sorry, some things ain't gonna come the way you think it should come to you. Some things, the Most High God bring to you by way of people you least expect it. And collective building is part of the Black majority state and all the other principles put together. That would include how we actually attack the government in regards to the police impunity. So if I want to start practicing what I would do if I was in a Black majority state, I would start doing it now. And that's outside of NAACP if I have to. That's collectively saying, okay, well, if I was in a Black majority state, what things would I do to actually make sure the government understands that I see my people being harmed, nothing is being done. I'm bringing this to my senators or whatever. To me, that's not taking me away from doing the work that I'm doing even to get to a Black majority state. To me, that's actually me multitasking. And I think sometimes people feel like you can only do one thing and not the other, when you can do multiple things if you have the capacity to do so. Yeah. I agree. Even in the Black majority state, I would still be trying to fight for the people who are being murdered down somewhere else, because it's now we have a bigger voice in the Black majority state. But what does that mean? What does that mean to my voice now in the state that I live in? What does that mean for the collective now? So, like, do we move, in silence and quiet while all the stuff is going on around us? Or we do what we can while we're moving?
What if when someone was shot and murdered in a particular city and the NAACP does not interact? What if when things like that happen, we bombard that city's NAACP? Yes, you should. Exactly. And if that organization is not doing anything specifically for us, why can't we challenge them to explain why? Why can't we, we took the
but we should be challenging all the organizations who claim they're for justice. And that's the other piece of it, because we can't do all of the work and then still be like, oh, we're trying to migrate. We have to think smart and strategically, but we have to take the pressure off of us while we're moving under, however we're going to do this. We need to put the pressure back onto these organizations that are already built.
Exactly.
So that way we still Right. So that way we're still operating in the grand scheme of things, but we are now moving in another realm where we're trying to get established in a Black majority state. All the other groups are doing the same thing. And it's not like my brother Moses says, not to say we're trying to be like them, but essentially honestly we were drawing a line in the sand like they've been doing. They'll join all of the organizations and probably show up just to see what we're doing. But in the grand scheme of things, they're building, I guess, in silence because we don't know what they're doing. We're not a part of those organizations. We ain't a part of them groups. We don't got people infiltrating none of those groups. None of the Black Jewish people are in those groups bringing back information, trying to cipher the money from those groups back into the Black community. Because whether you believe or not, you're still part of the Black community.
When we retweet those videos and the little clips and everything, I swear for God, I always attach the International Criminal Court. I always attach the BBC International, and I always attach the NAACP. We need to slam these assholes. We need to slam these assholes.
You're getting blocked every time you tag them, people. Just let you know. You know what I'm saying? Like, majority of you, man, help me out, man. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Mr. Occasion? What's good, bro? Oh, no, right. We have a matrix. Hello, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you good now.
Yeah, I wanted to say I like the conversation. Very, very informative. What got me on the mic was you guys were talking about the different organizations. I think that's something that we need to honestly study these organizations. Me being a part of some of those organizations, I do have some intimate knowledge. They're human rights, quote-unquote, organizations. If you're against reparations, you're a problem as an organization. It need to be helped. It need to be dealt with. It need to be sued. The same thing with the NAACP. They're a human rights, civil rights organization. When they're not doing the things that they're doing, they need to be held accountable because they have money, thousands upon thousands of dollars that they're supposed to be combating our issues and making sure that we have the equity and make sure that we have the stuff that we need as citizens. That's the reason why these organizations were designed. But they're not fulfilling their obligations and they're promoting those things. I really think that that's for advertisement. That's just for starters. And this is going for that's just your civil rights organization. I'm not even getting on your Boule people. I'm not even getting on your Lions Club, your Kiwanis guys, your Rotary guys. Like all those different organizations serve a certain function within a society or within the society as a whole. Like a part of an organism. And when each organism is not supporting our community, that's more of a reason why they need to be put on a ban list, why they need to be held accountable, and why they need to be sued. Because they have historical practices where they have specifically discriminated against our community.
It's a conflict of interest. It's a conflict of interest.
Well, it's to the point that it's deeper than that. It's to the point where that they try to control our politics and try to we wonder why there's certain people in the community that do things that are against our interests and they get rewarded. Like they use those type of organizations to hurt our community, and they need to be held accountable, to the highest form, because they scream that they're human rights organizations. That's the thing that gets me upset. The UN has already reported saying that we need reparations, right? Lions Club is connected to the United Nations, all right? They have never voiced their opinion about reparations, nor was never held accountable for those actions. But yet still, you can march up and down these United Nations hallways and don't get no mud up in your face. And I'm really kind of tired of seeing these type of organizations saying that they're helping out our people. Then when you confront them about where's the data on this, where's the numbers on that, then you're labeled the bad guy.
that you like that you're but every other person around the effing world is getting to participate, getting resources, and we're not competing on an international stage. That's a problem with us, with me as a Black American, seeing us getting locked out on an international stage. So those are some of the things that there has to be some repercussions, and they have to pay. There's reparations across the board on everything, and they have to pay.
So I don't disagree with that, but I also think that while I think the grassroots organizations are actually having to build up, because remember NAACP gets money from other groups of people. Right, so they're getting investments from other groups of people, which is why I believe they do push more and harder for other people when they were also, started by the Ashkenazi community. The other thing is you have sororities and fraternities who are also fall short as well. And they are more of a, silent, trying to move in silent type. We can't really be out in front doing things. However, that's not beneficial. So I think that strategically, in order to, I feel like while we get our economics under the other groups that are on the grassroots building up, the ones that are out in front right now, we have to find a way to strategically utilize them, and then we can go after them on a legality level once we get up and going. But until we can get the money flowing into these grassroots, we got to play the long game. And I know that they can do something. They can show up on one court case. They can. My point to you is they can, and they need to, but we need to figure out how to get that done right on a state, local level based on where we are right now.
I have a suggestion for that, sister. There needs to be a delineation within the civics community where there's people that's impersonating us. There's people that are saying that they're Black American, and they do things that are in the disinterest of Black American people. And we need to delineate and to say that if you're not from this lineage, if you can't prove on Ancestry.com, or you can't take the time to do a DNA swab to find out who the hell you are, then you don't need to be in this space, period. So that means on any facet of what we do.
Right, so let me finish my statement, Mr. Engagement. I'm saying to you, before all of that, the organizations that are already up and running to actually be on the forefront, whether they are of the lineage or not of the lineage, and they are actually being represented in those spaces, we have to demand that they have representation in those spaces while we actually work in the background to get our organizations that are grassroots, that do have people who are of the lineage off the ground. The money has to be redirected, and while that's being done, you cannot spend your energy trying to worry about whether or not they are Black American, FBA, ADOS. You need to be demanding that they have representation while the groups that are actually getting off the ground that will be built that way, the Freedmen Bureaus that fight for the Freedmen Bureaus to be reconstructed, all of those things are underway in the background.
Okay, that's understandable. Right now, with the person that just was murdered, I'm not too privy to what the circumstances were about. We can bombard that city's NAACP. Every time some shit jumps off in the city, we should just repercussions and consequences for the NAACP. That's the only mouthpiece that we have on this planet that is supposed to be representing us. So if we go that way, nobody has to do any type of marches or whatever they want to do. We're going to expose that particular NAACP, that location, for what it is.
either we're going to make them do some shit and say this was wrong, because they are always quiet. You never even think about the NAACP. And I was thinking the other day, kids that are growing up right now, they're used to hearing about these murders. When I grew up, we didn't hear about this shit. Somebody was born 10 years ago that has experienced all of these shootings up until this day. So their mindset is like totally fucking abnormal.
Well, I will say this. Ida B. Wells actually was doing documentary on lynchings, and somehow that movement pretty much was shut out, I think, when they migrated to Oklahoma, and she got in bed with NAACP and she ended up leaving. But I feel like that was snuffed out. So a lot of her works was really about exposing these killings. And they didn't have social media back then. Theirs was like in the paper, doing articles and writing her books. I think that she was onto something. And that should have been something that kept going, to keep up with. These are the things that are happening to us in our community. No one's doing anything about it, including those who claim they are representing the, Black American freedmen, the FBA, the ADOS, our people. And we have to call them out, I think, out and open, period.
I want to definitely respond to some of the stuff that you guys were talking about, again, specifically like the NAACP. I think that, personally, that's the line, that's the line, do you hear me now? My bad. Nah, you got it. Yeah, I did that with you. Talking on the weed. Oh, yeah, it happened. I think that the NAACP, that we need to create our own organization. I don't see any benefits in us infiltrating them and trying to switch in ADOS, the height of the beginning of the reparation movement. That strategy was applied, and it's not a shot or diss to them. I think that that's just counter. We're past the position that we need to be suing them. If they're not, because I had an incident in my community where a black man died in police custody, and they didn't say a goddamn word. And they got all the money, all the protections that we need so we can go into these fights. And if they're not going into these fights, they need to be sued and have that money relinquished to organizations that's going to fight these type of fights. That's the problem that I see. And I don't see that us trying to infiltrate and hold them accountable, but that ship has done sailed. Like we've already tried that. We need to have a competing faction against that and know that there's repercussions if you do this type of behavior in our community. If you do this type of behavior, you're going to be ostracized. You're going to be kicked out. Like we need to set that type of tone. But I can't see my nephews and my seeds and my prerogatives in the future going through this nonsense with these organizations, because they're not. They need to be sued. That's just my bottom line. They just need to be sued.
I'm going to get an understanding. I'm not in the NAACP, but I just want to understand. So are you saying that they can stop the shootings, or you're just expecting them to?
I'm saying that they got enough money to represent us, ma'am.
They can represent us when this is happening.
No, I'm trying to understand.
I'm saying that the NAACP that I got in my community, for example, they're sitting upon thousands and thousands of dollars. They're not bailing out activists. They're not fighting and putting money towards lawyers and cases that are relevant, that's going to move the needle. They don't do that. And that's the problem. So why are you collecting funds in our community and you're not upholding those values? That's the problem that I'm trying to tell you about these organizations and why they need to be sued. Because they're not following their mission statements. They're not following what they promote. They're false advertising. And they need to be taken down a peg from doing that. But that's just my opinion. For a guy who's been in those organizations, not just the NAACP, I think that all of them need to be sued.
See, that's a level of that they need to be held accountable for, because they had specific policies that were specifically towards Black American people only. And they discriminated against us. And the people that were Black in those organizations didn't speak up on behalf of Black American people. They had their head down. And they shut up.
Here's a question: when these CEOs, for human health and resources or whatever, someone just got.
Hey, hold on just a real quick, brother. You gotta apologize to sis, because it ain't to tell nobody to shut up, and I'm not sure if you meant that in context or to her. You just want to clarify. We ain't gotta speak in that tone of metal towards each other. But go ahead, though. If you want to know. Yeah.
No, he wasn't. I don't think he said shut up.
No, I ain't saying no shut up. I ain't cut like that, man. Especially
that's what it sounded like, Mom.
No, he didn't. So when these people are exposed for all of these, fraudulent claims and stealing money from people, from the welfare, pool or whatever, it's the same thing to me. The NAACP does not allocate any money, any time, any type of representation. They do absolutely nothing for us. So to me, they're getting money under false pretenses. They don't do anything. They don't get no money for the lawyers. They don't buy them no coffee. What are they doing for us? So I think that's what he was saying.
Well, yes, that's one half of it. And the thing is that money and those resources is to bail people out. It's designed. The reason why they have these fundraising dinners is because it's under the pretense that if there is a case that goes on that needs to be addressed in our community, that we'll be able to combat it, and they'll be able to get the legwork started so that it can be arrested.
Lose my mind.
We can combat these things as a group effort.
People running around talking about the NAACP.
I'm gonna say the 60s. Right after the height of the civil rights movement,
gracious, bro.
They infiltrated with people who are not us, and they put them in very key positions where they make deciding factors on what we do with our livelihood. And that's a problem. These civic organizations are designed to extend the life of our community. And if they're not extending the life of our people, then they are a cancer or a vampire to our community, and they need to be vanquished. That's just my opinion about what I've been observing the past 10, 15 years with these organizations.
And they need to be exposed.
Yeah, they need to be definitely sued. They need to be definitely, because they're not upholding their values. And I'm like at all. And the thing is that it's a much more deeper theory but people never really wonder why this anti-Black behavior is spread amongst the communities and is accepted and tolerated. And I'm always looking at these organizations as the cause of some of these situations. Because, how on earth are these people having meetings? Like, for example, you got the LA situation, right? With these city council people. They felt comfortable, family, to sit there in a meeting to plan against Black American people, to conspire and to take them out. They've been doing this type of stuff in these organizations for years, and they just haven't been held accountable for it. And they've been in environments where it's culturally acceptable. The question is, why is that? How is that? Because we don't promote it. But somebody else out there is, and they need to be held accountable for that. So, those are just my opinions based on what I've seen about these civic organizations and these civil rights organizations, quote unquote. And that was what made me grab the mic. And I want to say thank you for talking about this, because it's something that we need to really investigate as Black American people and as a family, because they're destroying us as a family.
Yeah, I like investigate. Investigate sounds good.
Damn straight.
Well, let me add this to that. I was just trying to look up. So Delaware does have an NAACP branch. The state attorney general of every state has the authority to investigate and has the authority to investigate. So we have the option of suing people with no authority and allowing the courts to essentially dictate how that investigation operates, or we can become the majority of a state in which we have the authority to pursue an investigation, and we are in a much better position. I want to go way back to someone said something about judges. So every elected position in a black majority state where hundreds of thousands, if not millions of black Americans are moving there specifically for the purpose to establish black majority rule over that state is a political movement wherein which every elected official will be held accountable. They will be vetted. There will be no opportunity for someone to get in a position of authority and not do the job for which they are elected to do. It is almost a slap in the face, quite literally, to be perfectly honest, for us as a people to continuously try to tear down something that is so critically important by mentioning things that quite honestly just don't, it's illogical to think that hundreds of thousands or millions of black Americans who are politically, socially conscious and understand what must be done are then going to be fooled and tricked by a judge or some other whatever position, and that they're going to be allowed to stay in office without any repercussions from it. That's just not the case. It's just not the case. And so, while things can go off the rails in any area of life at any time, because you can't control everything about this life that we live, we can really, 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 really put in parameters, vetting processes, accountability, people who are from the community, organizations, political parties, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, checks and balances to ensure that everybody's on the same team, working together for the ultimate goal of protecting our population. These organizations have no authority. They don't. When I did a search on investigating the NAACP, what I'm coming up with is the NAACP goes to state attorney generals and governors to ask for things to be investigated, which is interesting. However, if we are in the position of power and authority, we just do the investigation. We don't have to ask anybody. And if the NAACP is an organization which is actively defrauding its members, collecting donations and money from corporations that are intended to go.
It's defrauding the public, my friend. It's the public.
Well,
it's not just us. They're defrauding the people who even want to support black people, like the Black Lives Matter. That's why they need to be sued.
Well, yeah. So I was going into corporations that donate money for tax breaks to black organizations or black, seemingly black organizations, because I don't believe the NAACP was ever a black organization.
See, if things ran the way that they were supposed to, it would be our black churches, and it would be the NAACP talking for us. We don't have the churches going to them. We have nobody. We have no one to represent us, like the Jewish people, like the Mexican, Hispanic groups. We have no one. So if they're going to use our name and the churches are going to take our tithes, we should get something from it. And we get nada. It's not their specific reason why they're existing is to aid us in, like lawsuits or whatever. But somebody should be saying something to the chief of police. Somebody should be saying something to the mayor. Somebody should be doing some type of audit As in, what have they done for us? They just do anything that. Oh my God! It's so.
Okay, baby sister. Let me ask you this question. You're talking about an organization that has no authority. And I just want to do compare and contrast. So you have an organization that has no authority versus the state that has authority to do investigations, that has senators in the US Congress that can do investigations. Would you rather have an organization that has no authority speaking for you, or would you rather have people who are elected officials who have authority, who can actually start investigations speaking for you?
I want the NAACP in my city, in my state, to acknowledge the fact that a black American was murdered, done wrong, whatever. Why can't they acknowledge us?
Because that's not our organization. It never was. You remember the NAACP was funded by the Jews. So there you go.
Bingo.
God.
So why should they speak out? You know what I'm saying? This not the Thurgood Marshall days. Really?
No. If they're gonna have our Negro name in their title, in their organization, that's why they should speak out.
Well, that's why Mr. Engage is saying we need to sue them. Everybody.
Exactly.
Sue everybody. What you know about that song?
Or change the name.
Well, they weren't asking that either, though. They weren't asking that either.
They gave it an acronym, yeah.
But they changed it. I remember that it was about the word advancement of color
people. Then that's what I was about to say. We're not.
That was a '90s thing. I was thinking at that time point, and I remember my parents.
Hey, your phone going in and out of the matrix, Mr. Engagement.
Oh, I'm sorry. I remember going out to the meetings when I was younger, and that was one of the problems where, like, a lot of the elders were saying, "Hey, man, like, you're kind of distance yourself from Black American people, and that you're missing the mark." And ever since that '90s discussion, when I was coming up, and I remember that was a big heated debate, and it still is a big debate to this day. That should people use people of color and all that other nonsense? And we look and see how far the mission of the NAACP has been derailed, where we're not in pursuit of justice the way that we ought to be. So, like, that's just something for us to think about. Like, them switching even just one word changed the whole trajectory of an organization.
I don't know what they're talking about anymore.
Just real quick, go ahead, T-Way, but I was just going to say, remember, Obama took Negro off the road. So what do we even identify as if we ain't identifying as color people? Well, go ahead, T-Way.
What y'all think about us doing more spaces on starting our own Freedmen's ADL version or FBA version or Freedmen's version? Our own ADL. I know earlier somebody had a space with a Jewish lawyer, and he said that's a great idea. Of course, we all say that, we all think that, but we need lawyers and money. At least we can talk, maybe have some spaces, discussion, create some framework of finding some like-minded lawyers and finding some framework of how much that's going to take and how many lawyers and how much it will take to fund these guys to pursue these probably civil litigations to at least maybe within twice of spreading disinformation like Charles Barkley did, blatantly giving false information about us being hating the LGBT community, which is false. Everybody gives false information about us, because if you look into the details, the FBI details, and the other details, it's blatant lies. That should be at least civil, have it in civil court, so people think twice about spreading bullshit and slandering our name. But back to the point of us gathering lawyers, like-minded lawyers, see, this is the framework of how we can get our own freedom. If you really gather $1 million, which he put up a lot of people put up a lot in terms of money, but small donations, we can at least pay some hourly rates or at least 3 or 4 lawyers start a movement. I don't know. Y'all get what I'm saying? Their own accountable Freeman's Anti-Defamation League.
So there was a young lady on Space Twitter who also she's on social account, but she has started an organization called Blood Pact, and an anti-Black Defamation League. If you follow or shout out to Brooke, who did start the Blood Pact, I actually sent out a change.org in regards to Kyrie Irving and demanding that the DOJ as well as the EEOC investigate both the NBA as well as the ADL for violations of Religious and Civil Rights Act of 1993. So that is also out there. But yes, we do need attorneys who will actually take on a class action lawsuit against the Charles Barkley's, the ADL, as well as communities who actually spew misinformation without facts behind the reasons why they want stuff taken down, things like that. Now, I think for us, history and documentation will always be on our side, because the one thing white supremacy does as it practices is hate. It captures or takes souvenirs. And the souvenirs that it captures is actually documenting its crimes. And that's one of the biggest things that we do have. We do not have a collective law attorney. I think Denise is actually getting ready to host a space or for people to actually learn how to actually take on or get into the position where you can actually file your own lawsuits, and I think that can be done as well collectively. But it would help if we actually had, as you said, maybe like a go-to group of attorneys that would actually just take on American freedmen issues, and that one would be definitely going and suing people who do speak against historical record. Like, they would have to prove why they want Hebrews to Negroes to be taken down. They would have to prove why they constantly go after Black men who start to talk about their religious freedoms in regards to research and things like that. They would have to prove any and everything that they are doing to stop someone economically, and they're not being challenged to do that. Because, like you said, we do not have an on-call group that we can pull from that would cover American freedmen, whether you're FBA, ADOS, or the like. So I agree wholeheartedly.
Just to add on real quick. That's a great
Psalm 83 verse. Why are Black Hebrews the only one with this knowledge and saying it's the 12 tribes of Judah? You don't hear Mexicans saying this shit. You don't hear Puerto Rican. You don't hear Dominicans. This is Simeon's rescue mission. Kiddo King, we're on our way. All hands on deck. Ecclesiastes 77 validates what we're saying. Why are these dumbass American Black people the only ones saying this, my nigga? Perdidos destruidos. Éramos gentiles. Idólatras fuimos. Pero ahora. Because the spirit influence that this individual wields, and also his connection to every household in America, and for him to make light of
about a man who was a segregationist, who was in charge of other black men's income and their livelihood, I think that we need to be screaming on the top of the lungs that he needs to sell that team. And he needs to specifically start selling to black owners or to a team of black people. Or matter of fact, he could even have to create an organization. He has to drop a bag off. Like that's mandatory, and he needs to make concessions from here on to eternity.
Jesus, yes.
Because of what he calls. I think that we need to be very, very vigilant with this situation here, and really capitalize off of this, because these guys need to cut the check. They had no problem disenfranchising us, so that means they have no problem restoring the damages that they caused. So, put Stephen A. up on the chopping block as well as Jerry.
Who is that? That's ESPN, right? ESPN.
Okay, separate. No. You don't stop. Stop it! Take your nails in me, you guys.
I know Stephen A. I'm saying, but he's on ESPN.
You guys, stop it! Don't do.
So then the lawsuit actually would name his statement and actually go after ESPN and then force ESPN.
She's clearly here with somebody. Leaving them alone.
So that those are the things that we need to really, I think, have attorneys to try to be able to drive.
No, it's not. Let me tell you something. Oh my God.
Again, I don't know.
Come on.
I just read in the chat a civil lawsuit about a lawyer that can cause irreparable damage to a future income. If somebody sees me right now, they can look at me and say, she's bad. She's awful. She's bad. He should have kept his mouth shut.
Please cut it out.
For him to even think that he has the right to say that. For him to
Chris,
let's go get Chris.
The network he was on, as well as Charles Barkley. Yes.
Bingo.
That's the whole conversation.
Jews would have been all over that shit.
Boy.
If he said Jews are the worst people, please.
Very true. You should be sued. ESPN should be sued. What is it, TNT he's on? They should be sued. All three of them. Because the data, when I seen it, data don't back it up. Doesn't back it up. So why are you spouting misinformation, slander?
Advertisers too. Boycott that shit. If somebody went on television and said all Jews are blah, 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 Michael Jackson is loved by everybody. He loved everybody. So you're telling me Michael Jackson is the worst person ever? He's black.
You got it, Mr. Gash, right now. You got it.
Oh, okay, my bad, family. Yeah, I definitely do agree with that. And there needs to be like a ban list for somebody who said some atrocious things, like who like Akon.
This conversation.
Just throw names out there. Busta Rhymes, Fat Joe. Like, there needs to be an extensive list about these individuals who speak anti-Black American things about our legacy and what we have been through as a group of people. I think there should just be a zero tolerance for it, no matter how uncomfortable we make people feel about that, because they're making us feel uncomfortable by making light of our oppression.
Black Americans blacklist.
Not to pour water on anything or not agree, we can't support Black businesses in that. No, we don't. I'm just not gonna say that. I think our energy we better served is rounding up enough lawyers. I don't care if they're young or seasoned. Just make these people feel it in their pocket. That's all they respect. That's why the Jews always go after money. They don't care. They're surprised when they turn down Kyrie's $500,000. It's very surprising. That's not like them. They always go after the money.
No, the ADL turned down the money because it had to be considered extortion. They are a 501. They are a 501c3 organization. They are not a federal organization. They are mandated by the state. They file taxes in whatever state that they were enacted in. They're a 501c3 organization. They need to lose their 501c3 status, and they need to be investigated. And so they're not a federal entity at all. However, they have power because, again, the organization is backed by, don't quote me, but I do believe AIPAC backs them. I think also they are heavily backed by state-funded money that's funneled through, communities around the country that are setting up. And I'm sorry, you do not see to Black's point, the NAACP having that type of power that the ADL has, and there's a reason for that. So I think again. When we say, look to attorneys, we also need to look at how these organizations are constructed. Because if the ADL was an actual government entity, it would have been a lot different the way they went after Kyrie Irving, and they would have to actually prove what he was saying. But because there was no organization, NAACP did not come to his aid, and then they did not fight to have the ADL prove that what he was saying or had done was an anti-Semitic act, then he himself is going to have to file, I think, the lawsuit or have his team file a lawsuit, which is why I started the change.org, because, again, we talk about Black majority state rule, but how do we actually behave in regards to things that are coming about? I'm not saying that it's taking your focus off of certain things, but it really is to say, okay, well, our behavior has to show that we are ready to move to a Black majority state and that we are ready to get down and get with it. I mean, that's just as simple as that. And I do believe that if it's not Kyrie Irving, they are going to set it up that it could be any one of us who decides to say, now we are looking into the historical records of the Ashkenazi Sephardic Jewish community participated in slavery in regards to reparations and the impact that they too must be held accountable. And next thing
Peace. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for coming in.
Well,
see you next weekend. Same time, same channel.
So there's always
Black State of America.
Looking to the future. And again, I'm going to say this again. You have to be willing to play the long game, the short game, and